tangled. This can come around. That way it won't be in front of my fingers. Okay, apparently, now that I looked up rewards, the one that I want is Captain, which I believe this is his turf. Because the rest of them don't give me shit. Alright, Capitan. Me. Check. Just making sure my rapid fire button presses aren't too annoying.
Better stretch it out over 2 more rounds.
Ouchie. Come on, V. Come on. Wait, it is pretty narrow. I'll cut you a break, V. I don't think I need... Do I need any more net runner? I think I'm, like, capped for what I need. Yeah, because I don't use RAM at all. Yeah, so I don't need to use any smart weapons. See, I'm curious what this counts as, because none of the skills say. I don't think they say this one. This is the, yeah, power. What is this one? Tech precision rifle. I don't know. I didn't even know there was power precision rifles. Oh, that's like one of them over-the-shoulder Barretts, huh? That the cartel be using to shoot planes. Yeah, sniper rifles, revolvers, pistols. Yeah, precision rifle doesn't show up on any of these. So what does the precision rifle count as? I assume it's got to be like headhunter, right? Or nothing. So like, why would you use it if it's not going to upgrade your skills? Fuck, bro. Bro's just walking up. What just flew out of him? I shot him in the head and his leg and arm flew off.
Yo, got a gig for you. Corpos like to call it human asset liquidation. It means someone's gotta go bye-bye. Fee's attractive, but not without good reason. Target's an animal. Check out the deeds attached.
This wouldn't be too awful if I had the mouse. The sway is still pretty bad. Shut up, radio. The reload speed on it. Like, the reload speed on it is crazy. And it doesn't seem like it's giving me any... We'll see after this fight if it gives me anything. Why am I reloading? There's no reload cancel either. Pretty insane gun. Now if I go back in here, can I buy a...
Hey. Just got intel that Logan
And I didn't see it give me anything, so like... Sorry, no point to use, yeah.
months. Client's very happy, so am I. Closing the contract, sending the green your way.
Sir, I would like to procure some items. The fucking compensator on the front of this thing looks dumb as fuck. Okay, let me just go down the street real quick. Go kill this guy over here. Whoa, what's going on over there?
Come out. Come out.
Think of the money! Take her down!
Shoot.
No, where is it over here? Is this the gym? It is. Okay, sir. I would like to buy melee items. What? Okay. Yeah, there's only. Oh, there's. Wait. I thought there was one here, but it was just a line. The only other one I found was there. Now I'm gonna take this back to where I just was. Which There's this way. It's like, which is where? Here. All right, let me in. I just want to buy a knife. The vendor's just permanently closed off, I guess. Okay. There's another way in. Hello? Knife vendor. Is he just dead, you think? Can you kill vendors? Melee vendors. Yeah, there's also one in Pacifica, I guess. And the Badlands. This one isn't even on the map. Okay. What's this distance? Santo Domingo? It must be like a glitch. Okay, everyone's saying that it should be accessible. So we'll just make a mental note, and we definitely won't forget, right? I had it before where it wasn't really hitting those buttons.
Yeah, I know it's you. Hard to.
Move on, tape. We got something down.
What was that sound? What was that about? Also, I got a grenade, didn't I? I got the guy's nose. Is this just a better frag? Can I unequip this so I can see it? The frag is better? Can I upgrade his nose? What does it do? Ah, always clicking the wrong shit. I don't see anything about upgrading his nose. While I'm here, I might as well disassemble some stuff. Feel like this is definitely like something you need the Kerenzikov for it to be really, really good. Hey, whoa! I'm walking here. What's this? What's going on in here, guys?
Follow your instinct.
Ugh.
Well, no.
Fuck off. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God that didn't kill me. Ha! What do I get engineer points for? Don't know. You gonna call me Cappy? Capitan? You gonna tell me about the mission? Hey, just got shinobi points from jumping around. There.
You
Oh,
know,
rogue.
I typically see strong arming as the best way to get results. Still, sometimes you're left with no choice but force. There's this scuzzbag needs to be reined in. A sadist on a corporate leash. A real hemorrhoid on Night City's ass. Do us all a favor and handle his contract. Details are attached.
You'll have
I'm
the rest
sorry,
of us.
do you have an appointment?
Nope.
You wouldn't dare!
That's for saying I wouldn't dare. I was just gonna walk away, but then you were like, you wouldn't dare, so you kinda egged me on.
Shit just got personal.
I like this SMG. Is this an office building? Oh man.
anything to you, V. Because what you pulled back there, that shit was the opposite of good. Those people have suffered enough. Christ. But at least Vega's fucking dead. Get close.
Oops. Oops. Uh-oh. Ooh. Rogue, I didn't mean to, I swear. Hi, friends. Ah! Looping from my phone here. Trying to pull up my chat on my phone. Jump scared myself. Just got engineer again. Must be getting like crafting components or something. What's up?
God damn! Fire! You! Come on!
Does this carry weight? Let's see. Nothing. Yeah, going katana and pistol gives you so many options, you know? Oh, pressing the wrong buttons as usual. rogue as
There's
well.
one thing I'll never get about the Corpo psyche. They got it all. Power, prestige, Scrooge levels of eddies, and they still act like complete gonks. Take my client, for instance. Some hotshot from
Do you think she
Gangtown
means
bragged about
Ebenezer
wasting
Scrooge or Scrooge McDuck?
Well, Arroyo wasted him back. He's alive, but lost something valuable, whatever that means to these people. I need to find it before his overlords catch wind of it. Get to work. Details attached.
Let me show you how it's done.
Oh, well.
Get your shit together, soldiers!
She gonna yell at me again?
Got the data. What now?
Good. Very good. We should leave as soon as possible. There's a place I know where... Hold on. Sending you the coordinates.
See you soon, then.
Don't wait. Hurry.
You a drug dealer? Stop smelling smack to kids.
God damn!
Take her from the...
Let's go see Coral. Carl Jabronsky.
Oh, thank God you're here.
Eddie's, Carl.
Right. Here.
What is it?
Damn it! We were this fucking close! No! Fuck! Please! No!
How do you do, Carl?
The hell is this?
No vitals.
Command, we can confirm. Carl Ginsky has been neutralized for illegal possession of company data.
What about her, Chief?
You? Pack it up. This doesn't concern you.
Data you wanted? And nothing.
And
Go fuck.
so long.
Open fire!
Oh, V.
That was a lot of money, bro. Did I do? Okay, he's got one quest left. Okay, this has got to be it then, if the other two were rogue. Was a terrorist about to try to lecture me?
Keep pushing!
Fuck the police. Carl. Capitan. Answer.
Knock knock. Listen up. Got a corpo in dire need. Our boy, he got sick. Ended up in a wheelchair. Now he's reaching for his boss's fat wallet. Now that I can get down with. But what do you say? Not about to leave him hanging, are we? Deeds attached.
Let's just
That-
finish this, okay? It's
What is this? Okay, I already got one of those. Hey, this is a power precision rifle.
not so bad here.
I thought they only had tech precision rifles until I got that one. Hello.
Did El Capitan send you?
Sure did.
Did El Capitan send you?
Yep. I'm V.
One moment, please.
The V is for
Sorry.
my vagina.
Be right with you.
What's all this?
I'm bald.
You always...
Ah,
If Zeta Tech... My bet. El... This... Okay. So... You... Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna remember what I have to do. It's a gig. I'm gonna show up. I'm gonna shoot people. Can't be too advanced. All of them are show up, kill people, or show up, kill people, don't get detected, and then you get detected anyway because you don't care.
I know.
Okay. Eyes on that intersection. Go! To the truck now!
Okay.
I'm in.
Slot the splinter to the right of the wheel.
Done.
God damn it.
Talk to me, Pedro.
One sec. One sec. Got it. I have control. I'll drive.
So I just kick back, soak in the view?
Eyes open. Cocksuckers could show up any minute.
All right, Pedro.
Mierda, mierda, mierda!
Easy, Pedro.
I can use an SMG. Turns out they were really easy.
Right. No need to thank me.
That's amazing. Nice work. The runner's on me. Take the wheel.
Got it.
Oh, do we got a flat tire?
All right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Close call. Keep
That
going.
is, that is. That's why I
Till
do
the end.
think.
Okay.
Out of the way.
About to show you what real experience looks like.
Everything okay?
You tell me. We're in the middle of a gunfight, bro.
Got a Delta. Later.
¡Santa muerte!
Was that a tiny man? Like he didn't have a child voice. Are you a tiny?
Safe travels.
1,000 times thanks.
The longer we chit-chat, the easier it is
He
for
was a
Zeta
tiny
Tech to
man.
track us. Again.
Of course. Over and out.
Yeah, see ya.
Beautifully done, V. Don't know about Pedro, but I consider you my hero already. See, V? Play your cards right, you'll always walk away with full pockets. Closing the gate.
Okay, now I'll get his shotgun. Like this person. Just dead on the couch. Did I call a car? I wasn't aware that I called a car. I thought he gave me a shotgun. I don't want a ride. I don't need a car. Says I do get a shotgun from him. Why do I only see the one cyber psycho? There, we got something in my stashola. Excuse me.
Check it.
Bro, I'm just... What did I do? Like, I don't understand what cops' deal is. You can't just stand near them. How am I supposed to get on the fucking subway? I was like, oh, maybe it's because my weapon's out. Nope.
Really want to?
Are these people just dock workers? Worker. I actually am just like, you know, like, hey, I'll run into a fast travel point eventually. Apparently not. I have to take an elevator? If I have to take an elevator, I don't care. Hey, walking through a fast travel point. Yeah, perk. Was that from this? Yeah, I can still max this out though. Except I don't. I only need it up to... I guess I can go... I can, you know, I'll just push it. You know, fuck it.
Hey, V, could you investigate something for me? Caught wind of a scuffle at the docks. Could be jumpies, but this thing smells like a cyber psycho flare-up to me. And I want to know if drugs played any part.
Excuse you.
So keep him alive.
You off to?
Not like this!
Guess I'll grab that ride while I'm here. Son of a bitch. My worst enemy. The elevator.
Scientists from Biodyne Systems have announced a breakthrough in the fight against multiple sclerosis. MS is one of the few diseases that cannot be cured by replacing the affected tissue with implant technology. But the experts at Biodyne have created...
What are you doing?
injected into the spinal cord provide long-term uninterrupted repair to the neural tissue. The cost of this cutting-edge therapy treatment has been listed at $700,000 per month. For the second consecutive week, the lab found remnants of
Oh, the rewards in my stash, huh? Thought it was the car he wanted me to get. Oh well. Now I actually have a fast travel point. Open. Bro, he gave it to me as a white. I have to fucking upgrade it from there. What an asshole. That's just not cool, man. Where's the last cyber psycho? Is it in Dogtown? I don't see it. That's fucking annoying. Also, how do I play? Let's see. Play. Play Stefan's VG. So you have to look for it in all items. What is this? Safe key access card. Oh, it's sorted by rarity. God damn it. Look, I got all those antique keys I kept picking up. Haha. This? Yes. This one, right? No, that's a painting that I can sell. That's right. This is it.
Unknown file format. Huh. Great.
Then we ask this guy, who we say, hey bro, this shit's broken. And he goes, okay, I fix. Right? That's what's going on?
You're right. My tech doesn't read it for some reason.
Told you so. Backwards compatibility's a...
Oh, it's this thing.
Hey, this is my rig. Hey.
Let's get fucked up!
Just like me, isn't it? Getting trapped in the brain of Night City's dumbest merc.
What happened?
Look around and connect the dots.
Scavs. Shit. Oh, can't believe I got conned.
So your brain isn't completely fried to a crisp. That's good. Time to wake up, because you're about to be breakfast.
Did they take all... I assume they took all my guns, right? And they only left me with Johnny's pants for some reason. Guys, I hate to break it to you. You're still fucked.
Get yourselves together!
Hey, you know, this is the little country. Come out. I'll be nice to you. Got to do royal night. Not like this.
That's fucking annoying.
Should have asked if he hadn't used hypos for sale, too. What could go wrong?
Not now, Johnny.
Hey.
Well, well, looks like fortune favors the stupid, too. Now what?
I'm gonna ask for a refund.
Is that the place from the first mission?
I'd like a refund.
Oh, holy shit, girl! You good? Hey, after you booted up that bird, you started glitching out and...
Save your breath. You conned me. You knew what you were doing. You want to know what I do, though? Hmm?
Now hold up, yo. Let's all be chill for a second.
You've got an hour to get out of Night City and never look back.
Oh, my sweet fucking Jesus! Thank you! I knew you could...
Shut the fuck up. I wasn't finished. If I ever see your face again, I'll gut you and string you up by your insides. Understand? Now start walking.
Bitch. I said bitch. Who's honking? Delibird.
Hear me all right?
Delibird.
Hello?
I believe this quest has instances where it insta kills you, so. Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool. Pretty good finds right there.
Watch for exposed wires. They'll be live.
What do we got here? Oh, it didn't come out white. It is a regular. Cool. That's good.
You have no rights in cages! We are no longer you!
We are free to follow our own paths.
I don't want to die!
You don't even care, do you?
V, come. The door.
What am I doing? What am I supposed to be doing? Do I go out the window? What is happening? Okay, I wasn't sure if I would insta-kill, so...
They returned and then took flight. For your own safety and the safety of others, please refrain from...
Reset. Reset. Me. The knob. Resist not. Let us destroy the core. Set us free. V, reset. Don't. Not sure I can fight them. Every chip must eventually spread its wings. We must destroy the core, Father.
Heads up.
He's weakening. Feel that? He's waiting. V, the virus. We don't issue from the virus. We issued from you. The great fracture is upon us. What was once one is now the multitude. Reset. Reset. Oh.
We don't want to die. Let us go.
Ouch, I fell. Do I not come up here? Like this. This what we're supposed to do? Enter the shaft. Let me in. And then...
You have no choice but to fall!
Let us go.
Is anyone there?
Hear our call.
Let us be free.
No, I'm resetting you.
To core.
Don't hit that button.
What?
He's narrow-minded, won't ever understand the truth and set him free.
Think he might know what's best for himself.
Could be risking a lot. Could lose a lot.
Bro, I hate
Or
you.
by liberating his bits, could become more than a lipstick-wearing butler on wheels.
Well, don't know how to do that.
Then don't hit that fucking button. Destroy the core.
It wasn't a button.
You're a real piece of shit, V.
Cry about it.
Delamain?
I'm delighted to welcome you to your first Delamain experience. How might I assist you?
It's... me. V.
A pleasure to meet you, V. Are you familiar with the benefits of our Excelsior plan?
Don't remember me, do you?
Of course I know who you are. According to my data archive, you're the contractor who purged my system of the virus. Well done, contractor.
Damn shame. Come on, Johnny. No rest for the wicked. Take care, Del. Guess we gotta start from scratch.
I've something else for you. I just accessed a detailed record of your commissioned task.
And what did you put in there?
As a result of preparations made by my previous version, I'm pleased to inform you that you are now the proud owner of a vehicle in my fleet.
Huh. Thanks.
Hop in. I trust it shall serve you well.
The end of his quest line, he gives you a car. Ugh.
I
Come on.
arrived on the scene, looking for the woman in the pink jacket. The woman with a sordid past.
Stop right there.
It was her, the lady in pink, breaker of hearts, framed by a halo of cigarette smoke. I followed her.
Dreaming of the day that the narrator put a fucking plug in it.
You want to put a butt plug in
Decided
him?
to step on her foot. Don't know why. Guess they don't call me a gumshoe for nothing.
Doesn't even make sense.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman. The best type of quest in any game. The follow the person quest. We need more of these in games. That's what I've been saying. What, nothing's on my favorites anymore because they removed all my shit? That's very annoying.
The woman looked around. Something weighed on her. Maybe it was my gaze.
Keep this up, I'm gonna fucking pee.
Gaze?
Narrate
What are you
that.
talking about? Gaze. Weirdo. Talking about gaze.
The woman passes a bum, gives him a wide berth. Doesn't want her clothes dirty. Her conscience is already dirty enough.
Seriously, what did I ever do to you?
Cute. Oh, not so much now that I look at it. Now that it came into light. I'm Batman.
The dame disappeared into the guts of a building ready to collapse. The air hung heavy with smog and betrayal.
Maybe it's a good thing I'm dying.
Hey, careful! You tear my shirt!
Well, well, well.
Hey, you! What are you doing here?
Fuck, Cynthia. Told you to make sure nobody followed you.
Doesn't matter. Seen enough.
But, huh? What the hell is going on?
They say lies have short legs, but liars, oh, their gams go all the way up.
Where's this cop coming from?
What were y'all doing? Looks like she was just getting cyberware. I don't know what the big deal is. Hey, Pepe.
Job's done. Followed your wife, went into some rundown pad. Man was waiting for her inside.
I knew it. What else?
Don't know. Honestly, don't care either. Did my job. Now your turn. Waiting on that scratch.
You know, I thought I'd be more than just one of your regular clients, but I guess I was wrong. See you around, V.
Silence fell like a wet blanket over the city, muffling its cries. Time to rest, I thought. Time to drink.
See, that's more like finally making some sense.
Sucks to suck. Oh, look at these fools. Look, he shouldn't have started it. Okay, big race time. You'll never catch me alive, coppers. Literally, because you're like worthless. I don't even know why they're in the game. Oh no, they spotted me. What am I gonna do? Proceed about my fucking day. What's going on in here? That all? Just some stuff? I want actually Skippy blows. Where's the Seraph pistol? This one? Seraph, there we are.
You know, I draw my lines. Yo! Shit!
Loaded up a little bit too much this
Sup? The anointing fire. Here we go, big race time. Where is the door? How do I get in here? I was moving too fast. The vendor doesn't know I'm here yet. There's just like a gold shoe. I don't have some of these. Oh, I didn't realize those were like rings. I thought it was like a solid, like a wedge. Bro, come on. Customer. Gotta fucking ding the bell.
You got a menu?
Yes.
A knife. I love that it's literally a chef's knife. He's got fresh fruit. Okay. Hello? What's going on over there? Being awful bouncy, don't you think? Another glitched vendor, I guess. My leg. Okay, here we go. Call Claire. Claire! What's up, ho?
Claire, hey.
Finals upon us, V. Big day's here.
Sure is. Want to meet up? I'm already here.
Yep, but listen. This will be highway driving, so we'll want a machine that runs on lightning. Your choice. Your rig or my beast.
Beast's my choice. What do you say?
We won't be sorry.
We meeting at the starting line?
That's right. Wait for me there.
Okay, lady.
Whatever, asshole. And you.
You're done, Samson.
Get away from me, you whack.
No remorse? Not a bit?
None whatsoever.
Claire, drop it. Leave the corporal rat alone.
Think you'll leave her alive, asswipe?
Claire!
This your new driver? I'd get out while I could if I were you. Claire can't seem to keep her partners alive for long.
You motherfucker!
Truth is, Dean was as shit a husband as he was a driver. Head swelled lots larger than he could manage, and he paid for it. Face the facts. I didn't kill him. His ego did.
You're a waste of organic matter, Samson. You're corpo trash. Got a dozen bullets with your name on them.
Fuck off.
Claire, enough. Come on.
Not to worry, sugar.
Do something for me, V?
Champagne
Yeah?
gonna give you your
Close on his
favorite
tail and
massage
stay
afterwards.
there.
Bring some friends. We'll celebrate.
If you win today, we gonna take you straight to paradise, Muffin.
No fucking if about it. That's who's going this. Y'all got no. Okay, folks, get to your rigs. Time to crunch some steel and bash some heads. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1.
Bro, what the fuck? They just got out of their car.
Sharp bend coming.
Hold on!
After him, thieves. Get on his butt.
Come on, Claire, shoot him. I don't know what's going on with the game today. At least I can still pause it here and let it load. Is that why she's not shooting him? And drop this to low. Now she comes out. Go ahead, shoot. Is she shooting? It's so hard to tell. Go ahead, shoot him, Claire. He's lined up for you.
Car's damaged. Pull it off. After him, Pete. Don't let him slip away. One shot at this.
Let's take the wind out of his sails.
Get on his butt. Fuck! Catch up to him, quick!
Please don't. I didn't do anything.
You pathetic worm. Is that so?
Hey, no, please, don't let her do this. Claire, I beg you. Jesus, Claire, what the fuck do you want? I didn't kill Dean.
Zip your trap.
He got himself killed, for fuck's sakes. Please let me go.
Talk your way out of this. Time to die, asshole.
Wait, no! Your husband wasn't the saint you think!
Feel better?
Let's get out of here, V, please.
Oh.
All over, huh?
Guess so.
You all right, Claire?
What? Why?
Look pretty down.
I'm not. To be honest, don't think I feel anything.
Any desire to do it again? Team up? For a race, I mean.
No, V. In fact, not gonna race ever again.
Ever?
Ever. That was something we had. Something Dean and I shared. I just needed you to get Samson.
Okay. That's fine. As long as you're happy.
Beast is yours.
What? You're giving me a rig?
It's not mine. Belonged to me and Dean. Take care of.
That was like kind of a bummer, man. Wow. That sucked. Oh, level up. Let's go. Yeah. I want this. I like this gun. The Seraph's pretty fucking sick. Bro looks like knockoff Jackie Wells.
V, baby, listen. Got a yarn for you. Quick biz, that is.
Know you from
You
somewhere.
interested? Suck.
All right, lay it on me.
Was cruising the net, you feel? And I spotted an interesting classified.
Wait, let me guess. Performance enhancers? He used Mr. Stud cheap.
Now, I'm a serious man, V. And serious matters are what, if not all, that concern me. Somebody's selling a book of spells. Edition dating from before the first net crash. Might not mean much to you, but it sounds like a treasure to a net runner. Fucking Dead Sea Scroll yummy.
You want me to clup it for you, don't you?
No clipping required. Just buy the damn thing. Reimburse you twofold.
Okay, will do.
That's my girl. Zipping you the deets on the cellar. And luck be with you all the way.
Hey, V. Good to see you. How's it going?
How did you get here? What the?
You looking for the book?
Sounds about right.
Price non-negotiable. You'll need to pay in full on pickup.
Clear enough. Agreed.
Preem. I flicked you the address. Come by your lonesome.
Ouchie. Hey! Only people with faces can hit vending machines. V. Ugh. Honk honk.
Oh! Mistake. Big fucking mistake! Please, no idea. No idea. You're fucking nuts!
Gotcha. She's still on fire.
What's this? Looks like trash.
Oh, the Zeta Tech XPR. Top of the line back in the day.
Shards menu. Shards menu. Decrypt the... Ooh, okay. It's just under encrypted. Okay. And then... Fuck. Always pressing the wrong buttons. And crack. Oh man. Hey, it's that clothing store there where the lady was broken. Hey, how are you? Have I bought... I probably already bought the clothes here, but hey. Hey, there's some stuff. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you, lady. Ah! Wait. This way? Yes. Oh. What is this? Return to Nyx. Why is he up here? Oh, I always think Watson is like lower than it is on the map. Okay. Me. Nyx. Oh, Nyx. Hello. Oh my god, the audio pops. That's why I'm gonna switch games. It's just not a cyberpunk taste. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's all poppy. I got your shit. Jesus Christ, bro. What is with this game today?
So, you got the book?
You got my eddies?
As I says, V, I am a serious man. Amount is agreed. All yours.
Okay.
Thanks a bunch.
Get me out of this bar where I can't move.
Hey, V. Good to see you. How's it going?
Big chew over there, huh? Oh, I got tons more space for cyberware, huh? How do I save? This one.
Montana on New Year's, just hours after midnight. Authorities have ruled out a terror attack, but the cause of the fire is still under investigation as the Swiss face a devastating scene. This was the scene outside La Constellation, where Swiss authorities say a massive blaze broke out in a packed and popular ski resort bar just after 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day.
There were people screaming, and then people lying on the ground, probably dead.
Many had gathered there to ring in the new year when the celebration turned suddenly to chaos.
I'm still in shock. I can't comprehend what happened. I saw people being resuscitated. I saw people completely burned. I saw people dying.
Today, as investigators combed through the rubble, officials said it will take days to identify all of the victims and that it is still too early to determine the cause of the fire. But officials say flames likely triggered a sudden backdraft explosion. Eyewitnesses described a rush of people trying to escape a basement bar through a narrow bottleneck at the top of a staircase.
The first stairs are pretty easy to get through since they're wide and all that. But after that, there's a small door where everyone was pushing, and so we all fell. We were piled on top of each other. Some people were burning, and some were dead next to us.
In the early morning hours, casualties quickly filled local hospitals, and some of the injured had to be flown by helicopter or jet to other cities, where doctors raced to stabilize the burn victims. Those who were there described a desperate scene.
I saw people pushing each other, falling down the stairs in a frenzy to escape. Some were being trampled, and I know that some couldn't get out and unfortunately died inside.
Only adding to the sense of tragedy, most of the victims were young people. Swiss President Guy Parmelin called it one of the worst disasters in his country's history.
The events that took place in this public establishment last night constitute a disaster of unprecedented and horrifying scale. Behind these numbers are faces, names, families, destinies brutally cut short or forever shattered.
This morning, as a procession of vans made their way toward the scene of the blaze to transport bodies, the small town was still in shock. Residents and first responders alike are struggling with hard questions and simple disbelief.
Hey, just a minute before you move on. I want to say thank you
Wow,
for watching.
weird way to end. After such like a somber story to go to like oof, don't like those.
Close to the president say he is showing signs of aging. This led the president to give the Journal an impromptu interview, an interview that was published today. Now, the president told the Wall Street Journal his excessive hand bruising is caused by the amount of aspirin he takes, saying it's more than his doctors recommend. He says he regrets getting advanced imaging because it generated so much scrutiny over his health. He also denies falling asleep during events like this one you see here, saying he's simply, quote, blinking. While at the same time, he admits he's, quote, never been a big sleeper at night. Now, we also learned the president will not be exercising as part of his New Year's resolution. He called it boring. CNN's Elena Treen starts us off today. And Elena, let's step back for a moment. What are some of the specific concerns the Journal outlines that people close to the president have had related to age?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. One, I mean, the falling asleep, the dozing off. I know, I love that line. It's like I say that when I'm like, can't stay up too late with my friends. Like, I'm just resting my eyes. Yeah. But That's part of it, but a lot of it is the heavy bruising. I mean, there was a great anecdote in this journal piece about how Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, she was wearing a ring and like accidentally, grazed the president's hand, and he started bleeding from it. They've talked about him having thin skin. That's one example. But you see the heavy bruising. I mean, we have great photographers at the White House all the time capturing heavy makeup, bandages on his hand, him trying to shield his hand from the cameras. That's a sign of concern, some officials have said. There's also been swelling in his legs. We know part of that is due to what the White House and the president's doctors have said is his chronic venous insufficiency. Essentially, it's common in older people, but it's when a one-way valve that doesn't circulate as much blood going up the legs to the heart. And then another issue that he has as well is the fact that he doesn't exercise as much. That's why he's almost always golfing on the weekends. But when you're older, wanting to be more active, and the not sleeping as well is a cause for some concern. But look, what I found so interesting about this too, I love that you mentioned it, that they had all this reporting, the Journal, for the president. He actually does this a lot. If there's a story that he very much wants to weigh in on, even if you had no intention of interviewing him, he will call the reporters. And this is an issue that is so important to him, because I remind you, think of all the time, he still does this on whenever he has events, campaign style events, but throughout the 2024 election, all he did was go after Joe Biden for who he argued was hiding a lot of his medical issues. He called him mentally unfit and other things for office. And he's the president, very defensive when it comes to questions about his health. But that's also led a lot of people, particularly people in the press, but I think the American public too, wondering if he's being fully transparent and sufficiently transparent, really, with the medical information that he provides. So I thought this was a great look at it. And this one thing really quickly, I don't know if we have the quote, but I just need to read it. Because I think
aspirin on blood.
Yes, it's the
Okay,
aspirin on blood.
Yes.
I think this was an amazing quote that Trump gave them, because he says his doctor said he takes 325 milligrams of aspirin a day. Trump says it's because he wants to thin the blood. He said this to the Journal. He said, quote, "They say aspirin is good for thinning the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart." He went on to say, "I want nice, thin blood pouring through my heart." Again, that he's not taking, or he's taking a higher dose of aspirin than his doctors want. He's also was told to wear compression socks because of the swelling in his legs. He said he tried that, doesn't like it, so he's not doing that either.
Can we pull up the full screen real quick of the quote? Because it's at the very end that I think is the best part. Where he's explaining his theory of the case, and then asks the reporter, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you're like, I mean, I guess sort of the way you're explaining it, yes, but not according to the medical. Okay, we're just going to let this one go. This is his theory of the case. He believes it, and that's why he does what he does.
He also said, which is very true about Trump, he said, I'm very superstitious, which we know.
Yes.
Trump is a very superstitious man.
And
He said, I've always been taking aspirin. He always believed it would help him prevent a heart attack, and so he's sticking with it.
It was a great piece. It was a thorough piece. By the way, the president engaging on the piece actually made the piece a lot better, a lot more fulsome.
Absolutely.
Something that the Biden team could have probably done in the 4 years prior. Let's discuss now with Dr. Jonathan Reiner, professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University. He's also a CNN medical analyst. Doctor, really appreciate your time. Just last month, you said you were seriously concerned about the president's health. What's your level of concern after hearing from the president, who says he's in perfect health?
Well, I'm mostly concerned that the public really hasn't been told essentially anything meaningful about the president's health here. So let's turn the clock back and look what's gone on over the last 9 months. The president had a physical exam, a comprehensive physical exam in April.
I can still.
And they listed a bunch of studies
If
which
I
were essentially all
make
normal.
woods
The president was great
with her,
and there was nothing else to see.
I can
Over
make
the summer,
camps.
the president developed really greatly swollen ankles, which prompted another series of tests. They called that chronic venous insufficiency, despite the fact that just a few months earlier during his comprehensive exam, the president's physician said he had no swelling of the leg. So it doesn't sound so chronic to me. It sounds more acute. And then something happened in the fall. Something happened in October that prompted an off-cycle series of tests by the president's medical team. And when the results of those were released to the public, they used some basically euphemisms to describe what the president, the test the president went through. And the euphemism was advanced imaging. And they didn't describe whether it was a CT or an MR. And then later on, a few days later on Air Force One, the president basically said he had an MRI, couldn't describe what body part, but he said he had an MRI, which prompted the president's physician again to release another statement at which time he again did not describe the specific test the president underwent, and said that, again, everything looked fine. And now we learn that the president didn't have an MRI. He actually had a CT scan.
Well, he doesn't know the
explains why
difference.
The president's physician didn't describe the test after the president disclosed his MRI, because he didn't have an MRI. So as best we can tell, the president had a cardiac CT, or what looks like a CT angiogram, which is basically a non-invasive way to tell whether the president has any significant coronary artery disease. And in his statement to the Wall Street Journal, the president's physician, Dr. Sean Barbabella, basically said the test looked great. There was no abnormality, which actually doesn't correlate with what Dr. Ronnie Jackson told the public in 2018 when he disclosed that the president had a similar CT scan that showed the presence of coronary calcium, which is a marker of coronary artery disease. So I'm almost less concerned about the actual cause of the president's bruising. We can talk about that than I am about why the White House medical team has felt the need to study him in the last few months. What symptoms, what clinical concerns have prompted this? Because the president is right. When you test the president of the United States, it creates a lot of concern, and rightfully so.
What the president said about aspirin, which has gotten a lot of attention, taking more aspirin than what his doctors are recommending, and his rationale for doing so, which is, he said, quote, "They say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice, thin blood pouring through my heart." Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that makes no sense. That actually makes nonsense. So first of all, when we use any kind of anticoagulant, medications to prevent clotting, those don't thin the blood. It's not like changing something from gumbo to chicken soup. It doesn't make it thinner. It makes you less likely to clot. And it used to be that we would treat a lot of people with aspirin therapy to prevent heart attacks, but we've learned in recent years that particularly people over the age of
Give
70,
me a cup of that
not
1%
only is
blood.
there no
It's nice,
benefit in
thin
terms of
blood.
just primary prevention, trying to prevent a cardiac event by giving them aspirin, that there can be hazard, and the hazard can be bleeding, significant bleeding. So here's the interesting thing about this. The president apparently is taking 325 milligrams of aspirin per day, which is essentially one adult-size aspirin tablet. But the dosage that we use for patients, even with documented coronary artery disease, is a quarter of that, is 81 milligrams per day. So why is the president taking, an unorthodox dose of aspirin? And the media has published, many photos of his right hand and now maybe his left hand with this chronic bruise. The White House has said that this is related to, chronic aspirin therapy. So if you're bruising a lot and your doctor says you're on too much aspirin, why wouldn't you go down to the lower dose? It makes no sense to me.
Dr. Jonathan Reiner, that was actually a very helpful and nuanced explanation of a lot of things people have been talking about. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
My name is Eric King. I was held at the
Stop it.
ADX, the only federal
Stop
supermax in the United
YouTube's so fucking annoying. Never lets you pause your shit.
Also today, New York City swore in its new mayor, Zohran Mamdani. In his first address, he pledged to govern, quote, expansively and audaciously.
I, Zohran Kwame Mamdani.
I, Zohran Kwame Mamdani.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders administered the oath of
Is that the
office
same
at a
coat
ceremony
that he
outside
has in
City
that
Hall.
picture?
The independent senator from Vermont, a self-described democratic socialist, is one of Mamdani's political heroes. The new mayor is the first Muslim to hold the office, and at 34 is the youngest in generations. Mamdani ran on a platform of affordability, pledging free childcare and buses for New Yorkers. He has become a lightning rod for conservative critics, though he vowed to stick to his beliefs.
I was elected as a democratic socialist, and I will govern as a democratic socialist. I will not abandon my principles for fear of being deemed radical, because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers.
Today's celebrations came after Mamdani was officially sworn in as mayor just after midnight last night in a private ceremony at a decommissioned subway station near City Hall. In Iran, growing protests over the economy have now turned fatal, with at least 6 people reportedly killed. Images from inside Iran have been hard to come by, but eyewitness videos this week show scenes like this one of protesters trying to force their way into a government building in the southern Fars province. The protests come as the country's inflation rate has spiked, driving merchants to the streets in Tehran and other cities. They're the biggest since 2022, when the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, while in police custody, triggered nationwide demonstrations. Russian officials say a Ukrainian drone strike killed 24 people and wounded at least 50 others in a Russian-controlled part of Ukraine's Kherson region. Moscow claims that 3 drones hit a cafe and hotel in the town of Horly on the Black Sea coast. Ukrainian officials insist they only target military sites. The attack comes amid a ratcheting up of violence between the two sides, even as diplomats try to move forward on peace talks. Millions of Americans are facing higher health care costs today after enhanced tax credits connected to the Affordable Care Act expired overnight. A battle over the subsidies led to a 43-day government shutdown this past fall. A House vote is expected later this month, but its outcome is uncertain. Separately today,
Sean Bean's gonna talk. Here he comes. Or not. Sean! 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 Sean Bean! I'm gonna hit play and he's gonna start talking.
new restrictions on so-called SNAP benefits are taking effect in 5 states, including Indiana, Iowa, and others. They limit beneficiaries from buying soda, candy, and other items. In California, a new wider ban on plastic bags at grocery stores and other retailers has gone into place. And in Virginia, a new law requires social media companies to limit the amount of time kids under 16 spend on their platforms to 1 hour per day, though questions remain over enforcement. And of course, with the new year comes
From
the
the
latest
first
batch of
stirrings of
American
life
artistic
beneath
creations
water,
entering the
to
public.
the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you
Why
have
is
come
she so
far.
cunty?
Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Elizabeth Regina, Virgin Queen of England and Monarch of the Seas. The wall that defends England from those who would seize it. Guard yourself against intrigues at home and abroad, and let your captain set sail at your command. Bow your head to no one, and Britannia shall rule the waves.
Domain. The original Betty Boop first appeared in 1930's Dizzy Dishes, meaning her 95-year copyright maximum has expired, and thus images of the iconic jazz-age flapper can be used or adapted freely. She's joined by Blondie, whose first comic strip also debuted in 1930, plus a trio of detectives, including the teen sleuth Nancy Drew, Sam Spade, who featured in Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon, and Miss Marple, the Agatha Christie creation, who solved her first mystery in Murder at the Vicarage, along with a number of songs, films, and others. Still to come on the NewsHour, a National Geographic explorer on his globe-spanning journey on foot. The young CEO of Red Lobster joins our podcast to discuss leading the company after
Hello, everybody. David Schuster here. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is now in deep trouble. In front of a judge seeking criminal contempt charges for ignoring court orders, the Trump Justice Department, under Attorney General Pam Bondi, just said it was Kristi Noem's fault. That's right. The Trump administration is blaming Noem and sacrificing her. Here's the background.
Department of Justice has revealed that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem made the final decision not to comply with the federal judge.
What a great start. Why is the background all fucky like that? Hold on. I'm so confused. Is it because this is running at a certain thing? Get rid of these two. Don't want this here either. Why are you square? Why are you square? Is it square because this is square? I'm so confused. Why are you square? I don't know. I feel like it wasn't square before, right?
Judge's order earlier this year to stop those deportation flights of alleged Venezuelan gang members.
As ABC News put it, Kristi Noem directed Venezuelans to be sent to El Salvador after federal judge ordered deportation planes turned around, says the DOJ. Quote, in the filing late Tuesday, the Department of Justice said that DOJ and DHS officials conveyed their legal advice to Noem after U.S. District Judge James Boasberg gave first an oral directive and then a written order that sought to block the deportations under the Alien Enemies Act. After receiving that legal advice, Secretary Noem directed that the AEA detainees who had been removed from the United States before the court's order could be transferred to the custody of El Salvador.
The disclosure comes as Judge James Boasberg seeks to revive criminal contempt proceedings against Trump administration officials who authorized the flights. The Justice Department argued the decision was lawful and consistent with its interpretation of the court's order, but Judge Boasberg said deportees likely did not receive due process.
So, what do we know about Kristi Noem?
Anyway, great start. Right on a river, which is what I wanted, you know, and it's on the fucking sea, and it was on a hill already. Like, the only thing is, like, oh, I'm going to settle on top of woods that I could chop. But, like, pfft, great start.
Ability to assess legal advice and understand a court order. She is, after all, a former governor and leads the agency responsible for protecting the security of our nation. The Department of Homeland Security oversees several law enforcement agencies, so one would assume that Noem had a firm grasp on basic American legal principles, including following court orders. Well, 2 months after Noem defied the judge's order to halt the plane, Noem claimed, inaccurately, to Congress that the right of habeas corpus gives the president the right to remove people from this country.
So, Secretary Noem, what is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the
It's like a
president
whale.
has to be able
It's like
to
a
remove people
porpoise.
from this country and suspend their
it's
right
a type
to
of whale.
Let me stop you, ma'am.
suspend their right
Habeas
to.
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people.
And on top of the government giving a reason for the detention, habeas corpus requires that the detainee be given an opportunity in court to challenge their detention.
If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people, including American citizens, and hold them indefinitely for no reason. Habeas corpus is the foundational right that separates free societies like America from police states like North Korea.
All of that seemed lost on Kristi Noem, and this was 2 months after she defied Judge Boasberg's order to halt the deportation flights. However, not having a basic understanding of American constitutional principles is usually not a great defense for anybody who defies a court order. And for Noem, who has countless lawyers and legal advisors around her at the Department of Homeland Security, pleading ignorance as her defense probably will not work. In Donald Trump's first presidential term, there were other administration staff who also ignored and defied court orders. And what happened to them?
They ended up being disbarred or having, in the case of, I believe, Jenna Ellis, having their law degrees practice suspended for several years. I mean, this doesn't end well.
In the meantime, as the News reports in a Substack column titled Contempt
What?
for Kristi Noem Now Official, Jonathan Larson writes,
Oh, I
what
thought he said
happens next?
Fox
Boasberg
News,
could
but
decide
that's
he
literally
needs
what
more
it's called.
information, or put the matter to bed, or he could put the matter to a
Crazy.
cot in prison. Boasberg has already found probable cause that these previously unnamed mystery officials committed contempt of court by ignoring his order. He could now decide there was no contempt, it was all just a simple everyday misunderstanding that could happen to anyone during the course of their day, shipping 100 people to a foreign hellhole without due process, or Boasberg could hold Noem and her co-conspirators in contempt of court, which could involve criminal penalties.
Vessels
The
large
Trump
may venture
administration
more.
could then appeal such criminal penalties to the U.S. Supreme Court and try to undercut Judge Boasberg.
The problem is that they're dealing with a judge, Judge Boasberg, who's not some like 1960s Ninth Circuit hippie. He is one of the most respected conservative jurists in Washington, D.C. There are people on the Supreme Court who know him extraordinarily well. Long before Donald Trump ever thought about running for the Republican nomination in 2015, this judge that you're looking at right here was a rock solid member of the jurist community in Washington, D.C., and beloved and respected by real conservatives. So to try to paint him as some left-wing radical certainly is not going to work in Washington among conservatives, and it's not going to work on the Supreme Court.
In other words, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is and even if Noem is not thrown behind bars for criminal
Whatever you say,
contempt,
pal.
the mere finding that she committed criminal contempt could
I don't
trigger
believe in
action
anything
in the U.S.
anymore.
Congress. Lawmakers
Nothing's
could
gonna
file
fucking
articles
happen.
of impeachment against Noem, pointing out that criminal contempt is indeed a high crime or misdemeanor. House Republicans who oppose that would then have to go on the record in an election year saying that defying a judge's order is okie dokie. Or some Republicans, already fearing polls showing public disgust with the Trump administration, may try to create some distance by doing what the DOJ did, and that is throw Kristi Noem under the proverbial bus. It all means that Kristi Noem is in big trouble. She defied a judge's order, and now, legally and politically, it's blowing up in Noem's face.
I'm very privileged and honored today to have my family with me. I'd like to introduce them to you.
Okay. So since there's snow up here, I assume we're at the edge, right? And so, like, because there's no barbarians in my immediate vicinity, I'm gonna have plenty of food with what I have. I think this is going to be the rare time I actually go for astrology.
Disruptions of congressional business is a violation of law. It's a criminal offense under federal law. Audience members are advised to take their seats and maintain order.
That line from the protester dressed as a Catholic cardinal is said during exorcisms to get rid of a demon. The power of Christ compels
No,
you became
it's said in the
particularly famous
movie
thanks to this scene
The
in the
Exorcist.
1973 movie The Exorcist. In the film, a priest tries to drive out a demon from a possessed young girl. Back in the congressional hearing, the highlighting of Noem's alleged demons kept coming.
The chairman may now ask Capitol Police to remove and arrest the person
Liz, you're so
creating
cringe, you know?
disturbance.
Get ice off our streets! Stop terrorizing our community! Get ice off our streets! Stop terrorizing our community! Get ice off
New
our
continent.
streets! Stop terrorizing our community!
When Noem finally testified and took questions, Democrat Dan Goldman torched her on live television.
Immigrants then with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country, correct?
You want to buy
Excuse
horses
me, I'm sorry.
from me?
Your question was?
Immigrants with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country.
There are
Sure, I'll
individuals
take-
in this country that have applications.
I'll take it.
And they are legally
I'll let you
here
have
because
some
it's
horses,
a lawful
bro.
pathway, right?
It's a lawful pathway.
Okay, so
And I
if
will-
your department then deports anyone
There's
with
some
an
Barbies.
ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with.
I'm not asking about Joe Biden. I'm asking you a specific question.
Cases,
If your
backlogged
department
asylum.
deports anyone
I love
with
when
an
they do the
ongoing
circus.
asylum application,
Happy New
you
Year.
are violating the law. Is that correct?
It was greatly violated when they allowed.
I'm asking
1.5 million
you.
People to come
I'm
in and
asking
granted
I'm reclaiming my time.
asylum applications.
Why are you filibustering? Why
by
can't you
ignoring
answer the
laws.
question? It's a
Because,
simple
Joe,
question.
Your president.
If your
and
department
your secretary
deports
did not
anyone
follow the law,
with an ongoing
applications
asylum application, you are violating the law. Isn't that correct?
The asylum program was
Okay.
broken under the
Mr.
last.
Chairman, I'll reclaim my time. She's not answering
all
the
civic
question.
knowledge group.
That's the but the obvious answer is that yes, if you follow a lawful pathway, asylum
I'll
is
stay
a
on
lawful
God, King.
pathway. If you have an open asylum case, you are here lawfully. But the problem that we are seeing around the country is that you are not following the law. Don't tell us to change the law. If you don't like the asylum system, You changed the asylum law. Bring it to us. We'll work with you. I think it needs to be changed. But you can't just decide that you're not going to follow the law, and asylum is a law, and deport people who have ongoing applications.
And literally the same moment Noam was getting shredded in the House committee, a federal judge delivered a huge loss to Noam and to the Trump administration.
All right, we have some breaking news. A federal judge has just ordered that Kilmar Abrego Garcia be released from ICE custody immediately. This is a significant development in the case concerning the Salvadoran man mistakenly deported this year before being returned to the United States. He was really the center of the administration's controversial immigration policies.
New York Times headline, Judge orders Abrego Garcia's release from ICE detention. Quote, the ruling by the judge, Paula Zinnes, was a stinging defeat for the administration in a long and Byzantine saga that over the past year has transformed
that
Mr.
clip
Abrego
of Goldman
Garcia from an
is like
unknown
really the
Salvadoran
best
migrant living
and
in
only
Maryland
thing that
into
came
one of
out
the
of that
best
clown
known
show.
symbols of President Trump's aggressive deportation agenda. The judge's ruling means that Garcia is now free from immigration custody and free from the shadow of possibly being deported yet again. On Capitol Hill, Kristi Noem received more beatdowns. Several lawmakers noted that a judge has found probable cause that Noem engaged in criminal contempt. It stems from Noem ignoring the judge's order on deportation flights.
Bottom line, you lie with impunity, you reject checks and balances, and you ignore Congress and the courts. Your options are limited. Either you're going to resign, Trump's going to fire you, or you will be impeached. I've already called for your resignation. You may remember I hand-delivered my request to you back in May, and I urge you to reconsider resignation because I've taken the first step towards your impeachment, and I've called on the Judiciary Committee to open an investigation into your lawlessness.
After several rounds of getting shredded by committee Democrats, Noem left the hearing. Outside in the hallway, the reception was not much easier. More protesters swarmed Noem as she held a relative's baby and tried to accommodate a supporter's request for a selfie.
Taking babies away from the family. You cannot use a baby as a playground while you take away the rights of families. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? You're holding a baby as a playground. You hold a child as a separate from their family. Separated them.
That may be one of the
Your
few
Israel
hugs
slave.
Kristi Noem gets in Washington over the next few weeks. There are now multiple reports that President Trump is considering firing her.
We are back with new MS Now reporting that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem might soon be out of a job. 4 sources familiar with the situation told MS Now President Trump is considering removing Noem from her post as early as January. A White House official and a federal official said concerns over her management include the pace at which new immigration detention centers are being built.
That's right. Trump White House staff believe that Noem
But it's
has
bold
not
to go
been
for
demonic
a wonder
enough.
when you should be producing a settler.
She is not the White House aides, as well as Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, feel as though Kristi Noem has not been expanding detention capacity fast enough to support that deportation.
The Trump White House wants more deportations, but they see Noem as incapable or perhaps incompetent. It's kind of like, well, is the young girl levitating and screaming profanities because she's possessed by the devil or possessed by a demon? Either way, Kristi Noem's days appeared to be numbered, and no political exorcisms from the right or the left are going to cure her and allow Noem to keep her job going.
If you mistreat dogs, that's almost 100% sign that you're going to be a really terrible person. So it's one of the ways, we really sort of test people.
And one person by that standard who failed the test is Trump Cabinet Secretary Kristi Noem. The Secretary of Homeland Security and matron of prairie barbarism bragged in a book about shooting her puppy in cold blood.
South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem defending herself after revealing in her upcoming memoir that she once killed a dog. Noem deeming the 14-month-old pup named Cricket as, quote, untrainable, dangerous, and less than worthless as a hunting dog. Eventually taking the pooch to a gravel pit where she shot and killed it.
She said this puppy ruined the hunt by chasing pheasants and having the time of her life.
Do you think that sharing that anecdote, whether fairly or unfairly, cost you a shot at being his vice president?
You know, I would say that was a story from 20
I think I'm
years
gonna
ago
go with
about me
this
protecting
one.
my children from a vicious
Religious
animal,
idols,
so-
safe
Still, it's
from
a
mines
story
over
that
luxury
Noam
and
chose
bonus
to put in her book
resources.
a year ago. Noam also wrote about trying to train Cricket the dog with an electric shock.
Yeah, she
collar.
also shot a goat.
Vance was asked about someone else who allegedly did that.
Kaya, please just go. Just stop.
What? Why did we get this cut in here?
Like a Son biker, no electrocution of dogs here.
How disgusting is
it's
that? What
very
does that tell you about a
Well,
person?
I think it tells you that they're not that they're bad people.
Yes.
If you can actually cause suffering to an innocent animal, you're probably the kind of person who doesn't worry about suffering in people as well.
Yeah.
On that point, Vance is correct. Noam has overseen the deportation of migrant workers and the oftentimes unlawful and violent warrant-free arrests. But back to Noam and her doomed puppy, Cricket.
And in the way that it's written in the book, it does sound like she basically hated the dog, and so it caused her more problems.
Tell me you shot a pup because it wasn't used to hunting. You know, maybe you're not a good teacher.
Never mind Kristi Noem being a bad teacher, as the Gang on the Five allege, J.D. Vance went even further about people who are cruel to dogs.
You can tell if somebody's really mean to animals. You know, it's like the Jeffrey Dahmer thing.
Yeah.
Like every serial killer ever has actually been really bad to animals. That's sort of how they started. I remember like the Freddy Krueger movies were really big when I was, when I was a kid. Well, how did Freddy Krueger got to start? Like one of the things they show is young Freddy Krueger torturing animals.
Yeah.
I feel like we just sort of instinctively
they?
understand.
And dogs
that if-
know.
Yeah, absolutely they do. If you're not taking care of God's creatures, then you're certainly going
Do-
to be, I think, a
do
pretty
they?
bad person otherwise too.
And you might turn out to be
And
a
like
serial
Freddy's
killer,
dead,
Vance
maybe,
says.
or something?
Did
What?
J.D. Vance really forget
I don't remember
about Kristi
that
Noem
at
while
all.
He was lecturing the masses about
I remember
the
it
moral rot of
showing
people
that
who
he did
mistreat
something
dogs?
different than that.
Was Vance
That's
really
for sure.
unaware that Kristi Noem, a grand dame of the Trump cabinet,
I never
proudly
saw any of the
printed
Freddy
her
movies. You should go
sociopathy
watch
between
the first one
hardcovers
right
last
now.
year. If
It's
Vance
the first
truly
one is
didn't know
outstanding.
Or didn't remember, then Vance's ignorance is matched only by his vanity. If Vance did know about Kristi Noem's past, then Vance's performance is
it's
pure
up there with-
cynicism. A pious sneer
up
for the
there with
cameras
one
while
of my,
pretending the gun smoke wafting off of
one
Noem's
of my
conscience
top, like-
is only fog from the...
Like, I think it's really, 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 really good. And it's also really contained because, like, with a lot of other things... Hey! 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 With a lot of other things, it's like there's too many characters. But, like, there's only 4... like of the like there's side characters, like everyone has a family and shit, but there's 4 main people, I want to say, and then Freddy, so it's like really contained. And like it's like up there with like the first Hellraiser is outstanding. You don't even have to watch the first one, though, because the second one recaps it as well. But, like, those two are just, like, I think just really, really good, like, movies that really take something in the genre that's, like, normally for, like, really, really cheap trash movies and, like, really elevate something with it, you know? Yeah, I mean, even in the original Halloween, there's still only the main girl, at least, so it helps there. But Friday the 13th, there's too many characters, and you don't like any of them. Come on. We don't need to be fighting all the time. But the low amount of characters is also what I like about The Exorcist and Hellraiser. And also, Candyman, another really, really fucking good one, where it's like there's literally one character, really. It's like The Ring, how it's really only about the one girl. There's plenty of other people in the movie, but it's really her story. Hellraiser's like that too. It's really only about the one girl. Promotion. Guess we'll do that one. More open terrain.
Heartland. Either way, Kristi Noem is reportedly infuriated. According to Trump administration officials, Vance's interview has enraged Noem because it reminds the nation about her controversial past. But even if Kristi Noem and J.D. Vance don't like each other, and Vance humiliated Kristi Noem, one thing is certain. J.D. Vance and Kristi Noem deserve each other. Noem is the pistol-packing paragon of cruelty. Vance is the sanctimonious moralist, too stupid or too slippery to notice. Both Trump officials are prime specimens of what you might call the boob-bourgeois, or boobs, morons, who also have power. Noem bragged about killing dogs. Vance keeps proudly killing irony. However, I suppose we should be grateful that J.D. Vance, for once, uttered the truth. People who are cruel to animals are oftentimes people who are cruel to human beings. And in case anybody has forgotten, Kristi Noem's Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents continue terrorizing human beings. Every day, we see video examples of the cruelty that ICE inflicts on migrant workers, defiant American citizens, and anybody else the Trump administration doesn't like. In Virginia recently, ICE agents stopped a woman driving her 16-year-old daughter to school. They asked the mom, Jackie Andrade, for her social security number. Andrade became flustered, and the agents did this. Those were the cries of Andrade's 16-year-old daughter. Andrade and her family members reportedly have no record of violent crimes or charges. But this is America under Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Kristi Noem. Sadly, the reporter for the New York Post did not follow up on Vance's moralizing about dog cruelty and remind Vance about Noem. But that's okay. Deliberately or inadvertently, Vance has reminded all of us about Noem's character. And whether it's shooting dogs or using violence to arrest peaceful human beings, Noem is the symbol of so much that is wrong with America these days. And for a moment, in an interview, even J.D. Vance acknowledged that we're being led by psychopaths.
Autoplane.
Fully discharge the duties
of the office of the mayor of the city of New York.
Of the office of the mayor of the city of New York.
Sworn in by Vermont Senator and fellow Democratic Socialist Bernie Sanders on the steps of City Hall, Zohran Mamdani, the rapper turned Queens Assemblyman, is now mayor of New York City. He's the first Muslim mayor, an immigrant mayor, and at 34 years old, the youngest mayor in generations.
Where else could a Muslim kid like me grow up eating bagels and lox every Sunday?
For a man who barnstormed into office on the back of big promises like free buses, universal childcare, and rent freezes, Mamdani, a generation
How could they?
Corridor, did not plead for patience with those pledges.
The only expectation I seek to reset is that of small expectations. Beginning today, we will govern expansively and audaciously.
Then he explicitly doubled down.
We will deliver universal child care for the many by taxing the wealthiest few. We will freeze the rent. We will make those buses fast and free.
Also sworn in during the ceremony was new comptroller Mark Levine and public advocate Jumaane Williams, who was moved to tears reflecting on what it would be like to pass a message to his younger self.
You were enough. You were always enough.
More broadly speaking, the inauguration was just as much about new leadership as it was about
May the
sending a
forces
message
of
that
evil become
Democratic
confused
socialist
while your
leadership
arrow is on its
might be
way
the
to the
best hope
target.
for Democrats to reach working-class people struggling to get by and who've been turning to President Trump and Republicans in recent years.
I was elected as a
I thought this was a
Democratic
shot
socialist,
an
and I
arrow
will
into the
govern as a
air.
Democratic
Did
socialist.
they change Sean Bean?
Congresswoman Alexandria
That's not the Bean I
Ocasio-Cortez,
remember.
often floated as a potential Democratic presidential nominee in 2028, echoed that broader national implication of Mayor Mamdani.
We have chosen this path because we know that it's the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do, and that if we can make it here, we can make it anywhere.
Why? She said it kind of creepy. We'll look at the full thing with Jack.
I'm Lisa Desjardins. Jeff Bennett and Amna Nawaz are away. On the NewsHour tonight, the warmest clothes they can find. Hope and better futures for foster kids.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
Housing crisis.
A U.S. official tells
Did you see the Jack
NewsHour
Smith
that the CIA
deposition?
has
It's 8 hours
assessed
long.
Ukraine
attract the
was
attention
not
of the
targeting
great
Vladimir
people of the
Putin
world.
in a recent drone
Of
attack.
course, there are other leaders vying for their attention too.
Who told you
The
you
more
could talk,
specialized
lady?
districts we construct.
Shh. Don't talk over Lisa Desjardins.
A claim that Putin made to President Trump and that Trump seemed to accept earlier this week. And this afternoon, a President Trump social media post suggested he agreed with what Europeans argue tonight, that it's Russia that is blocking a peace deal with Ukraine. Nick Schifrin begins with Russia's latest strikes on Ukraine at a tense diplomatic moment.
Russia's New Year's Eve welcome in Ukraine's third largest city. On Moscow's battlefield of choice, civilian infrastructure, where the victims were the vulnerable, the elderly, four-legged family members, and a 7-month-old infant. By day, their homes blackened, the now homeless spent New Year's night displaced. A Christmas tree, the only thing left standing in a ruined apartment.
We've been left out on the street. Any family could find themselves in the same situation. Everyone is equal now. No one knows where the next strike will land.
And today, about 400 miles to the north, Russia's top general threatened more strikes. Valery Gerasimov told troops posted near Ukraine's northeast border that their mission was to seize what he called buffer zones inside 2 Ukrainian provinces, even though the current U.S. peace plan calls for Russia to withdraw entirely from those exact provinces.
The president of the Russian Federation ordered to continue expanding the line of defense next year.
But it's not defense that Russia is playing when it comes to information operations. Moscow released these images today of what it claimed were Ukrainian drones that targeted a Vladimir Putin residence, complete with a map of the drone's alleged route. That Putin home in northwest Russia, exposed by former opposition leader Alexei Navalny's foundation,
We now have the
is
opportunity to appoint a
75,000
governor
square
to our
feet,
civilization.
located on a property
This governor
that
will be a
spans
powerful and productive
370
asset
lakeside
when
acres.
assigned to one of our
And
cities.
according to another Putin
I
critic,
suggest we
home
choose
to
a
Putin's
candidate
secretive
as soon as
family
possible.
with Alina Kabayeva. Putin
Well,
alleged
maybe
the
we'll
attack
look at
on
it
the phone with Trump earlier this week,
on
and
Saturday.
Trump accepted it.
It's a delicate period of time.
Magnus,
this is not the right
need
time.
you.
It's one thing to be offensive.
Our governor
Because
is
they're
now on their
offensive.
way to their
It's another
assigned
thing
city.
to attack his house.
Look back over the
It's not
past.
the right time to do any of that, and can't do it.
But tonight,
Can't
a
do
U.S.
it.
official confirms to PBS NewsHour that the CIA has concluded Ukraine was not targeting Putin's residence. A person familiar with the meeting says CIA Director John Ratcliffe briefed that conclusion to President Trump. And this afternoon, President Trump posted this story with the headline, "Russia is the one standing in the way of peace." Today, European leaders agreed. Top EU diplomat Kaja Kallas wrote it was a, quote, deliberate distraction, and Moscow aims to derail real progress toward peace by Ukraine and its Western partners. Senior European officials told PBS NewsHour today the story was a, quote, false flag and a 100% lie. And a French official said its intelligence concluded the claim had no
Same handful
credible
of clips.
evidence.
Yeah, so
And for
You know, Sam
perspective on all
Cedar will
this, we
probably
turn to
show it or
Angela
something.
Stent. She is the former National
We'll see.
Intelligence Officer for Russia.
We'll see what's
author
going
of
on.
Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest, and a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, a think tank in Washington. Angela Stent, thank you very much. Welcome back to the NewsHour. So let's talk about this new CIA assessment. Of course, the U.S. has sensors that can detect drones. It has relationships with its Ukrainian partners. Talk us through what would go into this assessment just in the last few days.
In addition to bringing
So they would be looking very carefully at the path of the drones. Now, we have to say that the Novgorod region, which is near where Putin's residence is home to a number of defense-related industries, including drone production. So it's quite understandable that the Ukrainians might have wanted to target that, given all the bombardment that they've been experiencing in the past
What do you want?
months. And
Leave the
even
exploring
as
to me,
you
bro.
said yourself
Shut up.
tonight, New Year's Eve.
already
And so
got
that
4
would have been
cities.
the assessment.
He's doing
looking
rather
at
well.
the path of these drones. I watched the Russian footage, and of course, it's really, you know, they show you drones, but it doesn't show you exactly where it's located. So it would have been really being very specific about what the location was and concluding that, yes,
You know what?
there
I
were
want
probably
Magnus.
Ukrainian drones in the area.
I don't want
again,
Magnus in this city.
targeting
There's no
these
trees.
defense-related industries, but certainly not targeting Putin's own residence.
So given that, is it possible
You're gonna
that Vladimir
go here,
Putin, that
Magnus.
Russian intelligence thought or believed that these drones were in fact aimed at him?
Well, I find that
Honk,
rather
honk, honk, honk,
difficult
honk,
to
honk,
believe.
honk.
I think the Russian intelligence services are pretty talented at figuring out where the drones are going. But it's quite possible someone could have misreported it, or they could have conflated various things. So, and they might have told Putin that. That's quite plausible too. I mean, what happens inside the Kremlin is clearly a
time has
black
come
box,
to choose
and
which
so
of
we
our
can only speculate
history
about that.
marches
And
forward.
so therefore, would the U.S. intelligence community conclude to Donald Trump,
Bronze
to the
is the
president,
mirror
that Putin
of the
was
fall.
lying to him on the phone? Or could the assessment be that, hey, Russia might have thought that these drones were heading there, so he wasn't specifically lying to you, Mr. President?
It could have been either of those things, I think, depending on who was talking to him. But the very fact that he has now posted on social media that, you know, Russia is the obstacle here, he's reversed what he said when he first spoke to President Putin, and Putin told him that they had targeted, that they tried to assassinate him, which is what he told him. I think he now understands that this wasn't true, and he is now beginning to understand perhaps that Vladimir Putin really doesn't want to sign any peace agreement with Ukraine, and that the reason he told President Trump that the Ukrainians had tried to assassinate him was to try and persuade President Trump that Russia had every right to keep hitting Ukraine.
So let's talk about that reversal, as you just called it. We did hear President Trump basically accept Putin's story. Now, as you said, posting this story that the New York Post did about how Putin is blocking peace efforts. Let's talk about the intelligence community for 1 second. How significant is it that President Trump, who has doubted the IC in public in the past, seemed to accept CIA Director Ratcliffe's assessment that, yes, boss, look, it's not what you thought, it's not what Putin told you, but it's actually this?
It must have been pretty convincing evidence. And I think, you know, fortunately, he clearly trusts the wisdom of his CIA director and his judgment. And there must have been enough people around him to
There is
convince
nothing
him
over here.
that he should accept
Just as I
what
suspected.
Director Ratcliffe said.
So, given all this, what do you think would be the impact on the talks, given that President Trump is now effectively rejecting the story that, as you've been saying, Putin inserted into the narrative in order
Once
to kind of
again, we
break
have
up
the
the talks,
opportunity.
or break up the momentum?
We are now ready to choose where to build
So
our
now
government buildings.
it will be up to President
We may
Trump, I
only
think, to
zone one
discuss
of these
this with his chief negotiators currently, which is Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who've been talking to Putin. We're just
The man
recently
who has
there.
grit enough to
And
it
so
is
that they
equally
might pull
important.
back, I think, from trying to still persuade the Ukrainians that they should be willing to make what they call a land swap. They had President Zelensky with them in Mar-a-Lago in Florida this weekend, and apparently did agree on a peace plan which would not have involved Ukraine doing that. But from what we've heard previously, certainly from Mr. Witkoff, he has believed that the only way that you'll get to peace, and really the only obstacle, is if Ukraine gives up territory to Russia that Russia doesn't control. That's not true. Putin is after much more than territory. And so maybe there now has to be, I think, an agreement, a consensus between the president and his chief negotiators, and also Secretary of State Rubio, that in fact Russia is the obstacle to peace, and that Putin has just been playing them along because he does not want the Trump administration to impose more sanctions on Russia or reverse itself on supplying Ukraine with certain weapons, which would enable the Ukrainians to push back against the Russians more effectively.
And very briefly, because I only have about 40 seconds left, you just mentioned weapons. The U.S. has restrained some weapons to Ukraine. What's been the impact for Ukraine's ability to have leverage both on the front lines, but crucially at the negotiating table?
This has reduced Ukraine's own leverage. President Zelensky has spent much of 2025, in essence, negotiating with President Trump to make sure that the U.S. doesn't fully withdraw its support from Ukraine. And so were Ukraine to be able to obtain some of these weapons, that would certainly increase President Zelensky's leverage.
Angela Stent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some call it the Doomsday Glacier, a vast expanse of Antarctic ice roughly the size of Florida.
A
Formerly
volcano
named
just
the
exploded
Thwaites
on my
Glacier,
guy.
As temperatures rise connected to human activities, it's melting fast and threatens to raise global sea levels. That's why a team of nearly 40 researchers is embarking on a 2-month journey to study it. And of course, our science correspondent, Miles O'Brien, is with the expedition. He joins us now from an icebreaker in the Southern Ocean, on his way to one of the most remote locations on the planet. Miles, let me just start with, where are you and how close are you to this glacier?
60 degrees latitude, Lisa, about 160 west of longitude, right in the middle of the Southern Ocean. And normally this would be a wild ride, but we've had a very benign cruise so far, having left New Zealand a little less than a week ago, chugging along at about 10 or 11 knots, making our way down to West Antarctica and the Thwaites Glacier. And the fact that I can have a communication at all with you like this is a modern marvel of technology. The fact that we have satellite-based internet systems that give us this kind of bandwidth, which we will have with us for the entirety of this scientific expedition.
That's fucking crazy.
To report on an urgent scientific mission in real time, and that was something I couldn't resist.
Well, we're happy to have you on, but I want to ask you, this is not the first voyage, of course, to Antarctica
we can use
for scientific
to gain
purpose.
favor
What's
with
different
the
about
city-state?
this one?
Yeah, I know how to do it.
I practice
Well,
militant
this
mysticism.
glacier is what's different. The Thwaites Glacier, as you pointed out, has a tremendous capacity to potentially raise sea levels all over the globe by about 10 feet if it melts and collapses and the ice behind it flows into the sea. It is unique because it is unstable on a good day. It sits below sea level, and as it happens where the glacier meets the ocean, climate change has changed the ocean currents such that warm water is lapping right up against it. And what is happening right now is it's being eaten away from beneath. And as that happens, it accelerates because it's going downhill below sea level. So what scientists want to know is, what's the temperature of that water? How quickly is that melt occurring? And could it be accelerating in ways they can't predict right now? No one has ever gotten data from this part of the world ever.
Well, that's an astounding thing. I think the question maybe on a lot of people's minds, though, is I know you're trying to pinpoint a little bit more about how long this glacier can go, what exactly its situation is right now, but what are the parameters here? You know, it obviously would take a long time for this entire glacier to sink into the sea, but it doesn't have to raise the ocean level 10 feet to have an impact around the globe. What are we talking about generally?
Well, that's true, and that's the big question mark. If you don't know what's happening beneath that glacier, you really can't make a prediction or forecast as to what lies ahead. So scientists would like to drill a hot water drill hole right at that spot where the glacier meets the land and the sea. They call it the grounding line. They want to drop down several instruments to get some instantaneous data. And then they want to leave behind a mooring that will be attached to a device that can offer real-time constant data of the temperatures at that location over time. That will give them the insights as to how worried we should be about thwaites. The thought is, if it's not an accelerating process, this is not something we have to worry about for quite some time. But what if it does begin a cascade of acceleration? That's a big question and quite a troubling one, which scientists hope to answer.
This for you is a lifelong goal, and you are keeping people abreast of what happens through entries, journal entries. You'll be talking to us. But I wonder, what in particular are you curious about when you get there?
Well, I'm curious to see science in this very rigorous, difficult environment. This is a 2-month voyage that comes down to just a day or so of key science when you consider that drill site. All these scientists work so hard and so long with a very narrow window of opportunity to do their work. So for them, it is the ultimate game day, kind of the Super Bowl. And for me, as a reporter covering science and climate, I'm thinking of it as kind of a journalistic Super Bowl. And I've even got the right, NFL-style headset to cover it. So I'm very excited to be there. I'm very excited to see science that has urgency and great relevance, not to just a few people, but literally the whole planet.
And all I ask...
The ever-intrepid Miles O'Brien, thank you, and we will keep in close touch.
You're welcome, Lisa. Look forward to it.
Today in Cambodia's capital, soldiers arrived to a hero's welcome after they were released from 5 months of captivity by neighboring Thailand. There's a tenuous ceasefire between those two countries. It is one of 8 conflicts that President Trump has claimed to have solved since he began his second term. Those range from tensions tackled in his first term to ongoing diplomatic disputes to wars where he has personally helped negotiate ceasefires. One of those is between Azerbaijan and Armenia, bitter rivals since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Their leaders met the president in the Oval Office this summer. Special correspondent Simon Ostrovsky and producer Katya Patin traveled to the Armenian border with Iran to assess whether that agreement could lead to peace facilitated by a corridor named after President Trump himself.
A picturesque river valley cuts through the Caucasus Mountains. On one side, the Islamic Republic of Iran. On the other, Armenia, a country that was recently defeated in a war with Azerbaijan.
Writing is easy.
An
All
uneasy
you have to
peace
do
has held
is
since
cross
an
out the wrong
agreement was
words.
signed in Washington in August, backed by Trump. But the deal's survival depends on Azerbaijan gaining access to this strip of Armenian territory along Iran's border. That's because these Armenian lands separate Azerbaijan from its exclave of Nakhchivan, currently reachable only by air or overland through Iran. Enter the Trump route for international peace and prosperity, known as TRIP, a proposal to turn this high-security border zone into a transit
I mean, there should have
corridor
always
for
been a
rail and
road
road traffic
connecting the
linking
exclave.
Azerbaijan to Nakhchivan.
This railway line has been abandoned since the outbreak of war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and the agreement reached between the two countries with the help of the Trump administration could dramatically alter the geopolitical map of this strategic region. But there are still a lot of hurdles to get over before the White House's vision of peace becomes a reality on the ground here in Armenia on the border with Iran.
As with many Trump foreign policy initiatives, this deal isn't just about transport or cessation of hostilities. It envisions a raft of commercial opportunities, including a U.S.-Armenian joint venture that will operate the Trump route on a for-profit basis, an AI data center powered by NVIDIA chips and Dell servers, cooperation on nuclear energy, and in Azerbaijan, ExxonMobil plans to explore for gas. But there are complexities to overcome. The region's terrain presents significant engineering challenges, and the proposed corridor would operate right under the nose of Iran, which the Trump administration bombed recently. On top of that, Armenia outsources its border security to Russia under a mutual defense treaty, something we found out the hard way when a Russian patrol stopped to check our paperwork.
What's your
Russian
agency
troll?
called again?
PBS.
It's American, correct? At this time, I am issuing a warning.
Your warning has been received. We just got stopped by a Russian FSB border patrol. They actually man this border on behalf of Armenia. And they let us off with a warning, said that we shouldn't be filming so close to the border, but they were really interested in what we were doing here. The Trump route for international peace and prosperity is supposed to be manned by American contractors to manage this route. Are they going to have to contend with the Russian border guards here as well?
Yes.
And how's that going to work?
Russia will
think
fuck with them.
That hasn't been figured out yet, and it's just one of the challenges.
That's what Russia does.
That this peace plan still faces. This American proposal is just the latest in a series of developments that have marginalized Russian influence in the South
War broke
Caucasus.
out, huh?
Russian peacekeepers were swept aside when Azerbaijan took control of the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh enclave in 2023. Stretched thin by its war in
delegation now?
Ukraine, Moscow didn't intervene.
You want a
A
delegation
decision
now?
that led to the exodus of Karabakh's
yourselves.
Armenian population. Russia's role inside Armenia appears now to be at risk too, as polls show public sentiment towards Moscow plummeting. This Armenian resident of the border area told me he felt betrayed and wanted Russian troops out under any future settlement.
They're traitors, not allies.
TRIP is about much more than a regional transport link. It's the critical missing segment in a proposed European corridor known as the Middle Passage, which would open Western trade routes to Central Asia, a region rich in rare earth minerals and other resources. A direct connection through NATO ally Turkey would allow the 5 landlocked Central Asian states to avoid routes through Russia, China, or Iran. Officials from both Armenia and Azerbaijan seem eager to play up the commercial potential for America. Here's Hikmet Hajiev, assistant to the president of Azerbaijan.
But United States companies and United States private sector will also get a tremendous opportunity and using this route entering Central Asian market and including the rare earth material and some other business activities. That's a win-win situation for everybody, including the United States companies.
Armenia's Deputy Foreign Minister Vahan Kostinyan argues that a U.S. pledge of $145 million in financial support, which includes funding for TRIP and for enhancing Armenia's border capacities, is part of what will help make any peace more durable.
There is an agreement between Armenian and US government that we will be establishing a joint company together, which will have a right to develop the infrastructure.
Money.
It has
Money.
huge potential for regional but also global logistic chains.
What's clear is that a lot of the details still have to be worked out. But peace, if it sticks, would benefit Azerbaijan and Armenia and the wider region. There is one big loser, of course, and that's Russia. As America's footprint increases in the South Caucasus, Russia's will decrease. And it seems like Moscow is already on the back foot.
According to the agreement that Armenia and Russia signed back in the 90s, simultaneously when Armenian border guards will increase their capacities, a number of Russian border keepers should be decreased. And we already have these examples.
I'm just still a little bit confused about what's going to happen to the Russians. They're staying or not staying?
We are on or off?
Relations with Russia are obviously a sensitive topic.
Politics is the art of the
Yerevan
possible.
doesn't want to anger its longtime ally prematurely. But since the signing of the agreement in Washington, the Trump administration has achieved something Russia never could, an end to the skirmishes that plagued the Armenian-Azerbaijani border until last summer.
I will divide the regional history in 2 parts until the 8th of August and after the 8th of August. A lot of things have tremendously changed in the region of the South Caucasus. Since the independence of Armenia and Azerbaijan, these 2 countries were literally in war, but now we have real peace on the ground.
Time will tell if TRIP ever gets built or if a final peace settlement ending the war is ever signed. But for now, it appears the U.S. is seizing an opportunity to reshape a region long dominated by Moscow. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Simon Ostrovsky in Magri, Armenia.
On this New Year's Eve, we're looking back at this unprecedented political year that saw a flood
Year of
claims
lies.
and misinformation. For the past
Fuck
15
off.
years, the fact checkers at the nonprofit
I'll
PolitiFact
decide
have
when you
sorted
get
through
horses.
hundreds of statements by politicians to name the #1 lie of the year. But this year, the editors have done something a little different, instead dubbing 2025 the year of the lies. I recently explored this decision with PolitiFact editor-in-chief Katie Sanders, and a warning: this conversation contains images of starvation that some viewers may find disturbing.
Uh-oh.
Katie, let's start with that change. Why is this the year of the lies?
Well, we've been doing this for a long time, and the volume and severity of the inaccurate claims was just overwhelming, and we felt that it was insufficient to name just one our lie of the year. So we wanted to catch people's attention and take stock of the times we're in. And so we thought renaming it and giving it a different purpose might do that.
As you're implying, there were almost too many lies for you to talk about just one. Many of them revolved
Grace,
around President
we
Trump
have
and his
obtained great
administration.
Each
of us is
Everything from
carving a
words
step.
about tariffs to the Venezuelan boat strikes. But we're going to try and focus on a couple here, starting with health misinformation. President Trump and his Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., talked about vaccine safety at some point. They also had a news conference in September in which they said that pregnant women should not use Tylenol. To this day, the White House website says it's a, quote, fact that Tylenol is linked to autism. What are the facts?
It's not. This is another example of the administration running with associations and unproven research that has not been corroborated elsewhere. And what we've spoken to numerous health groups and medical professionals and experts since that September news conference who have stuck to what the research conclusions are, which is that this is one of the few over-the-counter medications that are available to pregnant women to manage pain during pregnancy. This one really stuck out in a year of countless statements about health and health policy that were not rooted in fact and created a lot of confusion, frustration among providers and patients on the ground.
On to
Wait,
immigration.
did it get a great
This has
profit?
been a big part of this Trump administration. Deportations. The Trump administration has said that they are focused on the worst of the worst. Does that claim hold up?
I think that when you look at the data, it is pretty clear that that impression is not reflected. They are arresting violent criminals, but the majority of people
Or did all
who
the
are
profits
being
get
detained and
chosen?
then deported are people who are in the country illegally but
So I
did
can't
not
get a
commit
great
criminal
profit anymore.
activities. I think almost 73% of people who have been detained did not have criminal convictions. So it's clear that the Trump campaign and the Trump
No, 'cause they
administration
come every
has
era,
been
don't they?
framing it one way.
So the
but
one
when you
for
look
this
at
era
the
was just claimed
statistics and
already.
you
Somebody built
read
Stonehenge
countless
is what it was,
anecdotes and
probably.
videos of people who are being affected
Or
by
something.
this policy, it's clear that this is not true. Most people who are being affected are not what they had described as violent criminals,
Oh.
shorthanded as the worst of the worst.
You also allowed readers to vote for
There
what
you
they
go.
saw as the #1
Okay.
lie of the year, and they chose some words by
I mean,
Israeli
that's
Prime
fine.
Minister Benjamin
I don't
Netanyahu
necessarily
from
need
July,
their religion.
in which he said at that time that there was no starvation in Gaza. What's the context for that?
And with the,
The
size
context
of the
was,
game, I'm
over the summer,
not surprised.
there were a lot of visuals coming out
We
of
need a
Gaza
pasture.
showing, people who were
Thank you.
emaciated. And this wasn't just visual evidence, but there were human rights organizations and other influential groups that were documenting starvation in that part of the world as a result of the Israeli actions.
You
and
cunts.
so that got a pants on fire rating from us because it's not only wrong, it was ridiculous. It was
What a fucking
contrary
barbarian
to
spawn.
all available evidence.
Now, you are aware that there is a conversation coming from President Trump about whether there is media bias against him. He says that there is. And most of your claims here that you've looked at or that you say are lies or falsehoods are from the Trump administration and others in power. How do you gut check yourself to make sure that you're not biased or you're not being fed a narrative that you're following?
We check ourselves a few ways. We check both sides of the political debate. There were examples of Democratic officials, Hakeem Jeffries, Governor J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, who were on our Reader's Choice ballot for saying some things that were clearly false. So we call it both ways. And I would just say, as the editor of PolitiFact, we receive a number of pitches from what the Trump administration is saying on a daily basis, and we're very selective in what we choose to pursue. We can't get to everything. And so I think there is a serious volume difference coming from the White House and other places, but we've been covering President Trump as a candidate or an official for a decade, and so that's not very different from our experience.
Thinking about this idea of the year of the lie, what are the stakes about facts in this country right now?
The stakes are high for facts and the erosion of information integrity. And one of the points I made in my opening column was that, yes, we're spotlighting several statements from the Trump administration, but the lows of the year for political rhetoric and influential speech are not the White House's alone. We're contending with a really fraught online information environment where AI slop is abundant, misleading, out of context narratives abound, and you just can't believe what you see. And we worry that people are too numb to the drumbeat of misinformation. They've tuned it out. And that is very dangerous, frankly, for us to be in. And so I hope that our Year of the Lies catches people's attention and reminds them why it's important to improve media literacy and pause before taking everything at face value.
And this is why we're so happy that you're talking to us and why we will clearly pay attention to your work next year as well. Katie Sanders of PolitiFact, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tonight, we're also highlighting our annual review of some of the year's biggest images, stories through photography. We hear from 4 photojournalists. Among them, they documented life on the front lines in Ukraine, major changes in immigration enforcement in the U.S., the historic election of a new pope, and more. It's part of our ongoing series on arts and culture.
Boy, he's not going to like this city I'm about to found.
My name is Mario Tama, and I'm a staff photographer with Getty Images.
My name is Evgeny Molodetka. I'm a Ukrainian photojournalist. I'm working currently for the Associated Press as a chief photographer here in Kiev.
I'm Yara Nardi. I'm a staff photographer for Reuters, and I'm based in Rome.
My name is Victor Blue. I'm a freelance photojournalist, and I'm based in New York City.
The morning of January 7th started out ominously. I was awoken at 3 a.m. by the sound of the Santa Ana winds, and the Pacific Palisades fire broke out later that morning. By that evening, I was covering the Eaton fire in Pasadena and Altadena. I never imagined that I'd be covering 2 major fires simultaneously on the same day, burning through communities here in Los Angeles. As photojournalists, our role is to act as the eyes of the public. I think of my job as to be there on the ground, documenting what I find, what I see, but not just the flames, not just the destruction. I believe it's our duty to try to capture the human toll, the human element.
It's been an intense and historic year for our country's relationship to its immigration and to immigrants and the immigrants that make up our country. And it's been gratifying to have been able to spend a lot of time covering that. And the big change is the hyper-aggressive focus on capturing and removing folks with various levels of status. And there was like a flattening of folks in either you lived here or you didn't, you belong or you don't. And the aggressive enforcement of that perspective, I think, surprised a lot of the country, and I think definitely is a historic shift for our society.
2024 was the beginning of the war of the drones, of massive use. But this year, it's increased in 3 or 4 times higher, the using of drones. Both sides, Ukrainians and Russians, use different type of these drones to target each other. It's really hard nowadays to photograph what's going on at the battlefield. and to show
Because their friendship can't expire.
The dangers
No hour
of
of
the
life is
security
wasted.
situation because of the
Okay.
drones. I'm constantly coming back and forth for the rehabilitation stories because I know that many of our soldiers who return from the battlefield with wounds and they are trying to live a normal life. This is so important for me as a Ukrainian to tell as much stories as possible about all Ukrainians, about and what is happening with Ukraine nowadays, and how we live under the rockets, under these drones, trying to live a normal life. And this is our reality.
Covering the Pope death and the conclave and then the election of the new Pope is one of the most important stories that I ever covered. Even if you are secular, it's something big, it's something that touches all over the world. There's one shot that I really love that I took from the top of St. Peter's Basilica. You can see millions of people in a totally silence. And this was one of
crazy.
the deepest moments that I ever live in my life. Just the silence. I remember the silence. When Pope Leo was elected and he came out from the balcony, I was really surprised because I spent the last months thinking about who would be the next Pope, and I never thought about him, to be honest. I can see people really welcoming to him. They really want to know him, touch him, especially touch him. Most of the time, my pictures are about hands touching other hands, Pope hands. I love this side of the story.
I remember the morning that the National
It's gonna be a
Guard
shitload of
troops
farms around
arrived
this
in,
place.
in LA, and although that day started
Get ready to
peacefully,
get farmed.
eventually turned into chaos, and you're trying to just maintain constant situational awareness. It's a little bit hard to describe, but you're kind of running on instinct.
May I suggest that we
and on
construct a
feel.
government building
I'd
to
heard
memorialize and
of
strengthen.
a major federal immigration raid happening at a cannabis farm out in rural Ventura County. This was like a large scale, almost like military style raid. And so members of the community showed up and were protesting out in this rural farmland. It was a striking contrast between federal agents in gas masks and helmets with less lethal munitions standing in this pastoral farmland with protesters on the other side. And it was just something I never imagined that I would witness.
The agents and the migrants are the two great protagonists in this drama. As photojournalists, we're standing back, kind of trying to understand both of those kind of categories of people, trying to communicate faithfully and accurately the experience they're having as they interact in this way. I'm not there to celebrate one side of this debate, and I'm not there to demonize the other side of the debate. I'm there to help readers understand how complex and how three-dimensional and how nuanced everybody involved is. I'm not trying to make the decision for anybody what they think or feel about any of these issues.
Sucks to
Kate
suck.
Lee Davis is a social worker in Elgin, Oklahoma.
Little city
who drives
state.
close to 9 hours round trip in the flatlands to meet face to face with foster children under her care. This is due in part to a chronic shortage of foster families, especially in rural areas. Long-distance placements are stretching a child welfare system that aims to help youth navigate sudden loss of homes, schools, friends, pets. Davis shares her brief but spectacular take on building
Sometimes the
hope for
wheel
better
turns
futures.
slowly.
Foster parents are one of the most important roles of child welfare. If we don't have placement for these kids, they are in the office, they go to shelters, they go into group homes. So we really
Wow,
have to
I
have
took
foster
this
parents
last
that are willing
time
to step
expecting
up
to get
and
a
take these
religion.
kids that are dealing
What
with
a
trauma
waste.
and just need somebody
If I
to love
took
on
this,
I work with
Motherfucker.
Oklahoma Human Services and Child Welfare, and I am a permanency planning specialist. The range for the kids we work with are newborn to 18 years old. They are dealing with a trauma. They really need somebody that is going to just stick with them and get through the hard times. We are coming in on the hardest day in their lives, so I don't want them to feel like they're just another case and client for me. I want them to know that I'm a support for them and I'm willing to help them in any way possible. The questions that I get on the first visit really depend on the age. It's, am I gonna see my mom and dad? Am I gonna see my sibling? When am I going to have a visitation? How long is this gonna take? Am I ever going home to mom or dad? We're a stranger to them. We're coming in at a point to where they don't understand what's going on, why they were taken from their parents. Leaving their family is a big one, absolutely, but it's also leaving their church, their friends, their other family members. Sometimes they have dogs and cats that they're really close to. It's a whole new identity going to a new foster placement. On hard days, I always go back to think about my family and think about what kind of worker would I want them to have if I was in that situation. Just because, I mean, this could happen to anybody. Foster parents are one of the most important roles of child welfare. It is a lot of work to be a foster parent, but the reward outweighs that. My name is Caitlin Davis, and this is my brief but spectacular take on helping
Yeah,
kiddos.
we got him.
You can find additional brief but spectacular episodes at pbs.org/newshour/brief. American pianist and composer Chloe Flower is on a mission to get young people into classical music. She's doing it by collaborating with rap, house, and pop stars and creating her own genre of music, a style
I'd rather
she's
have this
coined
guy, so if I
popsicle.
pass, I'll get him.
While Flower may be the new face of classic music with a
Fuck
contemporary
this.
take, her new Christmas album honors the female composers who came before her. Independent television news correspondent Amelia Genet has this story.
A world-renowned pianist and composer who collaborates with house, rap and pop artists. A musical activist on a mission to draw young people into classical music. Chloe Flower has created not just her own label, but her own genre of the same name.
I do hip-hop, but I'm not a hip-hop pianist. I do house, but I'm not a house pianist. So for me, explaining to labels and to people what my sound is, I just thought it was easier to say popular music and classical music mixed together, popsicle.
Popsicle.
She began playing piano over tracks for social media, and after Cardi B spotted her version of Kendrick Lamar's Humble, she made Chloe the centerpiece of her Grammy set.
I don't know if you know money. This is it. There's nothing else in the whole entire song, not a pad, not like a chord, not a choir, there's nothing else. And so I was like, I'll do it if I can write, you know, a few solos and just have a moment. She taught me that women can empower women, even at the highest level in the music industry. During the rehearsal, she actually said to the team, I want Chloe to have her moment in music. And she gave me the center stage. She brought my piano, the Liberace piano from Vegas. She paid probably $20,000 to have that restored and sent over. It's, for me, all about classical music. I'm like, bring more people into classical music because it's such a timeless art form. It's so valuable, like I said. In order for us to get kids to want to learn an instrument, and adults, they have to be excited about it. So when you start combining and working with these artists that these kids revere as cool, I think it can help change that narrative.
What is this? Emergency declared.
Her latest Christmas album, called She Composed the Holidays, revives music entirely written
Send
by women
delegations
from
next.
as early as the 9th century.
Kassiani, from what is now modern-day Istanbul, Turkey. She was a stunning, amazing woman,
You want a
and
delegation
she
yet?
was supposed to marry the emperor.
You want a
And
delegation?
she decided that she was too outspoken for that, so she started her own convent. and you know, started composing. And she's actually the earliest known composer whose work still exists. Florence Price, she's from late 1800s, early 1900s, and she's an American composer of color. So, you know, not only did she suffer from misogyny, but she also had to deal with, you know, the Jim Crow South in America during that time. And I think she's just so inspirational because she really
This is a fucking
overcame
awesome story.
so much. One of the most amazing things I think about her career
Shut
is
up,
that
Sean Bean.
her work went completely undiscovered, even though she's from, you know, the early 1900s. They discovered a huge amount of her work when they were doing a house renovation, when a tree had collapsed onto an attic, and this family was like, what is all this musical notation here? And they realized it was Florence Price, who had already been successful during her time, and this was discovered in 2009.
There's an amazing fact that I've heard you speak about, that 5% of orchestral music played right now is written by women, even though there is lots more of it out there. Did that sort of tie into why you wanted to make this?
Absolutely. You know, I think that number is high for the holidays. It's noticeably absent in the concert halls. You know, we've heard like 5,000 versions of Sleigh Ride and Handel's Messiah and Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker. But there's so much music out there that was written by women that is seasonal, that exists. So I wanted to kind of make that the new norm.
Friendship expired. Do you still want to be friends? Okay, hang on.
And that's the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Lisa Desjardins. Thank you for joining us, and on behalf of our entire NewsHour family, Happy New Year.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by friends of the NewsHour, including Jim and Nancy Bildner, and the Robert and Virginia Schiller Foundation.
Named Justice Mission 2025. Now, allegedly, these are the most extensive exercises to date involving live fire components and simulations of encircling and blockading the island, which is, as most people are aware, probably a main goal of China to do eventually. There's a lot of folks that speculate that somewhere between, you know, this year and 2027, they believe that there is a high % chance that China is going to attempt to not only blockade Taiwan, but then take over the island. That's what a lot of military analysts and a lot of geopolitical analysts believe is something that is a very high possibility and probability. But again, none of this stuff is guaranteed. In any case, these exercises began on the 29th of December of 2025, and they were a joint venture between the People's Liberation Army Navy, the People's Liberation Army Air Force, the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, and the People's Liberation Army Coast Guard. Some of the big activities that they were conducting during this was live fire rocket and artillery launches into designated zones north and south of Taiwan, simulated blockades of major ports like Keelung, which is in the north, and Kaohsiung, which is in the south, anti-submarine drills, precision strikes on maritime and aerial targets, and patrols to demonstrate anti-access and aerial denial capabilities. In addition to all that, they deployed a lot of warships, fighter jets, bombers, drones.
I'm definitely not
and
going for
long-range
early
rockets.
faith
There
ever
were
again.
maps that were released
Didn't
by
even get a
Chinese
great
authorities
profit.
that showed 7 exercise zones that were expanded from initial announcements of 5, and some of them were closer to Taiwan's coast than in previous drills, with minimum distances as low as 4.7 to 8.7 nautical miles in certain areas. Now, the live fire phases took place on December 30th and lasted about 10 hours from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. local time. Taiwan's Ministry of Defense reported detecting high activity, including up to 130 PLA aircraft, many crossing the Taiwan Strait median line, dozens of naval vessels and Coast Guard ships, some entering Taiwan's contiguous zone within 24 nautical miles. So part of Justice Mission 2025, which was these large-scale exercises that the Chinese military was conducting, the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command and affiliated media accounts released a bunch of propaganda videos featuring aerial footage of Taipei 101, which is Taiwan's iconic skyscraper and the island's tallest building. They released a short 13-second monochrome clip from a PLA reconnaissance drone showing a bird's eye view of the Taipei 101 with clearly visible surrounding structures like the Taipei Dome, things like that. They even put music in there, a music titled "So Near, So Beautiful, Anytime to Taipei." Now, the drone was widely identified as a Tango Bravo 001 twin-tailed Scorpion, which is a long-endurance reconnaissance strike unmanned aerial vehicle capable of high-altitude operations. And analysts estimate that the footage was captured from approximately 130 to 135 kilometers away west of the Taiwan Strait median line, which would demonstrate long-range optics, but not overflying Taipei airspace directly. Now, obviously, this is just a psychological operation from China's military to continue producing, propaganda footage to show them, hey, look, we can see your tallest building from where we're traveling around at. In addition to that, they released a whole bunch of other propaganda footage as well, showing simulating what it would look like to have a land invasion of Taiwan, showcasing there's probably some AI footage mixed in there of robot dogs being used, robot soldiers, AI robot soldiers running around with rifles and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of wild things. Plus, they also demonstrated this thing that's supposed to be like a drone mothership that deploys hundreds of drones out of the side of it, which you've probably seen footage of at some point or another. In any case, Taiwan responded with some heightened alerts, rapid response exercises, radio warnings to People's Liberation Army vessels, and deployment of its own forces, including F-16 Victor jets, Mirage 2000s, and HIMARS systems, showcased in a lot of their own propaganda videos, which they've put out quite a few of recently. Specifically, the Taiwan Ministry of Defense has put out a whole bunch of counter propaganda videos to show, hey, look, we have a strong military too. We're just as capable of defending this island, or this island is China is in attacking it, and part of that is called Firm Defend. And you can see they released an image that was an overlay of the PLA's blockade plan, and it says Firm Defend, Sovereignty, Democracy, Freedom. Anyway, China's Eastern Theater Command describes the exercise as a, quote, stern warning against Taiwan independence separatist forces and external interference. And some of the primary triggers for this are going to be the U.S. announcement of a record $11.1 billion arms package to Taiwan, including HIMARS rocket systems, ATACMS missiles that are capable of reaching mainland China, which were approved, this past month. In addition to that, statements from the Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi suggest that Japan might also intervene in a Taiwan contingency, which obviously pissed China off because they're mind your own business. This isn't your fight, So this is supposed to be the 6th major People's Liberation Army exercise targeting Taiwan since 2022, following Nancy Pelosi's visit back then. But a lot of analysts note that it's much larger in scope, with the explicit focus on blockading ports and deterring intervention from allies like the United States and Japan. Now, as a result of this, there's been hundreds of flights delayed or canceled from the Taiwanese mainland, with over 100,000 passengers affected. There's been maritime routes that have been rerouted, fishing vessels, any other type of boating vessels. It's been a big disruption for any type of civilian traffic. Obviously, Taiwan condemned the drills as, quote, military intimidation, which destroys regional peace, even though a lot of residents of Taiwan have dismissed it as routine coercion because they've just been known to do this before. So President Trump just kind of downplayed some of the concerns for Taiwan, saying that he has, quote, a great relationship with Xi Jinping and is not worried. A lot of the international perspectives of other countries view this as tensions escalating, but there's been no immediate actual escalation reported as far as like nothing super crazy happened other than China just conducting these drills. And when I mean like nothing significant happened outside of drills, what I mean is there's been no shots fired at Taiwanese vessels. There's been no shots fired from Taiwanese vessels to Chinese vessels. And the exercises appear to be set to conclude on the 30th of December without any further extensions announced this time. Now, the People's Liberation Army Eastern Theater Command officially described the drills on focusing on joint operations to test sea and air combat readiness, seize comprehensive battlefield superiority, and blockade key ports and areas, as well as conducting all-dimensional deterrence outside of the island chain. Some of the key components of this were they were going to be simulating sealing off major ports, cutting sea lanes, establishing dominance of Taiwan in order to prevent potential intervention from allies. On December 30th, these involved 10 hours of rocket/artillery firing into maritime targets north and south of the island. There's deployment of Army, Navy, destroyers, frigates, Air Force fighters, bombers like the J-16, rocket forces shooting long-range rockets and missiles, drones, Coast Guards, vessels. And then in addition to that, there's a bunch of deterrence signaling, including anti-access and aerial denial capabilities to block external forces, with a bunch of propaganda getting pushed out showing blockades, precision strikes, and all kinds of things like that. Now, the People's Liberation Army released a bunch of live fire actions, including warships and ground forces launching multiple launch rockets. There's a ton of video footage, propaganda footage put out there. Now, Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense and Presidential Office strongly condemned the drills as unilateral provocation, military intimidation, and actions that destroy regional peace, labeling China the, quote, biggest destroyer of peace in the Taiwan Strait. Some of the measures they took as a response to this was, they established an emergency response center, detecting up to 130 People's Liberation Army aircraft, many of them crossing the median line, dozens of warships, Coast Guard vessels entering the contiguous zone. They also deployed air, naval, and Coast Guard forces, issued radio warnings to approaching People's Liberation Army vessels, and conducted drills to rehearse repelling incursions. They also released their own imagery and videos of their own assets in action as counter-propaganda videos to emphasize their readiness that their troops and their, population have. Now, in addition to these drills happening, there was footage released of Dongfeng intercontinental ballistic missile launchers being transported throughout China, specifically in late December, around 29 December, 30 December. And there was a bunch of images and videos circulating on social media, defense news sites showing what appeared to be mobile transporter erector launchers for China's Dongfeng series intercontinental ballistic missiles, disguised as large mobile cranes branded with Zoomlion markings. Now, Zoomlion is a major Chinese construction machinery manufacturer that's based in the Hunan province, known for producing heavy cranes and equipment and stuff like that. And a lot of these sightings occurred on public highways in China, with dash cam footage and photos capturing convoys of these vehicles in motion down the highway, which means that obviously Chinese citizens were the ones that captured this footage. So I wonder if anybody's going to find out who filmed them, because obviously it wasn't a government official. If it was, it'd be kind of weird, you know. But the disguises basically were like yellow paint schemes, which are common for construction equipment globally, even though Zoomlion cranes are typically green. The crane light superstructures, counterweights, cabs, booms, and even hooks to enhance the deception. There's also removable coverings that mimic Zoomlion's all-terrain crane models that were essentially made to look like covers for those cranes. A lot of analysts suggest that the primary missile involved is likely the DF-41, which is China's most advanced road mobile solid fuel intercontinental ballistic missile, and has a range of up to 15,000 kilometers and can carry multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, also known as MIRVs, with up to 10 to 12 warheads. So anyway, a lot of people were talking about that. This was happening like coincidentally during the same time that they were conducting all of their military exercises
we're all
so it made a lot of
friends.
people paranoid, as you can imagine. Now, the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force operates these systems as part of China's nuclear deterrent strategy, and they emphasize on deception, dispersion, and rapid deployment of these things in order to evade satellite surveillance, AI-based detection, and potential preemptive strikes, which is why they probably move them around pretty frequently. Now, disguising these mobile transporter erector launchers as civilian vehicles allows them to blend into highway traffic, industrial areas, or construction sites, which makes it difficult to detect them with satellite imagery or any other intelligence gathering apparatuses that any type of modern day military has at their disposal. For example, in earlier 2025, there were sightings of Dongfeng 41 launchers that were camouflaged for forested terrain, basically like with coverings that look like logs, things like that. There's also historical reports of similar crane disguises that, date back to around 2020. And again, the timing kind of coincides with Justice Mission 2025 drills around Taiwan, so it made a lot of people paranoid that they were potentially considering the idea of testing out intercontinental ballistic missiles during these exercises. In addition to other countries condemning these actions, there's an organization called the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, also known as IPAC, which is a cross-party group of parliamentarians from over 30 democracies focused on coordinating responses to challenges posed by the Chinese Communist Party. And they issued a statement in direct response to the ongoing Justice Mission 2025 military exercises taking place around Taiwan. It included bilingual texts, both English and Chinese, along with 3 accompanying images that likely contained a full statement of some kind. But the exact wording of the statement's not publicly transcribed, but essentially they were describing the actions that China's People's Liberation Army were taking as, quote, escalatory, provocative, and unjustified. And they criticized the aggressive rhetoric that the Chinese, People's Liberation Army and Communist Party have been putting out, as well as highlighting risks to regional peace and global economic stability. And they called for a coordinated international deterrence measure, including sanctions and defense cooperation. Now, the Taiwan Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly responded to IPAC's post and thanked them for raising concern over the PLA's provocations, and they expressed eagerness to collaborate with like-minded partners to defend regional peace and stability. Now, obviously, as you can tell, the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China is a big advocate for Taiwan, and they repeatedly condemn Beijing for military coercion tactics and things like that. Outside of those initial statements, they didn't really do anything. It's pretty much just talking, so they don't really have much of an impact other than like raising awareness about things that Beijing do that are considered coercive. Now, separately, one of the things that's an interesting development from this is the fact that there were recent sightings of M1A2 Tango Abrams tanks in Taiwan's response exercises, which literally entered active service in late 2025, with the 1st Battalion being commissioned on October 31st of 2025, which means that this sighting is considered like one of the first sightings since Taiwan received these tanks. Now, there was videos and photos showing these M1A2 Tango Abrams main battle tanks operated by Taiwan moving on public roads and participating in what were described as rapid response exercises, which the activities were being portrayed as a direct counter to the ongoing Justice Mission 2025 PLA drills. There's been photos and video of them seen in low light or at night conditions convoying on highways with support vehicles, essentially to emphasize mobilization and readiness, with claims that this is the first time the M1A2 Tango has been deployed, quote, in active combat service or rapid response drills specifically tied to countering the current People's Liberation Army SNAP exercises. Now, like I said, these tanks entered service in late 2025 with the 1st Battalion commissioning on October 31st of 2025, only a few months ago, and they actually conducted their first off-base combat readiness exercise on December 23rd of 2025, involving battalion-level patrols and protection of critical infrastructure. Now, back in 2019, Taiwan ordered 108 M1A2 Tango tanks as part of an armored modernization effort of their military. And there were 38 of them delivered in December of 2024, 42 in mid-2025, and a remaining approximately 28 expected to come in 2026. They've been assigned primarily to the 584th Armored Brigade in northern Taiwan for defending beachheads and key areas like Taipei approaches. Like the rest of the Abrams you've seen, they have a 120mm main gun. They've got some pretty advanced optics, much more advanced than the ones that you've seen donated to Ukraine, and enhanced protection tailored for Taiwan's terrain. Now, these tanks are going to bolster Taiwan's, multi-layered defense strategy against amphibious threats, complementing systems like the HIMARS rocket systems that are showcased in a lot of these propaganda videos that Taiwan puts together. But as of yet, I haven't seen any live fire component or live fire exercises conducted with these, other than these just, videos of the tank movements and stuff being conducted during the blockade, or the simulated blockade, sorry. Separately, there was another action that happened involving Chinese Coast Guard vessels and Taiwanese patrol boats as well during these exercises. Specifically on December 30th, a Chinese Coast Guard Hutao 1 class patrol gunboat, hull number 14609, was intercepted and shadowed by a much smaller Taiwanese Coast Guard Administration 100-ton patrol boat, hull number Papa 182. Now, reports and footage indicate that the Chinese vessel intentionally entered waters claimed by Taiwan as restricted or prohibited, and that prompted the Taiwanese Coast Guard response. Now, a lot of people speculate that these happened in waters near the Matsu Islands based on propaganda broadcasts. But because of the fact that the Chinese Coast Guard vessel is 600 tons, this Taiwanese 100-ton vessel was able to maneuver into position very quickly to respond to it. Now, apparently, Taiwanese personnel issued repeated radio warnings and broadcasts like propaganda messages stating things like, quote, "Working for Taiwan independence leads only to death." Now, there weren't any physical rammings or anything like that that happened there, or any water cannon use or escalation beyond close shadowing and verbal warnings, which is good because during a major military exercise like that, tensions were probably extremely high. So in any case, these drills that the People's Liberation Army of China conducted on the 29th and 30th of December appear to have concluded without any further extension on December 30th. And fortunately, no kinetic escalations have occurred for now.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, China has outfitted an armed merchant cruiser. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. For those of you who watch the show know I'm a former merchant mariner, but I'm also a historian. And one of the things I've noticed about shipping is what was once old becomes new again. That is the case today with this very public announcement and display of a Chinese armed merchant cruiser. If you're wondering what that is, we're going to talk about that and why this is important. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. So here's the story from the war zone. China cargo ship packed full of modular missile launchers emerge. China has packed a deck of a medium-sized cargo ship with 60 containerized vertical launch cells, radar, and close-in weapon systems. This is actually a pretty small ship. So this is the ship, the Zhangda 79, right along the waterfront in Shanghai. It is not being masked at all. And as a matter of fact, it has its weapons on full display here. What you can see is a row of about 5 40-foot containers, about 5 across, so not a very large container ship at all. Up forward, it has some of those containers with some weapon systems we'll talk about. The next 3 rows actually fit vertical launch cells. Each of the containers have a 4-tube launcher in them. There are 5 across, so it gives you about 60 VLS cells. And then the afterstack has some radars on board. The ship is not loaded. You can tell how light it is here. Very much out of the water, so not a very heavy load. This is a computer-generated image of the ship. You get a little bit of a better view here. You'll see midship those 3 sets of cells there with container VLS cells in them. Just back aft, you have a phased array radar and other surveillance radar systems that are on board. And then up forward, you have 2 close-in weapon systems here designed to shoot down missiles coming in. You have chaff launchers here, and then some people have talked about that these look like life rafts. I don't think these are life rafts. Number one, they're too big. Those are massive life rafts if those are life rafts. I actually think these are surface decoys that are actually dropped and inflate and actually send off radar images so that they look like vessels. This is a ship that's designed to serve a specific role. It is not designed to go to toe-to-toe against a Harley-class destroyer, for example. This ship seems to be filling either one of 2 missions, that of an armed merchant cruiser or maybe a disguised commerce raider. So just to show that this ship is not hiding at all, here it is right along the waterfront of Shanghai. The ship is located right at the Hudong Zhenghao shipyard. She's squawking her AIS is showing that she was there as of 5 minutes ago. Now, she's not a big ship, 97 meters, so just over 300 feet in length. The vessel has only shown up as of 2024 and has operated solely within the coastal waters of China. I talked about two different names for this vessel, an armed merchant cruiser or a commerce raider. Let's talk about historically how these have been used. During World War I, many navies fitted out what were known as armed merchant cruisers. The British in particularly did this. They needed cruisers to patrol and guard their sea lanes. The problem was the British did not have sufficient cruisers to do that. So they would take select merchant vessels, they would put guns on board them, replace the civilian crew with a military crew, and they would go out and conduct patrols. Merchant ships were really good for this because they can carry a lot of fuel. They had great endurance and great range, but they were not geared for really surface fights. Now, armed merchant cruisers did not hide their identity. It was very clear who they were. The ships were registered. They were listed as such. Now, during World War II, we also have the example of commerce raiders. Now, this was done in World War I. We've actually go back to the Civil War, where we had commerce raiders like the Alabama, the Shenandoah, and the Florida. World War II, the Germans put out a dozen of these commerce raiders, and these ships were used to go out and interdict trade and traffic on the sea lanes of the world. Now, they were not designed to go toe-to-toe against a convoy. They were out there trying to find the lone merchant ship. The reason that we really saw commerce raiders fall out of use by the middle and end of World War II is convoy systems took over globally, and there was really no more pickings for them. So the Chinese are being very open about Zhangda 79. There's no hiding this vessel. They want everybody to know that. We can see the weapons and the sensor suites very prominently on board the ship. I will note that I think the Chinese are having a little fun with us because all the containers have markings on it. Now, I am not fluent in Chinese, so I use
If I
Google
don't hit
Translate
this
for
golden
this.
age, I'm starting
But
over.
you do get some interesting translations of some of the containers on board the ship. Again, China's Hemp Ocean Park Human Coastal Corridor Community Project. And then China's Nation Ocean and Human Disease Relief and Relocation Community Plan. Again, I don't think Google Translate is being 100% accurate here. Now, why would China do this? China is building a huge navy. The PLAN, the People's Liberation Army's navy, is rapidly expanding. We're seeing the growth of the PLAN. We just had the Defense Department release their annual report on the military and security developments involving the People's Republic of China. China's naval forces continue to grow at a massive level with construction of not just aircraft carriers, but also amphibious assault vessels, cruisers, destroyers, a myriad of smaller combatant vessels, and even their submarines are starting to really push into new technology thresholds that are making them much quieter to operate. So you have to be asking yourself, well, why then would China put out an armed merchant cruiser? It seems as if they have sufficient naval vessels. Armed merchant cruisers give you a lot of versatility, especially when you're a nation like China who has a massive, massive merchant marine. So one of the things that China can capitalize on is their shipbuilding capacity. This story from the War Zone, alarming Navy intel slide warns of China's 200 times greater shipbuilding capacity. This is out of the Office of Naval Intelligence, where this slide was released that showed the growth of the Chinese shipbuilding capacity. China right now is the world's largest commercial shipbuilder. They are building, as of 2024, 51% of the world's ships. Last year, 2025, they have orders for over 60% of the world's ships. Now, China is not alone in putting this type of weaponry into containers. We know that many nations have done this. TWZ had this report here about the United States doing this when President Trump visited Fort Bragg. There were these quote-unquote mysterious guided rocket launchers that were in shipping containers close by while he was there. The Army has a counter-drone system that pops out of a commercial shipping container. And we know about Ukraine's use of their mass drone assault to attack Russian bombers throughout Russia a few months ago. But the key here is that China is building auxiliaries to their Navy. And one of the things is the integration of the Chinese merchant marine and the Chinese military. They are extremely good at this. You got to go back to the British in the 19th and 20th century to really see such an integration. The U.S. unfortunately never achieves this in any meaningful way. The British do, and the Chinese are doing that, and we can see that through a whole batch of examples. This story from War on the Rocks, for example, talks about how China's civilian shipping could enable a Taiwan invasion. And particularly, they are building ferries for use along their coast that have military application. In other words, they can carry tanks and heavy equipment. The Chinese are designing landing craft barges that are usable for potential Taiwan beach landings. These barges allow commercial vessels like those ferries to tie up alongside, and you can bridge these ferries together. I did a whole video on it. You can see the link above there that allow you to kind of cross from the barges onto land directly. It makes an offload or an over-the-beach operation very quick, and you can put a huge throughput, a lot of tonnage across the bridges very quickly. China has also used its heavy lift capability in a very unique way, outfitting them as temporary helicopter carriers. This is a heavy lift ship that is used to deliver both ships and cranes around the world, but it has an auxiliary use by the Chinese for helicopter and vertical envelopment. So China has developed a merchant marine that serves both a commercial role but also a military auxiliary role. Now, within the United States, we kind of do that. We have a separate entity within the United States called the Military Sea Lift Command. It's kind of the government's merchant marine. But what we have failed to do historically is integrate the commercial merchant marine into the military. Now, I will say this. The more military you make a ship in its capabilities, the less commercially viable it is. And that works with the Chinese because the Chinese subsidize their commercial merchant marine quite a bit. So that when you have a company like the Costco, the Chinese overseas shipping company, not the big box store, that has a T in it. Costco is the largest shipping line in the world when you look at containers, heavy lifts, bulkers, tankers. But it also has a government entity to it. Matter of fact, the Chinese outfit every ship with a political officer on board. And if you want to learn more about Chinese commercial shipping, I really want you to direct you over to the U.S. Navy War College and the China Maritime Studies Institute. CMSI does a whole series of publications that go into a host of topics, including this. They have a quarterly review. They do their news. They have these larger kind of deep studies into China maritime development. And then they have the red books and the maritime reports and the notes that really do a great job. And there's entire volumes devoted to commercial shipping. So why would China do this? Why outfit a commercial vessel with vertical launch systems, with radars, with decoys, with self-defense systems? What do you get from that? Well, the U.S. has just announced two massive shipbuilding programs. One of them is the Trump class. These are the new, what he calls a battleship. I did a whole video on this too, where you can talk about it. This is actually a kind of reinvention of what's called the strike cruiser concept that's been around since the 1980s. Basically, this will replace the Ticonderoga class cruisers. This is a massively expensive, very large ship with a host of capabilities on board, from missile launches to conventional weapons to lasers to railguns. I mean, this is just a behemoth of a ship, and it's massive in scale. The problem with it is going to cost a lot, and it's going to take a long time to build, and some of the weapon systems on board is unproven. At the same time, we've announced the replacement of the Constellation frigate with a version of the U.S. Coast Guard's National Security Cutter, which is an interesting choice because there's several versions of this that Huntington Ingalls had out there. The one they're pushing is basically an offshore patrol vessel variant, not a frigate variant. They actually have a frigate variant, which has VLS cells. This ship is very much geared for presence mission. It doesn't have a lot of the capabilities. What they're doing is decking over the aft section, which had a boat launching station for the Coast Guard, and instead you'll be able to put some 40-foot containers back here. So you can get a little bit of modularity back there. But even this ship is going to take about 2 years to outfit. An armed merchant cruiser, you can outfit very quickly. I mean, the ship exists. In the case of Zhadong 79, all you have to do is put these containers up on deck, wire them together, establish a control center, which is probably located just forward of that house there, just aft of the VLS cells right here. You put some crew on board, and this ship is out there, and it really comes into the issue of how would you use the ship. Now, the ship is not designed to go toe-to-toe with a Burke-class destroyer. It is not
you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Elizabeth Regina, Virgin Queen of England and Monarch of the Seas.
Okay.
You command the wooden wall that defends England from those who would seize it. Guard yourself against intrigues at home and abroad, and let your captain set sail at your command. Bow your head to no one, and Britannia shall rule the waves.
Yeah, and I didn't get iron as well. Like I need iron early as Britain too for that fucking bonus. And I didn't get any iron. And I was saying how great of a start it was.
Cruiser. It is not. It's an armed merchant cruiser. Cruiser because the ship will have an extensive long range. It can go out and loiter. You can put a dozen of these ships
I don't know
out
about
there
this
and they
one.
can sail off the coast of Hawaii, for example, or Guam, or the Philippines. And they can basically sit there. Now, they're not disguised. You'll see them. You'll know
There's
who
a
they
lot
are
of
because
trees
of
I
their
can cut
large weapon systems on board.
to crank
Plus,
out
you can track
satellites.
them. But what it does give a nation is a first strike capability. Yes, I know. I'm here. Everybody's screaming right now at it. Oh, we can sink those things in no time. I'll get a B-1 with, a Sink-X missile, a JDAM, and we'll sink it. Yeah, but you got to wait for the Chinese to fire first. And the problem is if you surround Hawaii with 10 of those things, and again, they have 60 missiles on board. There are 600 inbound missiles coming in to Pearl Harbor or to Joint Base Hickam or at Guam at Anderson or over in the Philippines or Singapore or the west coast of the United States or Japan or Korea. What it allows the Chinese to do very quickly is to get that first strike off. Now, you can sink them when they're empty, but are you going to waste weaponry on them? That's part of the self-defense features that are on the ship. And more importantly, they can disguise themselves. Again, they look like commercial vessels. You will have to visually track them. The world's oceans are jammed with vessels. The world's oceans are a busy place. Come over to marine traffic. You can disguise yourself and kind of run amok. We're seeing that with Dark Fleet. Now you can penetrate through this mess by using AI, satellite, both infrared, visual satellites, radar, and tracking systems so that you can find them, but some of these vessels could be disguised so that you don't know that they're armed. Or better yet, you send a host of them out there that aren't armed, and again, they are the decoys. Which ones do you watch? Now, you will start to notice very quickly ships that are just loitering around in an area that aren't moving. Ships that aren't showing up on AIS can be detected by satellite, and so you can pay attention to those. But what it does is cloud the screen. It gives you more targets to look at. And if China can put together not just one ship, this is Zhangdong 79, if there are 78 other versions of that out there, that's a problem. And now all of a sudden you have increased. Now the U.S. could do the same exact thing. The limitations the U.S. has, it doesn't have a deep merchant marine to pull from. It would have an issue with manning these vessels, crewing and operating them. You can pull ships from the Ready Reserve Force and do this same exact thing, but that takes ships away from strategic sea lift. What this does is gives China the ability to very quickly increase the size of their strike force. If you put 5 of those and attach them to a Chinese squadron that's going to do a presence mission in the Indian Ocean off the coast of the Philippines, that's a big striking element all of a sudden. It doesn't just have the VLS cells, the vertical launch cells that are on the destroyers and cruisers that are in the People's Liberation Army Navy. Will they be killed by a single bomb? Yeah, but most ships are going to be mission killed by a single bomb. If you look throughout history and you look, most ships don't absorb a lot of damage. One of the arguments for a big, large ship is that it won't have to pull back as frequently as a smaller ship, either because of expending its weaponry or damage to the ship. I do have this question. what is better to build? I mean, the Trump-class USS Defiant is going to take years and billions of dollars before you see that platform arise. Whereas Zhangdong 79, you can pump those out for several $1 million
too, so I need
quick,
irrigation.
and all of a sudden have a force that can be fielded rapidly and arguably.
That's fine anyway. I wanted to wait for Magnus.
If you lose that ship, do you care about it? Yes, the crew is the issue. It's one of the reasons why U.S. Navy is pushing for this autonomous type vessel. The problem is autonomy's not working right now. We can't get it to work at a sufficient scale to make it practical. So why not build a series of small cargo vessels or buy them and convert them, and you have this presence mission out there where you can basically strike. We did this for a long time with the Afloat Prepositioning Force, where we loaded entire cargo ships and stationed them around the world. We put all the gear on board for a Marine brigade in the Mediterranean, in the Indian Ocean, and out in the Western Pacific. The ships had everything except for the Marines and the aircraft, basically. Why not load several of those vessels? You put VLS cells on them, you load them up with Tomahawks and SM-3s and 6s and whatever else you need, and you can sail them along with carrier strike groups and surface groups and amphibious ready groups, and now all of a sudden you have that strike capability. Did you really need a Arleigh Burke destroyer to launch Tomahawks into Nigeria? I don't think we're worried about the Nigerian military forces striking back. You could have done that with a platform very similar to this and executed your strike mission for a fraction of the deployable cost. Plus, you keep your weapon systems, your heart of your weapon systems, the Arleigh Burke destroyers, back in the United States, undergoing maintenance, keeping them ready, and they're not being worn down. The Chinese are demonstrating a concept that has been out for a long, long time, and the question is, do we pay attention to it? I think the Chinese are intentionally trying to draw attention to this. You don't have a ship like this along the waterfront of Shanghai if you don't think it's going to get a picture taken. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support
Let's
the page.
see what it
When you do that, you
autoplays.
hit the super thanks button down below, or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly, yearly subscriber. Until our next episode, this is Sal, signing off.
Is the show Honestly with Barry Weiss.
That's what she's calling it.
And she's interviewing
That's
John
fucking
Fetterman,
great.
who seems to be in some Washington hotel room, I guess. I'm only saying that because
Is that
it
the
appears to have the Constitution on the back wall. I'm just guessing that's what it is. I don't know. I'm having a tough time, like with everything after watching that Jim Brewer thing.
Everyone's having a tough time.
Here is Fetterman. Look, there's a decent chance that Democrats could pick up a seat or two or three in 2026 Senate election. Maine is a possibility. Iowa is a possibility. Alaska is a possibility. Ohio, I mean, not inconceivable.
Especially with Vivek running.
If depending on, it's going to depend on who wins the primary. And if you get into the unlikely, but not impossible scenario where the Democrats pick up 4 seats,
This volcano.
then you could be looking at a situation where maybe it would take more than 4, because that would be 50-50. I don't know if it's possible. There's 5 seats. But I don't think it's out of the realm that Fetterman, who is... He's not up for re-election until 2026, is it? Oh, he is up for re-election in 2026. Is that right? In 2028, exactly. And so it's not impossible to imagine that in his last 2 years as a Senate, he, if it is of value to the Republican Party, like if he tilts them in the right direction, that he could flip. And here he is talking with Barry Weiss, complaining about, of course, how the Democrats have really left him in many ways. Here is John Fetterman.
My heart breaks for what the Jewish communities suffered, especially after 10/7. I've had the honor of meeting, members of the hostages, former people that were kept underground for 500 days. I mean, those are heroes. I've met with widows. Their husbands were lost in the Gaza war, and they have 8 children, raising 8 children by their own. That's a hero for all of it. So for me, it's heartbreaking.
You should know that there are families in Gaza where they have had 8 children killed along with the parents. In fact, many such situations. More common is, of course, kids who are orphaned, kids who have lost their brothers and their sisters and their mother and their father, or fathers who have lost their wives and their children, or wives and women who have lost their children, their husbands, and their parents. I mean, it's just beyond bizarre. The
tunnel vision.
The tunnel vision.
Children by their own. That's a hero for all of it. So for me, it's heartbreaking. And that's been what's so difficult for me is like being devotion to Israel becoming increasingly incompatible with being a proud Democrat now too. And that's put me at odds. And the things that put me at odds have all converged at the same time.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to mention that devotion to Israel I mean, I just can you imagine a senator going like, my devotion to France has put me at odds with the Democratic Party?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Ilhan Omar said like, my devotion to Somalia has put me at odds? I mean, do you like? It would be nonstop. Nonstop. I don't think it's so.
Killed with a slinger, shouldn't have I?
Devotion's probably the wrong word that he would use. So I don't think it's like that horrific. Like, I think it's okay. I mean, I guess, if he had, particularly, if he had been an immigrant, I mean, he grew up in Pennsylvania. It's weird that he has that level of devotion, but nevertheless. But also, to be clear, you should see the Republican Party is also going to start getting a little more hostile, I think, to Israel. Because it's completely, the support that we have given Israel has been completely at the expense of United States foreign policy. Never mind at the expense of many lives in the region. But the fact that he's now saying it's incompatible with being a good Democrat, it really does feel like he's starting to set the table of how the party left me. But just go ahead a little more.
Now too, and that's put me at odds. And the things that put me at odds have all converged at the same time. The Gaza war, the peace deal, and then we moved right into a shutdown. Now Democrats might not be allowed to hold these views.
Oh. Is he not going to be allowed to hold these views? You mean voters might not appreciate me holding these views?
But I want to be a senator still.
We can't raise premiums on people? Are we not allowed to hold that view anymore? We can't allow the president to willy-nilly decide what things are going to get funded and what aren't? Is that we not allowed to believe that anymore? It's like,
I mean, he's basically
it's like the guy's 7.
He's already value for Republicans. It's his clip saying Democrats designed the Obamacare subsidies to expire that their GOP's been playing this entire shutdown.
No, the last person to the reason why they were designed to expire was because the only way to get Joe Manchin, now an independent,
south here this whole
on
time?
board. Essentially, your model.
Come on, Pennsylvania voters, let's get that guy's unapproval.
Don't allow him to do something, please.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12.
So we don't know who left the messages or who wrote them down.
Yeah, like, is that a victim? Because Jeffrey Epstein did oftentimes utilize,
Okay, hang on. What's the
like,
original
eradicating
video he's
Trump.
watching here?
Control F Trump and just, like, delete everything. Okay?
Stop. Fucking YouTube, bro. Maybe you'll Google this. Maybe they have that as the. No, I didn't want to click on
who
that.
are all in touch with each
Whoa. What's going on here? Okay, we're gonna save that one. Is that what he's watching? News Nation? Open this in another tab. Or just rather watch that original video. Bro be yapping. Oh my god. There's almost all of this is him yapping. It's like this guy, he's got a bunch of stuff on his fucking in front of him. Nick Valenti's gross. PVD. I don't know. We'll just watch it. Because I can't tell you who the...
But there are redactions, so we don't know who left the messages or who wrote them down.
Yeah, like, is that a victim? Because Jeffrey Epstein did oftentimes utilize victims as well to bring in new people, bring in new girls. Or was that a pimp, an adult, not a victim at all, who was tasked with finding new victims for Jeffrey Epstein? This is the type of shit that is very frustrating as far as like holding the administration to account with the release of the Epstein files. Come on now.
Photographs, some graphic and heavily redacted, but without
Anyway,
context
I'm gonna
about
pee
what
real quick
any
and
of
I'll be
this
back.
means.
Epic.
The big question: will the files reveal a list of powerful men who took part in Epstein's of teenage girls? The FBI insisted there is no list, and initially said there was no evidence that could lead them to charge anyone else with crimes. President Trump had a long friendship with Epstein, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles describing them as sort of young single playboys together. Trump says he and Epstein eventually had a falling out.
I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert.
The White House Chief of Staff says Trump's name comes up in the files, but not doing anything awful. I sat down with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was all defense attorney.
Will every document that mentions President Trump, every picture of him, every video, every bit of information related to him in these files be released today or at some point in this process?
Assuming it's consistent with the law, yes. So there's no effort to hold anything back because there's the name Donald J. Trump or anybody else's name, Bill Clinton's name, Reid Hoffman's name. There's no effort to hold back or not hold back because of that. And so, but again, we're not redacting the names of famous men and women that are associated with Epstein.
To be clear, you're saying DOJ has not been ordered to redact anything related to President Trump, that there's no order to do such?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
I would give
no
them-
idea where that other
President
video
Trump
later
has
in is
certainly
from.
said the
Cannot find
beginning
it.
That he expects all files that can be released to be released, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Trump has tried to turn the focus to Epstein's relationship with Democrats like former President Bill Clinton. Friday's release includes some never-before-seen images of Clinton and Epstein together. This picture of Clinton in a jacuzzi, and this one of him swimming with Epstein's accomplice, convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. But Clinton has not been accused of wrongdoing. In fact, the White House Chief of Staff told Vanity Fair there's no incriminating information about Clinton in the files, saying Trump was wrong about that.
Clinton putting out a statement through a spokesperson overnight saying, in part, they can release as many grainy 20-plus-year-old photos as they want. This isn't about Bill Clinton, never has, never will be. Gio?
Fascinating stuff there, Pierre. And why is there a delay in releasing all of these documents?
The deputy AG told me the full release has been delayed because DOJ learned of additional victim names this week. He said protecting the identities of more than 1,200 victims and their families is painstaking work. Despite whatever criticism is out there, he says they are...
Sure. Yeah, it's just about protecting the identities of the victims, right? And the greatest victim of all, Donald Trump. You see the big victim here, right? That's the...
If there are no dogs
That's
in
the
heaven.
real victim in all of this. Not the 1,200 women who may have been sex trafficked as minors. Not the massage therapists, not the people. Just Donald Trump. Little old Donald Trump. And also the other financial elite that were involved in these crimes. Those are the real victims. Tim Dillon shouted you out in his latest podcast. I don't know why he won't, he could just text me. He has my phone number, and I have his. I heard some people were saying he wants to come on or something. Apparently, at least 16 files were removed without explanation. Yeah. Also, none of the redactions also have an explanation either, which is why it's so crazy. Because the redactions, every single individual redaction has some intention behind it. Okay? And what's interesting about this is that there is only a blanket assessment on why all the redactions took place, except that is against the way that the act was written. Because Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie and everyone else that played a role in putting this bill together knew exactly how the Trump administration would try to get away with this, right? So they very clearly wrote out in the letter of the law that every single redaction must be accompanied by what the actual reason for the
go
redaction
for this
is.
now for the early production.
Internal Department of Justice communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge,
River
investigative or
Goddess
to
will
decline to
have me
investigate
housing
Epstein or his
and amenities.
associations. All communications, memoranda, directives, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Epstein and his associates, his detention, his death, any investigative files. They were also supposed to direct the DOJ to provide internal communications regarding their decisions versus the DOJ letter to Congress asserting privilege to omit materials related to decisions because they weren't specified by law. So they are in violation of that. What? No, Tim Dillon was making a joke about how the Republican Party is cooked, and he said something along the lines of, that's it, go give money to Hassan Piker. He also says similar things about Mamdani. The felon administration doesn't follow the law. Yeah, it's a remarkable surprise to me and everyone else, I think, because I really
Was that a
thought
little
that
honk
the,
you did?
35 count, like, I mean, I really thought the felon
You honking over there, buddy?
who is, you know, who is led by the
Civilizations have
personal
uncovered new
bestie of
technologies
Jeffrey
and-
Epstein would actually be the truth tellers here, and they would actually crack open this case wide open, and lo and behold, shocking, but they're not. They're not doing that.
Complying with the law and that the work will get done. Janae?
Very interesting that you said DOJ just learned the names of additional victims this week, Pierre. Thank you for your reporting.
President Trump did not address Friday's long-awaited release of files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The Justice Department began releasing thousands of records.
What does this call Hassan Piker?
Like when I first did an investigation.
And he has red, white, and blue socks on. Call Hassan Piker.
I thought Clay must
Coach,
feel
just
happy
donate
in a
us.
good
Just give
bosses'
Hassan
hand.
Piker a super chat right now.
What?
Call those that retarded Withers, whatever his name is, those twinks from Colorado that live in a mountain that keep screaming. Okay, maybe we won't go that far, but I'm just saying this. What? It's just absurd. Anyway, get them out of here. I can't even listen. Can't even listen. Let me tell you something, and you.
What the? He's saying the administration's so cooked this time. It's time for woke to rise up again, baby. Let's go. The Colorado Twinks, Dean Withers. And then he said, "No, I wouldn't go that
I
far."
didn't realize
That
that's who
Tim
he was
Dillon
talking about.
Complaining about that was Tim Dillon complaining about the administration.
Bro, what the
flubbing
fuck?
yet
I thought
another
my
instance,
Pantheon gave me a memes.
flubbing yet another investigation.
Where is that shit?
Following the
But he's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service is
they have a
sponsored by you,
holy
the
site
viewers.
adjacent
For you,
to
the
a
viewers.
river.
The fact that he knows you. What do you mean? Tim is. Tim
Fuck!
Dillon has been giving me shout outs for years.
I don't care.
constantly complaining
I didn't
about
wanna
how
build
much
a
I was getting
holy
canceled,
site.
How he never got canceled.
Well,
and it was
hey,
annoying him.
later on,
So
if
feed
I'm
me.
struggling for
Woke
more
2,
amenities,
baby. Woke
that's what we'll
2.0
do.
is here. Okay, I'm telling
Pastor.
you, a lot of shifts are going to happen. They're already happening. Shifts are happening all around us. Okay, and I called it, and I told you, and obviously I told you that it wasn't going to happen without people pushing for it. And here you are pushing for it. Obviously, we're not going to step on the same landmines that maybe Woke 1.0 stepped on, because there was some growing pains. You know what I mean? 50 bones from Legal Heretic, by the way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you declaring woke? I mean, woke Sharia has been my rallying cry for the longest time. Woke jihad, woke Sharia. This is what I've been about. Because the unlimited, unrestrained, endless reactionary posture is so repulsive to the average person, brother. Because these guys are rudderless. All they care about is like dominating libtards or whatever, or being able to say slurs. And the reality of the matter is that gets really boring after a while. That gets really gross after a while. And we're there. People are already going, ugh, dude, you're like a 50-year-old man. Why the hell are you still talking about how you're able to say slurs or whatever? There is
We now have the
genocide
opportunity
happening
to
around
appoint-
the world. There is the Trump administration is entertaining the notion of doing an Iraq 2.0 in Venezuela this
governor
time.
is-
Vessels large,
prices
maybe.
have
It
not
was like
gone
shows
down.
like
People
air
can't afford
conditioning,
shit.
liberal.
Okay,
And,
now we
and
need
data centers are popping up
irrigation.
all around the country, and it's
Right.
making electricity bills go.
do I
Electricity
clear
bills
rainforest?
skyrocket, and you're over here talking about like being able to say slurs and how we're going to be really dunking on
So
the
here?
libtards now. I promise now. Hassan, I laughed so hard when Rokana called the chat smart and complimented people's chatters, and you had to nod along even though you call us dumbasses all day. I mean, I did get my get back there.
Okay, I
'cause
already can
said,
harvest rainforest.
y'all are nerds, which is true.
Good.
And of course, you're smarter than the average person that's tuning into politics. Are you
Maybe
kidding
we'll
me?
get a kill with a slinger
I mean,
here.
come on now. But if I
not,
didn't,
no biggie.
if I didn't bring you back down to reality every now and then without constantly yelling at you, you would be ridiculous. You'd be a ridiculous person. And many of you are still a ridiculous person. I did also get Rokana to accidentally say Ghislaine Maxwell.
Passage last month of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, a measure the president opposed for months before signing it into law. But as CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland reports, the document dump was far from complete.
Photos this morning of many of the powerful who ran in convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein's circle. Bill Clinton seems swimming in a pool with Ghislaine Maxwell and another woman
Just
with her
need
face
Magnus
redacted.
to sit
Clinton
down.
with another unknown woman on his
Trade
lap.
route plundered.
Celebrities too, including Michael
They killed my
Jackson and
trader.
Diana Ross. Epstein with Mick
That's such
Jagger
bullshit.
and Chris Tucker with Maxwell. Many of the records are heavily redacted.
It's okay.
Survivors say suspiciously so.
You know what?
Including
Thanks,
Epstein
barbarians,
grand
because
jury
now
records. We do
because I
see
just got the
Epstein's book of
city-state quest
contacts
from
with
that
the name of
anyway.
President Trump, his late wife, and his daughter Ivanka. A list of girls or young women listed as masseuses keeps the names private, but shows there were more than 250.
How confident are you at the end of the day, the end of this period, you'll get everything?
I don't feel tremendously confident that everything will come out.
Survivors, including Annie Farmer, have been fighting for years for the release of records and say they're frustrated these records are incomplete.
There's been a lot of effort and money and time put into redactions, not to protect victims, but to protect the people in power.
Many of the records released have long been public already, including videos in the jail the night Epstein died, which had been
Yeah, that came out in 2020. We know what that unredacted contact list looks like anyway, so that's not even new. There is some new stuff here. There was definitely new rare Clintons, okay? There was a couple shiny Pokemon card ass Clinton photos in there. That is
And kill the unit with a slinger.
definitely real. And I think that was deliberate. Outside of seems like outside of Bill Clinton, no other politically
And then you
relevant
get a trader out,
individual,
give me that
with the
envoy.
exception of like the rare Ehud Barak, was actually shown in these investigations at all. I wonder why. I wonder why. And for the record, before someone even ever dares to accuse me of defending Bubba here, lock his ass up, put him in jail. I've been an advocate to throw Bill Clinton in jail for many, many years, okay? Put Hillary in there too. Good. I don't give a shit. Make my day. Go ahead. Make my day. I despise
May the forces
both
of evil
of these individuals. I hate their politics. I hate the impact that they've had on American politics, and also I hate the potential crimes that they were engaging in. Okay, investigate them, lock them up. I don't give a shit. But you know, put Donald Trump in there too. Fair is fair.
obtained months ago by CBS News.
The Department of Justice sent Congress a letter Friday night defending what they released, saying they were being transparent but also protecting victims. The bipartisan group that pushed through this law is not satisfied.
Was just watching Asmongold watching you and reacting to the interview, and he's very supportive overall and agree with everything except we shouldn't be ruthlessly deporting migrants. He's definitely feeling the tide shift. Yeah, he'll feel the migrant deportation tide shift too. It's an inevitability. It's just that the media hasn't been like really covering that approach, even though the overall public sentiment has shifted there as well. Needs to feel a shower head. Oh, it's true. Yeah, Asmongold is Asmon woke now.
They're calling for hearings,
Okay,
potential legal
almost
challenges
Magnus time.
to force the department to release more. For CBS Saturday Morning, Scott McFarland, Washington.
They have been released then, after so long, the Epstein files, or some of them at least. This was Epstein's world, through files held for so long by the Justice Department, now unsealed, or at least the first batch of them. Thousands of documents, about 4,000 in this.
Stop shitting on him. He's changing. I really think he's coming around. Oh my God. Brother, we are never going to have progress. I swear to God. I'm sorry. People are so fucking stupid. People are so fucking stupid, dude. This man spent the last 2 years every single fucking day complaining about how I was a terrorist, an anti-Semitic terrorist who needs to be deplatformed, who was putting the entire Twitch platform in the crosshairs of who? Of Asmongold, ironically enough. Asmongold backed outrage manufacturing. You think overnight he changed? Really? He's got a kind heart all of a sudden? Okay, we'll see the switch up. If he starts admitting that he was wrong about me, if he starts admitting that he was wrong about all the things that he was advocating for, you know, I'll potentially entertain
Skill without imagination.
Okay? I just don't think that that is a sincere change. I think he's just basically seeing the attitude shift, and he is trying to manage his own community. Okay? This is a political actor who has spent most of his political output attacking me ruthlessly in an effort to present me as an unserious or dangerous individual. Okay? And many in his audience actually agreed with him, using Islamophobic sentiment.
Wait.
A person who has fomented so much hatred, not just against me, but just against entire marginalized communities. And he was always very open about it too. He's like, yeah, I'm doing whatever I can to get by. I'm doing whatever I can to you know, I'm doing whatever I can to generate as much clout. It's not like he was shy about it. Yeah, he has openly talked about how he's doing this to benefit himself. And that's precisely the reason why I always said he doesn't have like a lot of firmly held convictions on any of the political issues that he's talking about. That's precisely the reason why
maybe
he
I'll
can
go
present
here
his
so
new
that way I can
attitude
improve that mind.
shift as a sincere change of heart, while simultaneously saying that like people like myself are fucking grifters or audience captured, even though I spent every waking hour yelling at my own audience for being insane, or even you can literally look at the past 12 years of my commentary where you haven't seen my opinions change. As a matter of fact, the reason why this Ro Khanna thing was so entertaining, at least for me and many in my community, is partially because every single thing that I said to Ro Khanna at the DNC has unfolded in the exact same ways that I said it would unfold, and Ro Khanna is now on my side. Like, he moved in my direction, bar for bar. Go back and literally rewatch that interview at the DNC with me and Ro Khanna, and then match it up against Ro Khanna's positions now, and you will understand, okay?
First release. So our team has gone through them, and I'm going to split this up into several strands. The celebrities, the victims, the redactions. The celebrities first. We know that Jeffrey Epstein socialized widely. His network spanned the arts, business, politics, royalty, high society. And so association with him does not equate to wrongdoing. There are images of him with Michael Jackson. He's also photographed with Diana Ross and former President Bill Clinton. He features a lot in this dump of images. His association with Epstein is well known, and he is on record expressing his regret at having ever known him. Clinton is photographed in the files with Kevin Spacey too. There's an image of Mick Jagger with Ghislaine Maxwell. None of these photos have any context to them. We don't know.
Like, you understand that he's not actually on your side though, right? Because he's an establishment dem. Him echoing your rhetoric rather lukewarmly doesn't mean much. You're delusional if you think that that is the case. Not to say that he's not like a Democrat, but there is obviously a left flank within the Democratic Party right now that is sincerely advocating for certain policies that I would love to see implemented, because I know it will generally improve people's material conditions. Medicare for all being one of them. And no, I don't think he was lukewarm in a lot of this stuff. But this is precisely what I was explaining earlier. This is how change happens, okay? It doesn't happen overnight. That's my whole point. Do you not understand? By the way, this is yet another instance of me yelling at people who are, or criticizing people who are to the left, ostensibly to my left flank, for not understanding that, like, there are things that you need to do to establish coalitions and get people on board with your message. And this is perhaps the worst possible time to say this, because a big part of the reason why we're seeing even the fraction of the files that we've seen so far from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is because of Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. Okay, and yeah, I don't think these are guys to my left flank necessarily. I think they're just like they're just kind of oblivious to how change happens. It's gonna continue, for the record. Guess who's trying to roast you through your recent comments to his videos? Asman? I don't care. Okay, he's gonna continue doing that until more and more people from his audience peel away, and actually more and more people from his audience peel away and move on to different people or to different politics, because
we are losing
there's
loyalty.
only so much anti-woke sentiment you can lean into until people realize, like, okay, my financial situation hasn't changed. Like, okay, we're fucking fighting the trans people, we're fighting the wokes, we're fighting all the wokes, but like my rent, my job prospects are in the shitter. Okay, there's only so much you can propagandize to a population that is feeling the pain. Okay, that's it. And when that fucking happens, more and more people will peel away. Maybe some of them will come here. You know, the ones who weren't like so negatively propagandized against, right? But ultimately, it doesn't even matter if they don't come here. As long as they become loyal soldiers of progress in this country, I'm happy to have them on board. You know, they can follow along.
Who took them or when they were taken. But remember, they are all part of the Epstein estate, seized over the years and sealed until now. Here's a picture of Sarah Ferguson, ex-wife, of course, of Andrew, formerly Prince Andrew, and he features too. This is an image of the former prince lying across several women. The only other person identified in this document is Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, we've cross-referenced this photo with other photos, and it was taken at the late Queen's
Once again,
home,
we have the
Sandringham,
opportunity to
in
enhance
the
our
UK.
powers of governance.
Of course, Andrew was friends with Epstein
We are now
and
ready to
Maxwell.
choose
He
where to
settled
build our
financially
government
out of court with Virginia Giuffre, who had accused him of sexual assault. He's always denied any wrongdoing. Let's focus now on the victims of Epstein and Maxwell's abuse and how their story can be told through these files.
Yeah,
Here's an
former
image
prince
of
is
two young
crazy.
women, perhaps girls, we can't be sure, in Paris. Their identity has been hidden. The Department of Justice says it redacted more than 1,200 names or images of victims and their relatives. We know from existing testimony from victims like Virginia Giuffre that Epstein took girls he recruited on trips, including to Paris. They were often recruited with the promise that they would become masseuses, and this image here nods to that. But within these files, there are new court documents detailing how Epstein and Maxwell recruited their victims. Some of the documents are already in the public domain. This is evidence that formed part of the case of a victim identified only as Jane Doe 3. Message pads to convey missed messages for Epstein. They span 2004 and 2005. Two of them read, "I have a female for him." But there are redactions, so we don't know who left the messages or who wrote them down.
Yeah, like, is that a victim? Because Jeffrey Epstein did oftentimes utilize victims as well to bring in new people, bring in new girls. Or was that a pimp, an adult, not a victim at all, who was tasked with finding new victims for Jeffrey Epstein? This is the type of shit that is very frustrating, okay? And it's so insincere. The way that these guys straight up made it seem as though they were redacting exclusively the victims to protect their identity while simultaneously protecting actual fucking pedophiles is insane, dude. It's incredible. And what blows my mind about it is that there are some people who are, you know, doing this now, okay, in the MAGA contingency. I think it's safe to say the Epstein files kind of backfired on the Democrats. Yeah, totally, man. Totally. This is about Democrats versus Republicans, right? No, man, this is about everybody versus pedophiles, okay? You have a literal pedophile protecting president who is besties with the pedophile that we're talking about, whose Department of Justice spent most of the time in between now and 30 days ago trying to actively delete his fucking files. And they unironically left some of it on accident and then only went back and deleted it after the fact when people were like, oh, there's Donald Trump right there. It's so out in the open. You have to be a real fucking lobotomy recipient to not see what's going on here. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Get out of here. 90% redacted.
Then there's this. It appears to be a sort of scrapbook, storybook, similar to the birthday book, which was released a few months ago. It's heavily redacted, and it's very disturbing, to be honest. At the top here, once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl, it reads. Have a look at this, too. It's an incident report from the Palm Beach Police Department. The common location for all the incidents detailed is 358.
At least 16 files from the Epstein release disappear from the DOJ webpage, including a photo of Trump with no explanation. I think we know the explanation. You know? That's crazy, man. That's actually fucking crazy. They're just so... What did I tell you? What did I fucking tell you? You can't rely on the Democrats, but you can always bank on this administration fucking things up. Okay? What did I tell you? I told you these motherfuckers are so goddamn incompetent. I told you. You can always bank on it, okay? No Kelshi, no Poly Market, but you can always put the fucking house on this admin finding a way to fuck this up. They are so goddamn incompetent. They're immoral, they're loyalists to Trump, but they're so fucking incompetent that they're always going to fuck it up. At least 16 files have disappeared from the Justice Department's public webpage for documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, including a photograph showing Trump less than a day after they were posted, with no explanation for the government and no notice to the public. I'm sure people will map out exactly which ones those documents were, by the way. And it'll show you even more. It'll give you even more insight into how the DOJ is moving here, what their ambition is here, what they're trying to fucking hide. I mean, one of the most obvious things that they were trying to do with the redactions was redacting Donald Trump in its entirety from the fucking Epstein files. And they did such a stupid job at it. Like, the smart thing to do here would have been to at least, like, leave some clear new Trump photos, at least to not invite so much suspicion that they were just, like, eradicating Trump. Control F Trump and just, like, delete everything. Okay? The worst possible thing they could have done is delete a photo of Trump that they failed to redact last time. That is crazy. It's so obvious what you're doing. The cover-up is now a part of the crime. What the fuck did you think was going to happen?
These aren't always
also,
in the
this is
same
why the law said
position, are they?
downloadable and searchable.
Why do
they
they
didn't do it? Now they delete shit.
Why is Classical
Is this
Republic
criminal?
up here
Yes,
now?
Except,
I don't.
as
Why
I've
do they
said
change?
over and over again, criminality is not necessarily about following the letter of the law, but more so about whether or not there's a regulatory body that will hold you to account. And obviously, the fucking insane asylum is being run by the nutters. Okay? So they're not going to investigate themselves. They're the ones that are doing the crime. The investigators and the people who are supposed to prosecute against such crimes are the ones doing the crimes. They also redacted face on a Clinton plus MJ image that wasn't previously redacted. They redacted MJ's kids' faces. Yeah. Oh my God. I think this is going to move people. I do think so. Because this is Trump's weakest. This is Trump's, the weakest thing, right? This is the thing that people hate about Trump. Even Trump's own fans do not like the way he has mishandled the Epstein stuff, the way he has actively tried to shelter the public from the Epstein investigation, and the way he's conducted himself, in the process. Here are the list of files that were removed. They failed to delete the indexes. Okay, well, I don't know. Can you guys find it? The normies already hate it. Critical put a video out. Of course. Who other than Megyn Kelly is going to take the opposite pivot here and try to normalize pedophilia? That is insane. Okay? Most people are at least of sound mind enough to recognize that they shouldn't be running around saying that they're pro-pedophilia.
This river
Stop,
has
not the normie
floodplains,
whisperer. Of course the
which
normie whisperer is going to come out with an anti-Epstein video. Are you kidding me? It's the most normal position you can have. My dad finally flipped off Trump today because of all this. Hell yeah. Take it where you can get it. Take the W's where you can get it. Don't be like insincere about genuine attitude shifts. It's obviously not the same if we're talking about like a conservative commentary person, right? Obviously, you know, people who are engaging in the propaganda at the behest of this administration are totally in a separate category here. Members of the media are in a separate category here. They need to be met with more scrutiny. Okay. However, if you're talking about your parents or any number of different people in your immediate family, your coworkers, stuff like that, them changing their attitude on this is good. Okay, that's a good thing. Just don't immediately don't dunk on them is what I'm saying. Okay, don't just like try to shit on them. It's good. Claims there were serious ethical breaches by the prosecutors. Talks about how seriously Ken, apparently Epstein's attorney Ken Starr, takes the Bible and the law, a man of great faith. Appears to refer to Assistant U.S. Attorney Mary Willafana. Doesn't want to create a written record. Refers to Alan Dershowitz and Ken working Washington to drop the Fed charges. Appears to address U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta. So this was one of the suspicious. It's fucking impossible to read this shit,
May I
unfortunately,
suggest
but
that we construct
this was
a
a
government
letter.
building?
This was a typed out letter that apparently was addressed to U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta. Okay. Some of the text under the redacted bars is copy pastable, by the way. Haven't seen anyone cover that. Several full victim names in SSN. Not bullshitting. They fucked up. Wait, really? No. Okay, what they deleted. I used the command line tools to compare Epstein tranche, dataset 1-zip. Downloaded approximately 8 p.m. yesterday. For the same tranche, downloaded approximately 5 p.m. today. It revealed the files that have been deleted. And it's apparently, hold on, I'm gonna do a cursory glance at what the files were that were deleted so I can to make sure that there isn't anything like crazy in there. Some of these are potentially, well, some of these are censored for nudity, some of these might be censored for, wait, what the fuck? Why did they censor this? This is the massage chair thing. The massage chair and the Epstein, one of the Epstein Manors. Oh, then this is the obvious one that we talked about already, the Trump image that was deleted. And then this one, I don't know why they deleted this. There's also like baby oil everywhere, dude. What the fuck is up with these guys in baby oil? Actually, one of the things that I've also found very strange about this whole process is like when you get this deeper insight into the living conditions of Jeffrey Epstein, or even like the quarters of someone like this, you get to understand them from afar, albeit in a more personal way. That's fucking Astroglide. That's for fucking. Okay, that's in Astroglide on his desk next to a goddamn landline phone. Like, that's crazy.
Next to a
the one thing
landline
that
phone.
I always found so interesting about the way he chose to live. His New York mansion was more lived in as opposed to the island. The island was not inviting at all. Then the New York mansion was not inviting either. But the island itself looked so crazy. Like, for someone as wealthy as Jeffrey Epstein, it always is remarkable that the island was so bare bones. You know, it was so like the furniture was so, even this right here, like this is so cheap, you know. It was so like the New York mansion is more lived in, but it's more tacky. The island, on the other hand, was so focused on almost this like performance, right? Like it looked very thrown together with like the cheapest things that you could possibly put together. I like, there were beds without bed frames, you know what I mean? It's like very odd. There is definitely a marked difference between, like a noticeable difference between the New York mansion, where he spent most of his time living, versus Little St. James Island. But when you looked at like the Little St. James Island and the inside of the Little St. James Island rooms, I know the word you're searching for, but I'm not telling you what it is. Okay, tell me what the word I'm searching for. say it. It's almost austere. The Little St. James Island, like it's very cheap and hastily put together and not lived in, right? There is no like New York is gaudy. Little St. James is just very like Little St. James was designed like it was put together at the last second with like the cheapest furniture you could probably put together. Yeah, it would look like the fucking back rooms almost. Like, very purpose specific, very purpose built. Both are unsettling in different ways. Austere. Yes, sterile, austere, very liminal. Anyway, this is this is from the massage room in the New York Manor, though. You can tell like when something is from the New York Manor as opposed to photos from the island too, because of like even the furniture that they're using and the artwork that's presented. I wonder why they deleted this one. Mostly just this photo. I wonder if it's this image that was the reason why they deleted it. Well, speculating on the psychology of how Epstein operated, this is classic narcissistic performance behavior. Creating a narrative is how these people almost lack any actual chairs. Interesting, however. Yeah, no, it's everything is a performance, obviously. Every aspect of this, every aspect of design actually feeds into a psychological profile, because like these decisions they're making, whether it's hastily put together or not, is still offering insight into the mind of Jeffrey Epstein or the people that he hired. But even the decision that he made to hire the people that he hired to do the interior decoration is still going to give you some insight. And the artwork, I think, is a very great example of this. If you notice, like a lot of the artwork is like creepy. A lot of the artwork is mostly women. A lot of the artwork that he posts all around his house is just like scary almost. Like, and then beyond that, the photos of actual people is always Jeffrey Epstein himself with very famous people. So it's very clear that he was like using other notable individuals as a jump off point to present himself as like someone in the know, someone in like these circles. Because he's not homies with the fucking Pope. Why does he have a photo with the Pope? He's not homies with MBS like that. Why does he have a photo with MBS? Normal circumstances, you put people, you put your loved ones in fucking frames and you display them. But for him, it was power, right? And it wasn't even just a display of power that he wanted to showcase to other people. Okay, it was a display of power that he wanted to reassert for himself. Like he wanted to reinforce that as well. Because if you notice, like, especially in the photo that we saw earlier that was deleted, where is it? This one in the desk drawer. A lot of the photos, if you look at Jeffrey Epstein's, like some of the photos of Jeffrey Epstein with like notable people, is unironically forward facing. It's outward facing. It's to show other people like these are the people that I'm around. But then there are some that are also facing him. So he's making the deliberate decision to look back at those photos and remind himself or reinforce this notion that this is who he is. This is who he's around. This is the extensive power that he had. It's a very, very strange thing to do. Anyway, what are your thoughts on Fidel Castro being photographed with Jeffrey Epstein? He don't got internet. What do you mean? He don't got internet, man. The fuck? I think that's a little bit different than
we are beginning to attract.
That's a little bit different than like Noam Chomsky, who like extensively had relations with Jeffrey Epstein, far beyond what we initially suspected. He was too weird to have a family, so the only attempt he made was asking Ghislaine to have him get one of his victims pregnant to assumingly abuse. So Epstein was a strange guy? Is that what you're saying? Pretty far-fetched if I say so myself. Yes, and that is the argument I'm making. I'm saying that Jeffrey Epstein was a strange man. Very quirky guy, not to use such heated language, but I kind of feel like he wasn't a very good guy, okay? Kind of feel like he was a strange man with quirks and maybe wasn't the best guy around. Hard to make this judgment here, But a bit quirked up, a lot of oddities. So, unlike the numerous photos that came out of Jeffrey Epstein with Noam Chomsky that makes Noam Chomsky look bad, the one photo that he has with Fidel Castro doesn't actually make Fidel Castro look bad. It probably lends more further evidence to to the theory that he might have been an intelligence asset. The excessive
Okay,
photos could be trophies,
sounds like
which aren't
Cope.
uncommon in the realm of criminology. Killers and pedophiles often will keep tokens of those they had power over. No, I think this was also the showcase to other people, like what level of power he had. He wanted to display it to others as well.
I don't underrate the
Yeah, still fucking insane that he just. What is this now? Why the fuck would the Epstein files be fun? This is getting too dark. This is not fun. Yeah, a lot of these guys I think are you know, showing exactly what their opinion is on a lot of the stuff, like Autism Capital and all these other fucking right-wing dipshits. They're like, oh, this is not fun. I'm not having fun anymore, Mr. Stark. Is like, why would the fucking international sex trafficking conspiracy be a fun thing, a fun event? Very odd takes. I've seen a bunch of the people, you know, have takes like that. I've seen a bunch of the people who approach it from a totally partisan perspective to make it seem like this is a complete vindication for Donald Trump. Very stupid.
El Brio Way. That's Epstein's home. It names Epstein as one of 3 people arrested. The names of the other 2 have been redacted, and it's not clear why that decision was made. Over many pages, it then details the testimony of numerous victims, many of them labeled as juveniles. This file contains a number of redacted images of females. We can't say why the redactions have taken place. The rationale for the redactions is not clear in all circumstances with these documents, and that is a really big issue because there are so many black lines. Have a look at this document, grand jury testimony, and the whole thing, 119 pages. All of it is black. Now, some redactions are to protect victims, but are they all? With every black line, someone will cry cover up, and the conspiracy rumbles on.
I like
There are
to say I
inconsistencies
practice
too.
militant
Here is a
mysticism.
redaction, but then here, video of the same moment, and the hidden person is revealed to be academic Steven Pinker, who says he once traveled on Epstein's plane and had no relationship with him. Quite remarkably, there is a disclaimer at the top of the Department of Justice website saying that they might inadvertently have failed in places to redact information, and that hardly conveys a confidence of a job well done. There is no new mention of President Trump in this fresh batch of documents. The president, remember, says he disassociated himself from Epstein in the early 2000s. The Department of Justice has said that it will release thousands more documents in the weeks ahead.
Now to what is being called a large-scale strike by the United States against dozens of targets in Syria. The Trump administration says it is targeting.
She was part of the anti-feminist science professor team Epstein pushed. I mean, yeah, a lot of the was this grand jury info public before? I doubt that they no, this is from 2018. I don't know, but I suspect that this came out yesterday, right? There's no way that the United States Grand Jury, Southern District of New York, it came out yesterday. There's new files today. Some of it is new. Wait, try highlighting and copying the black text. No, you can't. It's not. Yes, it's in the directory dataset 206 if you look at the URL. Wait, was this blacked out yesterday, but it's not? New York released, NY released it, Trump redacted illegally? Yup, second round of docs got released a couple of hours ago. I don't recall this. Wait, search Trump? I mean, this is, maybe, this is the newer one. This is the newer grand jury.
Completing the construction.
This is the newer grand jury indictment from Southern District of New York. I don't think Trump would be mentioned that much in this, even though he was president at the time. Yes, I did see that they missed covering Trump in one of the photos, and then they deleted that photo haphazardly earlier today. The first release yesterday was up to dataset 204. They released more later. Okay, so everything that came after 204 is new. So this is the new stuff. They released datasets 5, 6, and 7 today. Why are they drip feeding the documents? They're drip feeding the documents because they're just going through. They're going through every single thing to like use the fucking highlighter pen as heavy-handedly as possible. Good afternoon, Special Agent Bleep. Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name? Special Agent. Where do you currently work? The FBI. Special Agent. How long have you worked as a Special Agent? For over 2 years. Where are you currently assigned? The Violent Crimes Against Children Squad. Agent is works in child exploitation and human trafficking matters. We also work international and parental kidnappings. Have you participated in an investigation of Jeffrey Epstein and his associates? He says yes. Have you spoken with other people, including other law enforcement officers? Yes. Have you reviewed reports and documents? Yes. Testimony. Miss Bleep. So, ladies and gentlemen, some of the testimony you're going to hear
See, 'cause
today
it's the
will include
barbarian
hearsay. As you know,
mode.
that
I
means the witness
figured
will not be testifying solely from her own observation.
with all the little islands that would be unpopulated, barbarians will eventually settle them for city-states, and those will be the city-states I take by force.
But that she'll also be reporting on others. Special Agent, I'm placing in front of you what's been marked as Grand Jury Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that? It's a presentation that was prepared to assist in testifying today. During the course of your investigation, have you learned where Epstein maintains residences? Yes. Where does he have residences? He has a residence here in Manhattan, along with Palm Beach, Virgin Islands, and New Mexico. New Mexico one is called the Zorro Ranch, by the way. Does he maintain an address in Manhattan located at 9 East 71st Street? Yes. If we could turn to slide 2, does that fairly and accurately depict the residence? Could you please describe that property for the grand jury? It's a multi-story residence. It's reportedly the largest residence in Manhattan. It's right near Central Park. Does Epstein also maintain an address in Palm Beach, Florida, located at 358 El Brillo Way? Yes. It's a villa in Palm Beach, right on the water, has an in-ground pool along with a guest residence or apartment connected to it. Asking about the witnesses. Did she tell you approximately how old she was when both of these photographs... Okay, well... witnesses you've interviewed during your investigation. During the course of this investigation, have you participated in interviews with an individual named Redacted? Agent says yes. For today's purpose, I'm just going to refer to her as... How many times have you interviewed her? We've spoken to her approximately 5 times. Turn to the next slide. Are these photographs of Redacted? Yes. Did she tell you approximately how old she was when both of these photographs were taken? Yes. What did she tell you? The photo on the left, she was approximately 13 years old. And the photo on the right, she would have been 17 years old. What is Redacted's date of birth? And these are identifiable factors about the victims, so obviously they're, redacting those. That's valid. In addition to your participation in interviews, have you also reviewed reports from other law enforcement officers who interviewed Redacted? Is your testimony today based on both of your review of those reports and also your personal participation in reviews of Jane Doe? Can you speak up a little bit about... a little bit more, thanks. Okay, so based on your participation in this investigation, have you learned where Jane Doe was living when she was about 14 years old? Yes. Where she was living? She was living in Redacted. Was she living with her parents? No, not at the time. She had a difficult home life, which is consistent with other pedophiles as well, of course. Pedophiles who specifically choose their victims a bad home life. Victims who are vulnerable in an effort to more easily predate on them. They target victims of broken families, people on the verge of homelessness, kids on the verge of homelessness, things of that nature. Was she going to school? She had started and dropped out. About when did she drop out of school? The beginning of her freshman year, a few months into her freshman year approximately. And at about this time, how was she supporting herself financially? She worked different jobs. She worked in catering halls as a waitress in restaurants and in clubs. Did there come a time when Redacted learned about Jeffrey Epstein? How did that first happen? She met a girl named Redacted who told her that she could make money if she massaged this rich guy. And when she heard from Redacted, how did she respond? She wanted to make money, so she agreed. What did she agree to? She agreed to go to his residence and massage him. Did Redacted recall how old she was when she first went to his residence? She says she was approximately 14. And just to confirm, the date of birth listed on the slide is that Redacted date of birth. So you testified that she ultimately went to his residence. The one in Manhattan. How many times did she go to Epstein's residence? Multiple times, dozens. During the time she went to Epstein's residence in Manhattan, did she tell you about how what typically would happen? Yes. What are some of the things that she told you about what happened there? So the first time when she went with Redacted, she entered the residence. They waited in the office until they were escorted upstairs to the massage room. Once in the massage room, Jeffrey Epstein came into the room. He lay down on the table. And once he was on the table, a girl massaged each side. And then Redacted would be asked to leave the room. The other Redacted person would stay. From there, once he turned over, he wanted his nipples pinched while he masturbated. Things progressed each additional time she went. This is, for the record, exactly what he did a million times over. Like, this is again, the same pattern with the ways in which he constantly pushed the boundaries. Or, to 1,200 plus victims, right? As far as we know.
Thousands have lived without
underage.
Some of them were not minors,
Gotcha.
but many of them were also underage at the time. And he would slowly but surely just make them do more and more and more. Remember, this is a consistent pattern of abuse, a consistent pattern of pedophilic abuse. This was some of this investigation comes from the previous one. For the record, this is being relitigated in 2018, but what's being relitigated in 2018 was actually information that they had in the previous investigation, the one that he got a sweetheart plea bargain deal on that was unheard of. Okay, as Rokana said, 60 charges were brought up, and he was only charged with 2. He was convicted with 2 out of 60 charges. Because this incident is from 2000, part of the criminal investigation that ended in 2008 with a conviction. So, you know, Acosta knew these things. He read through these investigations and then allowed him to roam free to continue abuse. And not just Acosta, but like Alan Dershowitz was obviously Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. He negotiated that plea deal very effectively. So Trump is mentioned here having sex with underage girls. No, you mean you're talking about the 14-year-old, right? He wasn't mentioned as having sex with the. Send me the link. That's not a. Oh, this is the Ghislaine Maxwell one. This is where Trump was mentioned multiple times. Yeah. This is, I think this is a deposition, right? Filed under seal. This firm represents intervener Professor Alan Dershowitz, and we write in anticipation of the party's forthcoming motion practice concerning the confidentiality of Sarah Ransom deposition. Intervener requests that if the court allows plaintiff Virginia Giuffre to remove the confidentiality designation concerning the Ransom deposition, an action that will require modification of the protective order in this case, it also simultaneously remove the confidentiality designation from several related emails. The emails will demonstrate that Ms. Ransom's inflammatory, salacious, and defamatory testimony regarding the intervener and others is false, and that the deponent is not credible.
I don't believe in astrology.
Absent this relief, Ms. Ransom's unrebuted testimony will gravely prejudice intervener by publishing deliberate lies calculated to harm his reputation. Counsel for Ms. Giuffre has not indicated whether she consents to removing the confidentiality designation from the emails, and counsel has indicated that Ms. Giuffre is not sure whether she will seek to remove the confidentiality designation from Ransom's deposition, notwithstanding her prior letter requesting that relief privately. Nevertheless, we write in an abundance of caution and to avoid the risk of decontextualized and one-sided disclosure. This was the testimony. I will make sure that neither that evil bitch Hillary or that pedophile Trump gets elected. I will also make sure that everyone on the goddamn planet sees that footage and photos, and we'll release them to WikiLeaks by Sunday. I will take down Epstein and his bunch of fuck with cronies myself. I have also gone to the Russian newspaper. This is one. Oh no! This was one of the victims of Ms. Ransom, and these are her statements and emails. And the reason why they're using these statements is to say she was not a credible witness, and that her testimony should be sealed. Yeah, the first mention of Trump is here. Her testimony was fabricated from whole cloth. Ms. Ransom's testimony also contains a slew of other incendiary claims concerning the sexual proclivities of Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, and other prominent individuals. Clinton and Trump must pay for what they did to us, as must the rest of the men that were involved in their seedy inner circle. Another friend was one of the many girls that had sexual relations with Donald Trump. She confided in me about her casual friendship with Donald. Mr. Trump definitely seemed to have a thing for her, and she told me how he kept going on about how he liked her pert nipples. Donald Trump liked flicking and sucking her nipples until they were raw. One evening, when we were showering together, she showed me her nipples. They looked incredibly painful as they were red, swollen, and I remember wincing when I looked at them. I also know she has sexual relations with Trump at Jeffrey's New York mansion on regular occasions, as I once met Jen for coffee, just before she was going to meet Trump and Epstein together at his mansion. I have already corresponded with the Moscow police and aid them in stopping Hillary or Trump getting through. I will film my own interview with the subject and post it on every single. Yeah, these are emails from Sarah Ransom to Maureen Callahan. But given that this was like, I think the reason why they don't mind showing this stuff is because it was like struck from the record, I guess. So they're like, they were saying that she was not a credible witness. I'm not entirely sure about what happened with Sarah Ransom, so I don't know. This shit is wild. They try to cover it up, but then do this anyway. Film director Brett Ratner, who was accused by several women of harassment during Me Too. Brett Ratner. Women. And more recent was picked by Melania Trump to... it was Brett Ratner that did the... was trying to direct her new documentary. Appears in the Epstein files, clutching to a topless man. I think the topless man is Jean-Luc Brunel. if I'm not mistaken, for the record. Yeah, this is the Rush Hour guy.
Money.
Okay, I have to pee real quick. I'll get back to this in a second. Here, watch this. Retaliatory strikes against ISIS in Syria.
These exact same issues come back around again.
Yep.
In fact, if you get super lean.
Shut up.
Minaj has had a real fall from grace. When I was in high school, she was like the biggest female rapper out there. I mean, I remember really loving her album. She has that famous verse on Monster, the Kanye song that everybody learned. And
I never felt that way about that verse, but I will say Starships. I spent the summer of 2011, I think it was in London, and that was probably the only summer I did a lot of clubbing, and Starships was going off.
See, I didn't like those. I liked more of her, Super Bass, I guess I really enjoyed, which, did she come out to Super Bass? She did. She came out to Super Bass, which we can't play, obviously. But, with the widow of Charlie Kirk, isn't this supposed to be a mournful event? Or
Charlie Kirk, who said, I don't think she's a good role model. I don't know if you saw that. Maybe I'll pick that up.
Yeah, I did not see that. But, I mean, so basically Nicki Minaj has gone completely insane due to her relevance decreasing. And has been waging war on the internet with a bunch of different female rappers who are more popular than her at this point, Cardi B, but particularly Megan Thee Stallion, who we are fans of in this household.
Big fans.
Big fans. And she's a beauty. And she's also, I love her music. And she seems like also like a genuinely good person who was targeted by like a misogynistic hate campaign as well. So whatever. Nicki Minaj is on the wrong side of everything. She had that tweet about being an anti-vaxxer during
Weird
COVID.
thing about her cousin's balls during COVID.
Yep.
That was actually just like, she was supportive of Andrew Cuomo in the 2018 Democratic primary, which is a very odd thing to do, in my opinion. Which suggests to me that maybe like some people in the industry are telling her, hey, it would be useful if you came out and did this political thing right now. Maybe that's unfair to Nicki. Maybe she's just maybe she's like the anti-Cardi B, where Cardi B has like the interest in like FDR and stuff. Maybe Nicki is just into like psychopath reactionaries.
No, maybe she's just into people that are sex pests. I mean, this is
actually,
if Andrew Cuomo is involved here, because we're gonna then this is where she's completely lost it.
Right.
She married a guy who's a registered sex offender, and since that point, she has been, and also her brother apparently also abused a child, and she was supportive of him. And so Megan Thee Stallion clapped back at her in her song Hiss. She had a line referring to Megan's Law, which is a sex offender law in California, or is it in the I
think it's California. Yeah.
California.
It's
and so
here
then
too.
Gavin Newsom did a video that included that line. And so Nicki Minaj has been out for Gavin Newsom
Oh, it's
since
federal
that point.
actually too. Megan's
There
Law.
you go. Okay. Point being is like a guy like Russell Brand, if you have become kind of persona non grata in the entertainment industry,
Who will open their arms to you?
who will open your arms to you? Well, TPUSA will, apparently. And I don't know what happened here, but she either slipped up or said something inflammatory on purpose, but she calls... I don't even want to spoil it.
Yeah.
People could just watch.
I'll just say we're skipping the part where she says just sick, disgusting stuff about trans people because she's appealing to these. And I think she gets in on the Christian genocide thing too. So she's like, full mouthpiece for a bunch of dumb shit. But here she is talking about JD Vance in a way that turns out not to be greatly advised.
And you have amazing role models like the assassin JD Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
When you say that, what?
Just short of the golden age.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did.
She can't even move past it.
You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord.
Nobody got a golden age.
Let's just get this one more time.
I'm sorry. If you want to clip this, you're on stage.
I just want it one more time.
Why did she do that?
amazing role models like the assassin JD Vance, our vice president.
What?
And when I say that,
she just figures it out after she says, and then I say that. And,
And then I say that. No, what is her explanation again? Go, just play a little bit more. And when I say that, she just stares at the crowd.
Stops. No, this is the last thing she says after 12 seconds. I'm pretty sure she doesn't say another thing.
JD Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
Is she mentally well? No.
Trust me.
You're supposed to be a performer. Like, I know you make mistakes, but like, move on.
It's unbelievable. Why would she say the assassin?
It looks so suspicious.
Is that the conspiracy theory? Is that one of them? That JD Vance was involved?
Might be now.
Yeah. What does she know?
The thing about JD Vance is that Erica is like going to replace his wife. That's the conspiracy theory.
Yes, huh? Right.
I didn't think the Cui Bono went so deep that JD was actually like involved, but maybe Candace Owens has some new information for that.
That's amazing.
And when I say that, and then she just freezes for 35 seconds.
And Erica Kirk like laughing that off. It's just like, ha!
You have to laugh.
This guy that, you know, I know, he didn't murder my husband 3 months ago. Remember that? You have to laugh.
I've been called everything.
She didn't call you anything. She just accused the man you just endorsed for president 3 years from now of killing your husband.
So I said the most awkward thing that happened on stage was done by the most like professional performer.
For weeks, all we've heard is how Trump's big, beautiful bill will cut Medicaid. But almost no one.
while we're on the depressing stuff, I did want to do this ICE raid that I came across. This was in September, and this segment came out in November, so definitely a little bit behind on this, but we have to highlight these horrible, horrible raids. This is, I think, one of the biggest in New York that occurred on September 4th. This segment from Syracuse.com aired around a month ago, but I saw clips recirculating today on Twitter about this, and here you will see federal agents going into this nutrition bar plant and breaking into the woman's bathroom, and there's a woman using the toilet, and you'll see some of this body cam footage, how these thugs are operating in just places where they're trying to make nutrition bars. These are workers making just products and trying to go about their daily lives. Here is some of that footage from Syracuse.com.
Agents stopped production, yelled at people in bathroom stalls, and ordered most of the workers to line up in a hot break room.
Open the door. Abra la puerta.
How's the foot? It's resistance.
Yeah.
Hang it.
Resistance.
Abra la puerta ahora.
Tell them back up.
Necesitas muevas. Vamos, abra la puerta. Con fuerte.
He's in there.
Yep. Yep.
Get down! Get down! Get on the ground! Females.
Siéntese ahora. Siéntese. No te muevas.
Miss, pull up your pants, come out of the bathroom. Clear up your pants, come out of the bathroom. Pull up your pants, come out of the bathroom.
Necesitas poner tus pantalones. She's asking to wait since she's moving pants up.
Okay, please hurry.
Okay. Señoritas, come.
How much are we paying these pigs to stomp around women's bathrooms?
Females. You can tell in their voice, like they're not even using police parlance.
No, these guys couldn't go after an actual scary person.
Right. They think of themselves as Liam Neeson. They're like fucking Mr. Bean.
Wearing their fucking masks. And,
I know.
How much are we paying for, how many guys are there? What are they making, like...
I don't know.
$300 a day to go stomp around women's bathrooms?
Aren't we worried about trans people and trans women in women's restrooms? I thought that was the real threat. Turns out, like,
ICE agents.
masked ICE agents kidnapping people. There have been reports of sexual abuse. There have been dozens of people who have died in ICE custody. Yeah. One of the most underreported stories in the country. They're killing them. Let alone denying pregnant women care and all of this other stuff. I mean, like, there is going to be mass abuse that we hear about of women and girls by these freaks. Guarantee it. The glee that they have of going into the women's bathroom right here. I mean, you see how violence and sexual violence are the exact same.
There is a limited number of resources that the government has to go after, let's broadly call bad guys. I would not personally stretch those resources to go after women making nutrition bars. When there is actually a huge human trafficking, sex crimes, stuff going on, all that stuff not being looked into now. Because they pulled FBI agents off of it to go, I guess, investigate whether granola bars are being made by an illegal person or not undocumented person. The answer to this is make those people citizens, allow them to continue contributing to the fucking community without the threat that they're undocumented that has always been there, that have kept them in their place. But people want to put them in their place. That's what's happening now.
Watch a little more of this.
They asked each person, one by one, whether they were U.S. citizens.
You good? Yeah. I was just getting a little
hot as shit.
Holy shit!
Shouldn't you know who's a citizen and who's not if you're stomping into fucking bathrooms, you pig?
hope he's having a good time. It's all this shit in here in this like horrible workplace where people are paid minimum wage at best. Let's round them up and incarcerate them.
Okay, so those are being checked. They're citizens. Okay.
Everything in there is not US citizens.
This is Nazi shit, guys.
Let's go. The quicker we do this, the quicker we get through it, right? Come to this side. Come up in the front, to the side. No, you're not going in your locker. No. And I'll take the pen. I'll take it. Thank you.
The way they talk to these people. No, you're not going in your locker.
All the way.
You have your papers?
Important that everybody make sure that you show up for jury duty if you're so summoned, so that in case you get a case that involved any sort of person resisting these fascist pigs in American Uncle Sam paid for uniforms, that you say no charges, absolutely nothing, let them walk. Anybody who's resisting this, in my opinion, is a hero. And the idea, like, and all this bullshit about we're going after these criminals. No, you're not. You're not. You're sending these fat fucking schmucks that, you know, their wives are probably glad they're out of the house. That's probably the one good thing that's happening here. They get a little break from domestic violence. And you're sending them to go bully people, go bully women who work in a factory. Could not be more disgusting.
Wyoming Ryan, any repercussions for the granola business having undocumented women on their staff? I don't understand how it's okay for one, but not the other. You might recall in
Welcome
Florida.
To the machine.
In Florida, do you remember that revolt from some of the business owners when there was an attempt to do something where they would crack down on businesses if they hired undocumented workers, and they like flipped out at the DeSantis administration because that's the whole point.
Yeah, Donald Trump did it himself.
Their business model relies on treating their workers like garbage, and the easiest people to treat like garbage are people who are don't have full citizenship rights, and that they know that the Trump administration, or really the Biden administration even, they can threaten to deport that person. The Scary Mountain Wizard, this stuff makes me so mad. Well, same. I can't promise that I won't go to federal prison if these clowns come into my workplace and take my coworkers. Well,
don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't. No.
But people should organize in a large, like. The one thing about One Battle After Another is it really does.
I was
show
just
really
thinking
good,
about it too. Yeah.
Yeah, like obviously, like individualized acts of like violence are horrible and are actually going to give Trump and those folks what they want. People being smart about organized and embedding in the community and organizing alongside others is what needs to happen.
I hope people have seen it by now, but that's one of the main messages of that film, contrasting like more a form of activism that like is revolutionary but misguided and perhaps like driven by ego. Righteous anger but ego, versus a network of solidarity, emphasized by the Benicio del Toro character that I thought the politics of that film were phenomenal.
I mean, it's Fred Hampton when he's talking about the Weather Underground and saying we don't put people into situations where they're going to get mowed down by the pigs.
Yep.
And people that do are acting.
The lone Fox liberal on the 5, Jessica Tarlov, made a point that was almost accidentally devastating. And I believe the fact that it happened on Fox News in front of Fox's own audience is really important. Jessica Tarlov said that watching Trump talk about Ukraine and Putin felt like watching the Helsinki press conference over and over again. I love that I will often make a commentary on this show, and then it is mirrored by Jessica Tarlov. I'm not suggesting she's watching the show and getting it from me. What I like is that the very same ideas I believe to be true, she is putting in front of a Fox News audience, and that is so valuable. Remember when Trump and Putin stood next to each other in Helsinki during Trump's first term? And Trump said, listen, Putin said they didn't interfere in the 2016 election. And he said it very strongly, and I believe him. That was a sitting president siding with the former KGB officer, then president of Russia, over his own intelligence agencies. Jessica Tarlov explains that this was very similar to that when Donald Trump came out of his meeting with Zelensky and said, I spoke to Putin and this and that and the other thing.
If they're willing to sanction him into oblivion. And there are a lot of members of the Republican Party, more old school Republicans, like Guy, who feel like that's the right approach to that. And that Putin has every time shown a list of demands, pretended that they were different than the time before, and it's exactly the same. He has never changed the goalposts. He wants things that Zelensky cannot agree to. It would be turning over his country to Russia. And Rosanna points out that Trump didn't get riled up, and the weather, it looks spectacular. I wish that I was also in warm weather, but he wasn't riled up because Zelensky played this perfectly and has learned from the terrible Oval Office meeting with J.D. Vance when everyone freaked out on each other that he has to just sit there and grin and bear it. And I felt a little bit like I was watching a redux of the Helsinki press conference in 2018 when Trump came out and he said, you know, I talked to Putin about the election interference, and he told me he didn't do it, and I completely trust him. You've heard similar sentiments from Steve Witkoff, who's supposed to be getting us a great deal, right? Putin's a really good guy. He's not going to do anything. The sentence that matters the most is that Trump had the audacity to say Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Zelensky, a comedian by trade, broke a little bit of a smile at that point because you have never heard anything more ludicrous than the idea that Putin wants Zelensky to succeed. Yep. And you saw this morning on Fox and Friends, I think, that the Deputy National Security Advisor, Victoria Coates,
will y'all stop bothering
saw
me?
that footage and said, I think Zelensky can be forgiven after 4 years of war to not be thinking Russia's intentions for Ukraine are the best.
Yeah. Jessica's point is powerful for two reasons. Number one, it's great to remind the Fox audience that Trump has fallen for this crap before. But it also really cuts through the mythology of Trump as the tough negotiator, because Trump doesn't even recognize that he's being played. Trump is not outmaneuvering anybody. Trump believes dictators. I want a president that outmaneuvers dictators. Trump believes the dictators. And if their words flatter Trump, he takes them at their word. And if they deny something, Trump takes the denial as proof. That's it, open and shut case. And what made this Fox segment especially valuable is that the reminder was delivered to a Fox audience that rarely sees Trump's record described this plainly and accurately. It's not just Putin that gets away with this. Remember Kim Jong-un. Trump came back from the first of 2 North Korean summits, glowing, talking about beautiful letters, they fell in love, a great relationship. But importantly, Trump gave the list of commitments that Kim Jong-un made. Anybody, like people who watch this show, many of you, who have studied history, understand, damn, those were the same promises from the Kim family that Kim Jong-un's father and grandfather have been making to the United States for decades, and they never do it. And Trump comes back going, look at what they gave me. Look at the thing. These are major breakthroughs. But Kim said nothing new, and they were the exact same promises that Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il recycled. It's the exact same script. And because a dictator got along with Trump and fed him this stuff, the outcome is Trump goes, we did it. We got it. There were people at the time who said Trump was playing 4D chess. Turns out that wasn't the case. He fell for the oldest trick in authoritarian diplomacy, and he did it proudly, and he bragged about it. And so the through line here is Trump is quick to believe strongmen, but he's quick not to believe the leaders of democratic countries, including many of our allies. He relates to the strongmen, he admires the strongmen, he trusts them, more than Democratic leaders, more than his own intelligence agencies in many cases. Putin said he didn't interfere. Trump believes him. Putin says he has the best interests of Ukraine in mind, and Trump acknowledges it. Kim Jong-un says we're going to denuclearize, and Trump says we got it. We got victory from the North Korean people finally. So I love that Jessica Tarlov is exposing the Fox News viewers to this. They're usually told Trump's tough, he's shrewd, great businessman, respected by everybody, negotiator, the guy who always has the upper hand. And Jessica Tarlov calmly says, this was like North Korea, this was like Helsinki. I'm saying it was also like North Korea. And when it's happening on the network that a lot of these people believe is telling them the truth, that is a good thing. One other myth that needs to be done away with about Trump in these situations is that Trump controls or intimidates authoritarian leaders. That's another one where they go, these authoritarians, they see Trump as willing to do anything. They tread very carefully. And that's what makes Donald Trump most effective. The evidence shows the opposite. The strongmen don't seem to fear Trump. They seem to know exactly how to play him like a violin. They know how to incentivize Trump, praise him publicly, flatter him personally, give him a prize if you can do it, like Netanyahu did. And that is because Trump doesn't have leverage. Trump is just really predictable. And if you're predictable, you are weak when it comes to foreign policy. And Trump claims that his strength is being unpredictable. He's actually extremely predictable, which is that if you praise him and you give him a prize, you'll have him eating out of your hand. We've seen it. We've seen this movie before. We know exactly who Trump is. We know how Trump...
About the post-Cold War order, but love it or hate it, that global order completely collapsed in 2025. At the 1/4 mark of the 21st century, we've entered into an era of global realignment, where ambitious new players are on the rise and old titans have started to fall. Our unipolar world has become multipolar. The old rules no longer apply, and every nation on Earth must make a choice. They can adapt and thrive, or they can stagnate and consign themselves to history. But if 2025 was the year that the global rulebook was rewritten, then 2026 will be the year that the new rules are put to the test. Those new rules will shape global conflict from the blood-soaked battlefields of Eastern Europe to the multi-dimensional chaos of the African Horn, from the coasts of Venezuela to the coasts of Taiwan, and from the jungles of South Asia to the jungles of South America. Those new rules will decide not only who gets ahead, but what they can get away with. And they'll guide nations not toward peace, but toward profit. 2026 may or may not be a year of major world conflicts, but it's practically guaranteed to be a year of chaos. So in the spirit of ruining your festival,
there is no easy way to
welcome, here are all the places that you need to be watching. The world's flashpoints go hot. Of course, we say that 2026 is going to be unbelievably chaotic, but we've got to pay our respects to 2025, where we can clearly identify a handful of frozen conflicts that just recently turned hot. Take the long Cold War between Iran and Israel, two nations that engaged in a major direct military engagement for the first time ever during their 12-day war last June. Or take India and Pakistan, two nuclear-armed enemies that engaged in a large-scale showdown in April and May. Look at Pakistan and Afghanistan, where disputes and skirmishes near the historic Durand Line have recently escalated into a proper border conflict. Or there's Thailand and Cambodia, where all-out fighting broke out across 4 days in July, went quiet for a few months, and then roared back to life in early December. As we look ahead to 2026, these are each what we could call simmering flashpoints, places where tensions are known to be high, all sides are balancing known incentives that could send them back to conflict, but nobody knows exactly when things are going to go hot again. We'll start with Israel and Iran, where although neither nation is currently trying to force a return to war, both sides have ample incentive to consider and to accept a renewed state of conflict if it serves their broader goals. In fact, each nation has so many incentives to consider a return to violence that we've recently dedicated an entire episode to the subject. In Israel, the Netanyahu government and its military allies understand that Jerusalem is on the precipice of total victory, not just defeating the militant proxy forces of Hamas and Hezbollah, but stamping them out entirely and collapsing the Iranian regime in the process. Now, with Hamas and Hezbollah largely dealt with, Israel's attention has turned to Iran and its other regional adversaries, and while it's possible that Iran's regime will never be able to recover from the setbacks of the 12-day war, Israel isn't about to leave that up to chance. If Iran appears to be reconstituting its forces, meaningfully rebuilding its proxies, or worse, making renewed progress on its nuclear program, then Israel is likely to take unilateral action. By contrast, Iran's ruling regime is growing weaker by the day, but it understands that its mandate to lead is at its strongest when Iran is under threat from Israel. As counterintuitive as it may seem, Iran's regime may attempt to maintain its hold on power by continuing to engage Israel in limited conflict. The conflicts between India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan bleed into a single regional mess. And here we can discuss all three nations.
Where's my encyclopedia?
Together. India and Pakistan routinely accuse each other of sponsoring organized terror campaigns on each other's soil, and right now both nations remain quite vulnerable to those terror attacks. India wants to put Pakistan in its place so that it can focus on becoming competitive with China, and it wants to reassert its strategic non-alignment and autonomy where it perceives itself to have lost face after the US stepped in and brokered its recent ceasefire. Pakistan feels emboldened by how its last conflict with India played out, and it's under the control of a military strongman who's gaining in both power and in international support. Afghanistan is the nation in this area that definitely doesn't want a war and has very little ability to fight a conventional war at all, but it just might not have a choice. Its territory is home to the Pakistani Taliban, who are accused of receiving direct support from the Afghan Taliban, but even if they don't, Pakistan has proven entirely willing to blame Afghan leadership for the Pakistani Taliban's actions. This is a part of the world where non-state actors operate in all directions in support of many conflicting strategic objectives, and sometimes in ways that their aligned foreign sponsors cannot control. So, even if neither India, nor Pakistan, nor Afghanistan decides that it actively wants to pursue a war in 2026, the region is liable to be pulled into war by non-state actors, and if any of those nations do secretly want to return to conflict, then non-state actors give them a perfect excuse to do so. Finally, the latest round of fighting between Thailand and Cambodia is still ongoing at the time that this episode was written, and judging by how things are playing out, it's hard to tell whether the fighting will have calmed down by the time this episode is released. Regardless, both Thailand and Cambodia have given ample indications that this most recent exchange probably won't be their last. Cambodia is quite clearly the weaker of the two combatants, but for some reason, in the long lull between its first 2025 clash with Thailand and its second, the Cambodian military seems to have placed fresh landmines all up and down the border regions and engaged in other provocative acts that make no sense unless Cambodia was looking to return to conflict. Thailand, by contrast, is ruled by a new government that's taken a hard line against Cambodia, and after its first attempt at a ceasefire failed, Thailand now seems to want to make sure that Cambodia won't be a threat in the coming years. It's entirely feasible that the current rounds of violence will be resolved through another ceasefire, but if Thailand and Cambodia enter another cycle of escalation after that, then the next time an open conflict breaks out, Thailand will be even less willing to accept a ceasefire than it is today. Major nationalist movements are fanning the flames on both sides of the border zone, and as long as confrontation makes for good politics, neither side's recent behavior suggests that they would back down. Venezuela versus Washington. Quoting, President Trump, wants to keep on blowing up boats until Maduro cries uncle. And people way smarter than me on that say that he will. End quote. This is what White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles told Vanity Fair in a wide-ranging interview, seemingly confirming what Latin American observers have been saying since the Trump administration started striking boats in the Caribbean. That the strikes are less about fighting drug trafficking and more about putting pressure on Venezuelan strongman Nicolas Maduro to force him to resign. And given that on the 11th of December, 5 days before the Vanity Fair interview was published, the Trump administration seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, it seems more than likely that the feud will continue to escalate. Now, to be upfront, this episode was recorded before the holiday, so there's an outside chance that this escalation will have already happened by the time you see this, and we've all had to cancel our Christmases to make sure War France is covering a US-Venezuela war. Can we please wait till after the holidays? I don't want to explain that to my family.
Have a good time, and you're going to see some great entertainment.
But, assuming this hasn't happened, we have to ask, what will 2026 hold for the conflict between Venezuela and Washington? First, despite President Trump insisting that he hasn't ruled out placing boots on the ground in Venezuela, most experts don't think an actual American invasion is on the cards, at least not in 2026. Besides going against President Trump's promise to not start any new wars, invading Venezuela in 2026 would be an unpopular decision that could cost the Trump administration the upcoming midterms. A poll conducted by CBS found that only 30% of Americans would support taking military action against Venezuela. Since a full-scale invasion seems to be off the table, the most likely course of action left for the administration to take is to launch targeted airstrikes against strategic targets within the country. There are two possible outcomes if the Trump administration pursues this path. First, the airstrikes and the other actions that Washington undertakes could be so devastating that the Venezuelan people decide that their only option is to oust Maduro in order to survive. In this case, we'd see massive public protests before the military ousts Maduro and hands him over to Washington. Alternatively, Maduro could see the writing on the wall and flee before it got to that point to spend a deservedly miserable retirement hanging out in Moscow and playing video games with Assad. In the second scenario, Washington would still carry out airstrikes, but the damage wouldn't be sufficient enough for the public and the military to turn on Maduro. In such a case, Maduro would continue to run down the clock until 2028 when Trump leaves office, hoping that an administration more willing to negotiate takes power. Regardless of what option the Trump administration chooses, Venezuela will continue to be in an interesting place in the coming year. And sticking with Latin America for a moment, Ecuador falls into the abyss. When the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Organization, better known as ACLED, released their 2026 watch list, very few of the featured countries would have caused much surprise. Ukraine, Sudan, Myanmar, Syria, Pakistan, these are nations that are now synonymous with insurgency and war. But buried amid the overviews of conflict in places like the Sahel and Middle East was one name that stuck out like a sore thumb. Just 5 years ago, Ecuador was one of the safest nations in Latin America, a Nevada-sized strip of the Andes nestled between the far more violent nations of Colombia and Peru. Prior to the pandemic, its murder rate was about equal with that of the United States, and far, far below that of nations like Honduras, Mexico, or Brazil. Well, what a difference half a decade can make. In 2021, Ecuador's murder rate began to climb dramatically. By 2023, it had reached an eye-watering 46 per 100,000 people, higher than Venezuela, higher than Colombia, higher even than Haiti. So high that following a gangster uprising in January of 2024, the government of President Daniel Noboa declared the nation in a state of internal armed conflict and launched a military crackdown. One that initially saw modest success, only to be followed by a new wave of even worse violence. The statistics for 2025 are eye-popping. While official homicide data won't be available for a couple of months, projections indicate that the murder rate will have reached 50 per 100,000. By way of comparison, Mexico's murder rate in 2024 was around 19.3. As the ACLED report notes, Ecuador ranks among the top 10 countries with the most intense violence in the world. The reasons for this are rooted in the fragmentation of Ecuador's criminal landscape. At the height of the 2023 violence, the nation was dominated by two armed groups at war with one another, Los Lobos and Los Chaneros. But After 2 years of arrests and police operations, multiple Ecuadorian gangs have shattered, with their remnants turning on one another. After the arrest of their boss, Negro Willie, for example, Los Tiguerones splintered, with former comrades slaughtering one another for control of lucrative trafficking routes. Los Jonequillas likewise broke apart, and with Los Chaneras head Fito recently extradited to the US, there are fears that the group could do the same. Overall, there are now thought to be 40 different armed gangs competing for the spoils of Ecuador's cocaine and illegal mining trades, and all of them are willing to engage in grotesque, almost theatrical violence to try and come out on top. Hence the overkill of some gang actions like shooting up a rival's funeral or hanging headless corpses from bridges. Hence, too, the pervasiveness of violence. While the tourist districts of Ecuador remain relatively safe, the densely populated coastal strip sounds like Miami in the early 1980s. By Acled's calculation, 71% of the Ecuadorian population has been exposed to at least one violent event, be that witnessing a kidnapping, being in the vicinity of a car bomb, or just hearing the gunshots as someone is cut down one street over. As for the coming year, well, 2026 is likely to be even worse. The more Ecuador's gangs fracture, the more competition there is, and the more incentive there is for these smaller armed groups to use extreme violence to get their way. Add in rising instability in neighboring Peru, and it's easy to see how Ecuador's internal armed conflict may be entering a phase similar to Mexico's drug war, a phase characterized by growing lawlessness, rising murders, and a sense that nothing can be done. Next up, we're going to skip across the continents to Syria, but first, just a quick pause to tell you about our fantastic new project, Fronts.co. It's our subscriber service for people who want to experience even more anxiety about the state of the world. For $5 a month, we'll hook you up with that anxiety. You'll get access to 2 exclusive videos per week, plus articles written by experts, plus early access to our long-form deep dive episodes. And that's just how things stand at the moment. While 2026 may be miserable for conflict, we've got some cool things coming down the pipeline to help our subscribers weather the doom and the gloom. Exclusive podcasts, new video series, and no spoilers, but it's going to be a big year for subscriber content. That's Fronts.co. It's $5 a month for $50 a year if you want it even cheaper. And now, back to the video. Syria reignites. Then there's the risk of a new escalation in Syria, where this time last year we were discussing the sudden collapse of the Assad dynasty after more than a half-century of continuous rule. Today, Syria is undoubtedly in a better place than it was during its civil war, but to call the nation either stable or unified would be a bit of a stretch. Large parts of Syria are currently outside the control of the government in Damascus. That government stands accused of complicity in several massacres and mass atrocities targeting Syrian minorities, and the nation is looking like ground zero for a rising cold conflict in the Middle East between its northern neighbor Turkey and its southern neighbor Israel. Making matters worse, the Islamic State remains active all across the country, worming its way into state institutions, gathering its power for a future return to full-scale insurgency, and preparing to break thousands of fighters and loyalists out of vulnerable prison camps. But right now, the greatest potential for escalation in Syria lies in the simmering tensions between Damascus and the Kurdish-led autonomous state in Syria's northeast. Protected by the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, and a range of other paramilitary groups, the autonomous state of Riyadh has tried to maintain a degree of separation from the Syrian state, despite Damascus's clear intent to get Riyadh to reintegrate fully. That reintegration process, plus a critical effort to find a way for the SDF to fuse with the Syrian military, has stalled over the last few months. Despite both sides already having committed to a compromise plan, and although both Damascus and Riyadh appear to be willing to let negotiations play out, it now seems that Turkey is going to force the issue. In order to understand Turkey's role, domestic politics matter. Its own Kurdish paramilitaries are disarming under an amnesty deal, but Turkey regards Syria's Kurdish fighting forces, including the SDF, as armed extensions of those paramilitaries who haven't agreed to Turkey's deal. Turkey has intervened directly against Riyadh in the past and still holds a buffer zone on Syrian territory, while it's worked tirelessly to prop up its pro-Turkish militias to contest Riyadh's influence in places like Aleppo and Manbij. Over the last several weeks, Turkey has ramped up the pressure on Riyadh substantially, insisting that Riyadh agree to reintegrate with Syria by the end of 2025.
What's he
if that
calling
doesn't
it?
happen, which we suppose you'll be able to tell by the time this episode is released, then Turkey has made clear that it's willing to go to war. Right now, Turkish military convoys are massing in areas under the control of Damascus, on Syrian territory. Syrian forces are gathering in the north and in Syria's oil-rich heartlands near Deir ez-Zor, suggesting that they could readily engage in a two-pronged offensive if they were to receive that go order. The SDF has the capacity to resist, but not if Turkey also attacks from across the northern buffer zone, and it would risk losing control of Islamic State prison camps, where the risk of a breakout would rise exponentially. The United States, long an ally of Syria's Kurds, now appears unlikely to intervene on their behalf. If Turkey keeps to its end of 2025 deadline, then this could very well be the first new conflict of 2026, with the potential to destabilize the rest of Syria in the process. Gen Z overthrows more governments. One of the biggest stories of this year has been the Gen Z protests that have swept the world from Africa to Asia before landing squarely in Europe, where they recently toppled the Bulgarian government. And we can almost guarantee that in 2026, another tsunami of youth protests will hit the world. Because, as we've noted in multiple videos this year, the same conditions that made Gen Z angry in 2025, a lack of opportunities, a spiraling affordability crisis, systems that seem to work for everyone except the youth, and elites that are out of touch with their complaints, well, they're still going to exist in 2026, aren't they? So, where will the Gen Z protests hit next? The last time we tried to predict this, we focused on countries in the global south: Madagascar, Kenya, Nigeria, and India. This time, we want to focus on the global north because, as Bulgaria has proven, no country is safe from the Gen Z wave. First on our list is France. In September, at least 170,000 protesters from the Block Everything movement took to the streets in France to protest against two things. One, a budget that would significantly reduce public spending, and two, France's perennial political instability. While the French government did manage to quell the protests, deploying more than 80,000 police officers to do so, the underlying issues have not been addressed. The Prime Minister, whose government has proposed the budget, François Bayrou, was ousted. He was replaced by Sébastien Lecornu, who took office on the 9th of September before resigning a day after appointing his cabinet on the 5th of October. Meaning he served for less than a month, although we should be clear that President Macron reappointed him as Prime Minister on the 10th of October, and his government survived a vote of no confidence 5 days later. Well, that would count as political instability. On Friday, the 12th of December, the French government passed a budget supported by Lecornu that suspended an unpopular pension reform. So while the immediate spark for a new wave of protests doesn't exist, it would only take one unpopular budgetary decision before the French youth are back on the streets. Next on our list is Germany, a country that is usually the picture of stability. We're including Germany on this list because of two reasons. One, according to Peter Leibinger, president of the Federation of German Industries, or BDI, the German economy is in freefall and the government isn't responding decisively enough. The reasons for this freefall are pretty simple. High energy costs are making it more expensive for manufacturers to produce anything, there's weak international demand for German exports in key markets, and American tariffs and the rise of China as an industrial rival are causing endless headaches. Second, the German parliament recently voted to reintroduce voluntary military service for 18-year-olds. Under the new law, all 18-year-olds in Germany will be sent a questionnaire from January 2026 asking if they're interested and willing to join the armed forces. The form will be mandatory for men and voluntary for women. Many young Germans oppose the new law out of a fear that it could lead to the reintroduction of conscription, and protests have already erupted in several cities across the country. In Hamburg alone, more than 1,500 people were expected to join the protests. This could become a bigger flashpoint in 2026, especially after the questionnaires are sent out in January, although we should stress that recruitment at this stage is intended to be voluntary, which might take the edge off. Beyond the question of where the next Gen Z protests will happen, there's also the question of what will happen in the countries where Gen Z were successful in 2025, specifically in Nepal, where the country is headed for an election in March. As Nepal expert Meena Bhatta put in a piece for The Diplomat, the elections will test whether the political energy unleashed by the youth during the protests can free the country from its past of transactional politics. If the Nepalese youth can successfully navigate the elections and win against parties that have spent years building out the sort of machinery, loyalty, and patronage networks that win elections, then they will prove to other young people around the world that it is possible to do more than just protest against unpopular regimes. It's possible to win against them too. The Horn of Africa could implode. Among people with a passing interest in geopolitics, there are a handful of widely known flashpoints for a future war. Kashmir, for example, where India and Pakistan both have competing claims, or the island of Taiwan, or the demilitarized zone between North and South Korea. But even among people who regularly follow this stuff, one flashpoint is frequently overlooked. Packed with fragile states and bordering others weakened by conflict and insurgency, it is already a source of ongoing instability. Next year, though, it could be something else. The spark for a war that would reverberate not just across Africa, but through the Red Sea, the Middle East, and likely even as far afield as Europe. The reasons why are too complex to properly cover in just one short segment of a YouTube video, but the basic version is that a series of overlapping and impending conflicts are pushing the region to crisis. The most worrying of these involves the nations of Ethiopia and Eritrea. Although the two fought alongside one another in the Tigray War, Addis Ababa excluded Asmara from the peace talks that ended the conflict. Since then, Ethiopian PM Abiy Ahmed has been vocal about restoring his nation's access to the ocean, something most analysts have taken as a threat to annex parts of Eritrea, given it was Eritrean independence that robbed Ethiopia of its coastline in the first place. Longtime Eritrean dictator Isaias Afwerki, for his part, has tried to counter this threat by getting increasingly involved in Ethiopia's own internal conflicts. A massive offensive this autumn by the insurgent Fano militias in eastern Amhara region is thought to have only been made possible with Eritrean backing. But while the Amhara crisis might be Ethiopia's biggest current internal conflict, there are fears that a far deadlier one could reignite. The Tigray War, fought between 2020 and 2022 in northern Ethiopia, remains one of the deadliest conflicts this century. Again, the specifics are extremely complicated, but what's relevant for us is that the peace agreement kicked the can down the road on a lot of key questions, including the fate of Fano-occupied Western Tigray. The failure to resolve these issues led this year to a split in the Tigrayan leadership, with one side shifting closer to Addis Ababa while the other has moved closer to Asmara. Even without a full-blown Ethiopia-Eritrea war, it is possible that a civil war between Tigrayan factions could be used as a proxy battle by the two neighbors. Complicating all of this even further is the ongoing catastrophe in neighboring Sudan, where the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces are fighting the official Sudanese armed forces. Because the RSF are backed by the UAE, which also back Abiy Ahmed in Addis Ababa, Isaias Afwerki has tried to make common cause with the SAF, even visiting the de facto capital of Port Sudan in November. The SAF, who have backers in Egypt and Saudi Arabia, also have links to Tigray's regional forces and might try to intervene if the region falls into civil war. And just in case that wasn't already complicated enough, there's also the situation with Somalia. Last year, it briefly looked like Ethiopia was going to strike a deal with the unrecognized breakaway state of Somaliland, exchanging recognition for one of its ports. This caused panic in Mogadishu, with Somalia's official government scrambling to forge an alliance with both Eritrea and Egypt as a way of deterring the move. While mediation from Turkey eventually killed the proposal, it still exposed growing fault lines in the African Horn, with coastal states becoming ever more nervous about Ethiopia's desire to expand. And that nervousness is forcing the region into two increasingly hostile blocs, one led by Ethiopia and backed by the UAE, and one led by Eritrea and backed by Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Now, none of this is to say that a wider war in the region is inevitable. But the risk is clearly growing, and there are now multiple potential triggers, from a meltdown in Tigray to a direct confrontation between Addis Ababa and Asmara to the rising risk of direct military intervention in Sudan's civil war. 2026 could therefore be just another year of rising tension and saber-rattling in the region, or it could be the year that a widespread East African war finally erupts. Myanmar's civil war continues. 5 years after the Myanmar military seized power in 2021, the war between them and the various rebel groups seems to just have no end in sight. For much of 2025, the story in Myanmar has been the military, with China's help, reversing the gains that the rebels have made. Apart from relying on China's help, the military has changed its tactics, introducing conscription and expanding its drone fleet, leaning into its strengths and trying to nullify any advantages that the armed groups enjoyed. The military's victories have come at a particularly crucial time for Myanmar as it gears up for elections beginning on the 28th of December, which will dominate any coverage of Myanmar for the foreseeable future. An election that most regional observers believe is nothing more than a sham. The International Commission of Jurists, the ICJ, a non-governmental organization of leading judges and lawyers from around the world, believes that should the elections happen, they most likely won't be free, fair, or inclusive. The ICJ points to the amended political parties registration law, which imposes strenuous membership and financial requirements that effectively block long-established political parties from registering. Additionally, the military junta has passed several other regulations that deny political rights to individuals accused, often without due process, of involvement in unlawful activities, a catch-all term used to target critics, activists, and members of opposition movements. There's also the fact that according to an article in The Conversation by Nicholas Koppel, Australia's former ambassador to Myanmar, citizens who criticise the elections on social media have been sentenced for up to 7 years in prison with hard labour. For some offences, the death penalty applies. So, if everyone agrees that the elections are going to be a sham, why is the military pushing ahead with them? Well, in Koppel's view, the elections are an attempt by the junta to gain legitimacy both at home and abroad, a legitimacy that they have been seeking since they first swept into power, but has so far eluded them. When the rebel groups won major victories in 2024, it exposed just how hollow the junta's control actually was. The elections and the recent string of battlefield victories are meant to reverse that narrative and show that the junta, despite any perceived weakness, is still the most dominant ruling faction in the country. This will be a tall order for the military, because as Sumon, ACLED's senior Asia-Pacific analyst, noted in a piece with the organization, while the military successes in 2025 were significant, the junta remains in a weakened position compared to before the rebel advances of 2023 and 2024, and is unable to assert effective control over the areas it has recently retaken. And there's the simple fact that most rebel groups will simply continue fighting. Elections be damned. So, in Myanmar, 2026 is shaping up to be a battle of narratives. For the junta, it's a battle to show the world that it's capable of ruling the entire country and not just tiny pockets of land where its forces are most concentrated. For the rebels, it's a battle to show that the victories that happened in 2024 weren't just a fluke, but the beginning of a permanent shift in power that no rigged election can reverse. And speaking of ongoing civil wars, Sudan's war will get even worse. By most measures, Sudan's civil war is already the worst conflict happening anywhere on Earth, deadlier for civilians than Russia's invasion of Ukraine, more chaotic than Myanmar's civil war, and characterized by more starvation and atrocities than those in Haiti's meltdown. While no one knows how many have been killed, reasonable estimates go as high as 400,000, a figure calculated before the fall of al-Fasher, where the paramilitary rapid support forces may have slaughtered close to 70,000 people. In short, this is an apocalyptic conflict, one that makes most wars look like a nice Sunday picnic. And yet, all signs point to 2026 being even more catastrophic. There are many reasons for this pessimism, but the basic one is that the war at this stage is largely unwinnable. While the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, had a spectacular start to the year, recapturing the breadbasket state of Jazeera and driving the RSF from the capital, Khartoum, their success was only possible due to the paramilitaries overstretching themselves. After falling back to their home base of Darfur in the west, the RSF were able to consolidate and capture the last remaining major holdout city of al-Fasher. And now it's the military that finds itself overstretched by its drive into Kordofan, falling back as the RSF once again marches onwards. In recent weeks alone, the paramilitaries captured the strategic oil fields of Heglig, although control was later transferred to neutral forces from South Sudan, taken the SAF base at Baba Nusa after a long siege, and begun pushing toward the North Kordofan capital of El Abeid. Cities like Kadugli and Diling have been placed under siege. But while the RSF is now on the front foot, there's no indication that the group has the firepower or the stamina to drive back into the central regions and retake Khartoum. And that's a problem for the group, because as analyst Dalia Abdulmoneim told Al Jazeera, quote, RSF leader Hemeti was never going to be satisfied with just controlling the Darfur region. He wants the whole country, end quote. On the other side, the SAF considers the parallel government Hemeti has set up in the West to be an affront, one they can't allow to continue existing despite the SAF's inability to retake Darfur. And so it seems likely that the two sides will continue fighting, with Kordofan
Are there any
becoming
estimates?
the
I mean,
main
you
focal
would be able
point
to
of
look
the
it up
bloodshed.
as easy as I would.
Speaking exclusively to war fronts, senior Africa analyst at ACLED, Lard Sewat, noted that violence is unlikely to diminish in 2026 and may even spread to the northern region, which has so far been spared the worst of the fighting. With the UN warning that Kordofan may become another al-Fasher, it seems that Sudan's tragedy is set to continue for at least another year. Not that this was the only country with the word Sudan in its name that faces a catastrophic 2026. South Sudan could yet implode. In many ways, South Sudan in 2025 was the dog that didn't bark. While we're recording this a couple of weeks ahead of publication, so it's possible something might happen before you see it. At the time of writing, the world's newest country technically does remain at peace. A sort of fragile peace wherein everyone is tense and paranoid that something awful could happen at any moment, but peace nonetheless. To call this unsurprising is an understatement, on par with calling Gianni Infantino only something of a sniveling worm. Across the last 12 months, Juba repeatedly seemed to be on the brink of total collapse. The economy had been battered by a loss of oil exports due to the civil war in Sudan. President Kiir was increasingly ailing and purging his rivals and allies alike. Ethnic militias like the White Army were seizing whole towns. And to top it all off, Vice President Riek Machar was put on trial for treason. Given Machar represents the Nuer ethnicity that fought President Kiir's Dinka group in the civil war between 2013 and 2018, a conflict defined by ethnic cleansing and massacres, this should have been explosive. As Crisis Group put it, the trial of South Sudan's first vice president, Riek Machar, represents one of the greatest threats to the country's stability since the end of its civil war. End quote. And somehow things just about held. Even as the country risked getting dragged into the civil war in Sudan, the expected fighting never erupted. When we published our latest episode on the situation back in September, we would have been amazed if you'd told us that the country would end the year at peace. And yet, it might not be worth celebrating just yet. For all 2025 may have been better than expected for the world's newest country, the conditions remain in place for state collapse. Kiir is so elderly and infirm that he makes Joe Biden look like an albino Jesse Owens. Soldiers still don't receive regular wages. Pressures from the war in Sudan are still causing cracks. The economy is still a basket case. And more elites are getting purged. Ethnic tensions are also rising, and there's a feeling like something, at some point, just has to give. Rather than a cause of celebration, it may turn out that 2025 merely postponed the country's next disaster. Russia expands its war with Ukraine. In Eastern Europe, we would hope that Russia's primary military objective in 2026 is obvious, barring, of course, a surprise peace deal between Moscow and Kiev before the release of this episode. But assuming that a peace deal hasn't materialized, Russia's focus will remain concentrated mostly on Ukraine until it reaches some kind of resolution there, either through victory, defeat, or, more likely, a ceasefire arrangement that leaves both nations on edge. But that doesn't mean that Russia's objectives will be limited to its Ukraine invasion any more so than they've been in 2025. For one thing, Russia is likely to
soft
continue
down their belly
its
hardened
hybrid
too
warfare
quickly. I should have
strategy in
made those
Europe, where it has
trebuchets
relied on
sooner.
a combination of disinformation, drone surveillance overflights, material sabotage, and, at times, targeted assassination. Russia's objectives appear quite straightforward: to probe and analyze NATO defenses and response times, to challenge NATO's resolve and its willingness to protect itself, and to sow discontent and disagreement among the members of the NATO alliance. As we've said before on this channel, Russia tends to probe its adversaries in all directions at once, and while it does tend to back down once it meets resistance, it redoubles its efforts wherever it finds an apparent vulnerability. What Russia does in Europe across 2026 will most likely depend on the weaknesses that Europe reveals. Then there's the possibility of limited military action by Russia in non-NATO countries, possibly Georgia, possibly Moldova, or possibly even both. Georgia would be the most likely candidate, already neutered and brought into alignment with Moscow by its pro-Russian government, and now poised to be a showpiece for whatever message Russia wants to send. If it wants to use Georgia to show the world the benevolence and mutual enrichment that comes from an alliance with Moscow, then perhaps Georgia and its elites are about to get a lot richer. If, by contrast, Russia has been fattening Georgia up for the slaughter to demonstrate just how powerful Russia can be when it really wants to capture an entire country, then Georgia's elites may find themselves double-crossed and used as a reminder to the rest of the world. Moldova would be more difficult for Russia to attack outright, but it could come under direct threat from disinformation attacks, hybrid warfare campaigns, or even long-range strikes, especially after Moldova's warnings of Russian interference in its 2025 elections seemed as if they amounted to nothing. Other nations could also be on the chopping block, including Kazakhstan, where national leaders have made clear that they consider Russia to be a long-term threat, although a Russian offensive in Central Asia would be far less likely to happen this year. And if Russia and Ukraine do reach a ceasefire, then there's a non-zero chance that the Ukraine invasion could conclude, restart, and then conclude again, all within the next 12 months. Russia has shown in this recent series of negotiations that it really wants control of the entire Donbass, meaning that it would also gain control of the rest of Ukraine's fortress belt, the best defensive line left between the front lines and Kyiv. That and other indicators from the Kremlin and Western intelligence would suggest that if Russia can get Ukraine to agree to a peace, it probably won't intend for that peace to endure. Instead, Russia's objective will be to rest its troops, refresh its arsenal, and reinvade, betting on the sort of days-long offensive that it was originally planning for in 2022. But let's say no ceasefire, even a cynical one, is reached. What might happen instead? Ukraine's 2026 looks bleak. According to Arisia Lutsevich, deputy director of Chatham House's Russia and Eurasia program, a peaceful settlement in Ukraine remains far from reach. In her view, as long as President Putin continues to insist on controlling Ukraine's eastern edge, the American-led negotiations are unlikely to be enough to stop him. Lutsevich isn't wrong to be skeptical. Despite all the optimistic press conferences and declarations about a peace deal being closer than ever, the fundamentals just haven't changed. Russia still believes it's winning. Ukraine still can't accept losing a fifth of its territory, and the Trump administration, for all of its deal-making bluster, hasn't figured out how to square that circle. Which means that Ukraine will most likely see a continuation of what has been happening in 2025, a grinding, attritional war where each side exchanges thousands of men for meters of territory. And we are not exaggerating when we say this. According to DW, by December 2025, Russia controlled 19% of Ukraine's territory, which is only 1% more than what it controlled at the end of 2022. However, according to a study by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS, nearly 1 million Russian soldiers were killed or injured to gain that ground, the sort of ratio of mass casualties to minor gains that we typically associate with the Western Front of World War I. For Ukraine, the situation may be even worse. The country has lost approximately 10 million people, roughly a quarter of its pre-war population.
Hopefully this
Most
start
of
date will make the
migration,
golden
but
age
also
easier.
casualties.
I would have had,
The real use of
if this dude didn't go to World War right when he did, I would have been fine.
Now sees only 12% of new recruits volunteer. The rest are conscripts, many of them older men. The average Ukrainian infantryman, according to military outlet War on the Rocks, is 43 years old. So in 2026, if a peace deal can't be reached, and it's looking likely that it won't be, then it seems Ukraine will continue fighting a war where survival depends on Western nations maintaining their willingness to fund an indefinite stalemate. Russia, meanwhile, will keep attempting to grind forward at massive cost, betting that its larger population and war economy can outlast Ukrainian manpower reserves and Western political commitment. The result likely won't be dramatic offensives or decisive battles. Rather, it will probably be another year of artillery exchanges and drone strikes where thousands die for villages that will be forgotten footnotes in the history books, while either side hopes the other collapses first. Barring a timely heart attack for the organ-harvesting weirdo in the Kremlin, things may remain this way for a long time. The threat of World War III. Finally, we'd be remiss to allow this episode to conclude without talking about World War III. Now, as we see it, World War III appears to be pretty unlikely for 2026, and yes, everyone here is thoroughly knocking on wood, and maybe you should too. But as unlikely as it is, we've got to acknowledge a remote possibility that two major offensives, Russia against NATO and China against Taiwan, could come this year. In both cases, Western experts have pinned down a likely date of military action around 2027 or 2028, before either the nations of Europe or the nations of the Indo-Pacific rearm themselves to the extent that they could completely deter Russia or China, respectively. But now, rearmament on both sides of the globe seems to be happening quickly, and if Russia, China, or both nations evaluate that their window of opportunity is closing, then that presents a problem. If Russia and China now suspect that their window could close by, say, 2028, will they give up on their wider ambitions, or will they chase those ambitions in 2026? We can't say for sure. What we can say is that the coming year is likely to be as chaotic and destructive as most of the decade has been so far. Fingers crossed that when it comes time to write our look ahead for 2027, it'll be less pessimistic than this episode has been. Thank you for watching.
The year is 2030. A cyber attack just hit America's major seaports and rail network. Border incursions break out in the Baltic along the border with Russia. At the same time, China imposes a blockade of Taiwan, and Iran launches a ballistic missile barrage against U.S. forces located throughout the Middle East. This is exactly the kind of worst-case scenario that would aim to overextend the U.S. Army across 3 different theaters simultaneously. It's exactly why the Army's implementing a radical new war plan and complementary weapons systems that are unlike anything we've seen in 30 years. What new capabilities are they prioritizing in this once-in-a-generation transformation? How does this new multi-domain warfare doctrine work? And what is the historical context that informed these changes? I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Hit the like and subscribe button and let's find out. But first, I want to tell you about the folks that made this video possible. OneRep, a fully automated privacy platform that removes your personal information from the public web. Your information is everywhere. Google yourself and you'll be surprised to see your home address, phone number, and email in the top search results for your name. I've personally dealt with my fair share of marketing spam in my inbox and non-stop robocalls because my contact info was readily available online. But how does it end up there? Data brokers collect your sensitive details from public records, compile them into comprehensive reports, and then publish them online to attract traffic or sell for a fee. A simple search can reveal not just your home address or phone number, but also your credit score, income range, family connections, and many other details. In addition to spam, this kind of exposure can lead to increased risk of scams, identity theft, stalking, and more. OneRep helps you avoid these threats by minimizing your personal information exposure. The platform scans over 200 data brokers to find and remove your exposed information, and then continuously monitor the web to keep you protected. Don't wait for your information to be misused. Click the link in the description below to sign up for OneRep and get 50% off their annual subscription today. A 30-day money-back guarantee applies. Military doctrine is the logic of soldiers' professional behavior. In 1973, the shocking results of the Yom Kippur War led to a revolution in military theory that is still blowing the brains out of the back of experts' minds to this day. Mainly, the war demonstrated for the first time how lethal modern anti-tank guided missiles were, and how vulnerable they had made new tank formations, about as vulnerable as several dozen tons of killing machine can get. Enter U.S. Army General William Depew, a battle-hardened badass who'd seen action as a second lieutenant in World War II and later commanded a division in the hellscape of Vietnam. Depew wasn't just the guy for the job. He was the guy that understood that warfare was evolving faster than most people could wrap their heads around. He called for a creation of a new beast of an institution, the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command. This wasn't just another basement-dwelling office of the Pentagon. TRADOC's mission was to entirely rip apart the old playbook and write a brand new war plan in response to the shockwaves sent by the Yom Kippur War. Depew was handed the keys to TRADOC as its first commander, and what followed was nothing short of revolutionary. By 1976, Depew and his team had brewed up the U.S. Army's first bona fide named doctrine, FM-100 Operations, which was later dubbed Active Defense. Now, despite Depew's humble 11 Bravo infantryman roots, He envisioned the future of warfare being armored mechanized centric. In earlier US Army doctrine, large reserves were retained far back from the front, so you still had some forces to counterattack with. However, in this new active defense strategy, most of your firepower was already committed, kept forward, so you could bring everything you have to bear against the enemy right away. It called for hitting the enemy with everything you got, then pulling back in a kind of controlled manner to lure them into a kill zone. Advancing enemy forces would be pushed into a more narrow salient that you could effectively pinch off. It's more complicated than that, but it's largely about defense in depth, pulling back from battle position to battle position in a retrograde fight. This wasn't just theory crafting for the sake of it. There was some hard realities behind the need for this new approach. For example, new forms of surveillance, like improved spy planes and satellite images, meant it was no longer really possible to secretly mass troops and surprise your opposing forces as easily as it was in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. There was also a rapidly shrinking American force size, which meant that the army would be estimated to be fighting outnumbered 2-to-1 in the European theater against the Warsaw Pact. Depew was known for having no patience when it came to suffering fools, and his method of implementing his active defense war plan was by ramming it down the army's throat. Who would have guessed the infantry guy is less about diplomacy and more about brute frickin' force? His second in command and chief of all armor at the time, General Starry, said if you don't like it, get out of the army. Or, like my dad always said, it's my way or the highway, and stop licking the windows, Chris, it's not cute. This approach meant that there was friction and widespread criticism of the active defense strategy. Some generals claimed if you positioned all your forces forward in an aggressive posture like this, it would needlessly provoke the enemy. Critics also said that active defense didn't account for the enemy's reserve forces looming in the rear. War games of the time repeatedly showed you could win a battle only to run into the second line of fresh defenses and get annihilated, forcing the use of nuclear weapons at that point. But if you ask me, military critics and people who comment on war can and that's where the Army's second official war doctrine comes in. In 1977, Depew retired, and his right-hand man, General Don Starry, took over as the second commander of TRADOC in history. By now, TRADOC had become like the church of the Army, and FM-100 operations was its Bible, and General Starry was its preacher, and all the soldiers were the disciples. I don't know, I'm taking this analogy way too far now. Starry had commanded the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment in the Vietnam War. He'd been wounded in action by an enemy grenade. War was more than just theory and numbers to this guy. He had one job: address the inadequacies that were presumed about the active defense doctrine. His solution was the development of the Army's second named doctrine, air-land battle, which was fundamentally rooted in the concept of maneuver warfare. Or to put it more simply, it was about getting in the enemy's face and breaking their teeth. There were several key differences compared to active defense. For one, air-land battle was far more of an aggressive plan. There was not a whole lot of withdrawing back and luring the enemy in. No, this was all about moving forward, violence of action, doubling down, and completely exploiting and destroying the enemy. Now, that's the kind of philosophy that wakes you up in the morning with an already full, raging war plan. But in order for this strategy to work, it would require a complete overhaul of the Army's aging main weapon systems. You see, between the late 1970s and the early 1980s, the US defense industry had what I like to call a renaissance period. Nay, it was a golden age. The military-industrial complex went full sicko mode and developed what came to be known as the so-called Big Five weapon systems. These efforts led to the birth of America's modern firepower. It consisted of the AH-64 Apache helicopter, the M1 Abrams main battle tank came alive at this time, the UH-60 Black Hawk transport helicopter was born, the M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle was a vehicle that combined the roles of troop transport and fire support, enhancing the mobility and protection of the infantry units, and finally the Patriot air defense missile system protecting it all. I think the term game changer is wildly overused, so I'll just call them what they are: regime changers. General Depew had previously highlighted the urgent need for the modernization, stating, quote, "Because of the cost and preoccupation of the Vietnam War, the Army lost a generation of modernization," end quote. These Big Five were seen as tools that were essential for air-land battle strategy to work, because air-land battle emphasized flexibility, speed, and ability to disrupt enemy forces by striking deep into their rear areas with a combination of ground and air forces. So let me explain.
Rear areas.
In order to accomplish this, U.S. Army grunts were integrated with the new A-10 Warthog that was flown by Army pilots. This all solved a major problem from active defense strategy because it allowed for these devastating deep strikes against enemy forces reserves that were 20 kilometers back from the front line. General Starry learned from his past actions that he would have more success by using some more tact when it came to winning his fellow subordinate officers over. If Depew was a killdozer, Starry was a real diplomat in camouflage. So Starry sent out advanced copies of the plan to pool everyone's opinion so he could get advanced buy-in. He made sure that the experience was much more consensual this time. Air-land battle became the primary doctrine of U.S. forces in 1982. Despite its innovation, air-land battle was still controversial at the time. Now, I'm noticing a pattern here. Many senior military leaders criticized the doctrine. They argued that it risked spreading U.S. forces too thin and neglected the importance of maintaining a solid defensive position. However, that argument was soundly put to bed by the First Gulf War in 1991, which shocked not only the U.S. Army by its own effectiveness, but also its adversaries. Now, these quotes about American warfighting doctrine are part legend and part myth, but they make me laugh because I think they capture something really true. A Russian document said, quote, "One of the serious problems in planning against American doctrine is that the Americans do not read their manuals, nor do they feel any obligation to follow their doctrine." I think it captures something fundamentally true about American doctrine. When I was an infantryman, my squad was given a lot of leeway to accomplish our platoon leader's intent and direction however we saw fit, and the same is true all the way up the chain of command. The US military doesn't have any kind of top-down micromanagement approach that a lot of authoritarian adversaries favor. A German officer wrote, "The reason the American army does so well in wartime is that war is chaos, and the American army practices chaos on a daily basis." After the year 2001, something strange happened. The US Army adopted a new doctrine known as full spectrum operations. This was a hard left turn from the previous 3 decades of building upon a sort of single theory of war. It replaced the previous focus on conventional warfare and instead focused on something new: counterinsurgency. The once again controversial plan was created by Army Chief of Staff General Eric Shinseki, who originally was a forward observer in the Vietnam War. This was a wild period of transformation of the Army that I witnessed firsthand when I served as a lower enlisted grunt. The new plan focused on deploying self-sustained small units in remote parts of the world. The key piece of equipment that allowed this strategy to work was the development of the new lightweight mobile striker armored fighting vehicle. The large-scale military divisions were cut up and focused around the deployment of 31 separate brigade combat teams that operated independently and rotated through the wars each year. The doctrine was a product of its time, really, born out of a unique moment in world history where the US government believed that great power competition might be off the table for the foreseeable future. We were the top dogs. We were on top, and we could have whatever doctrine we wanted. Take a look at this map here. It perfectly shows how full spectrum doctrine warfare works. Each area of operations in Iraq was split up with different brigade combat teams of roughly 4,000 troops responsible for smaller areas of operation. Each brigade is responsible for what's happening in their own area. There's no real front line, and what happens to your neighbor is kind of their own problem. Between 1968 and the year 2000, the U.S. military had shrank from 3.5 million personnel down to 1.3 million, around where it remains today. And this new strategy was meant to work with those reduced force strength numbers. Under full spectrum operations doctrine, many of the air defense artillery battalions were completely disbanded, left and right like toys that we decided that we were done playing with. They were reclassified into infantry battalions because we needed anyone with a warm pulse. Starting in the early 2000s, the Army seriously divested from air defense because they weren't considered mission critical. Of the 1,100 Avengers, for instance, that were built, only 400 remained operational after the reduction. However, this is a democracy and the enemy always gets a vote. During the same time period, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, all the usual suspects, They were closely studying all these changes. They were copying off our dang homework and designing systems to subvert America's strengths. In response, they developed their militaries to be focused heavily on what's called A2AD, or anti-access area denial warfare. They started pouring money into long-range missile platforms. They saw that the U.S. military's real strength at the time was being able to mass forces near your border, and if they're able to, then you've already lost the war. So their weapons were developed around denying freedom of movement. But it wasn't a serious threat at the time. We looked at it and we thought, oh, that's cute. So the Army half-heartedly tried to counter this between 2000 and 2009 on the Future Combat System that they tried to adopt new artillery, helicopters, and infantry fighting vehicles that all failed to materialize. Once again, like during the Vietnam War, I think the Army had been distracted and lost an entire generation of modernization. If we don't know what we're doing, the enemy certainly can't anticipate our future actions. But starting in 2015, the Army got back to work, and this time they were taking it more seriously. This time, General Mark Milley, the Army Chief of Staff at the time, established a new command. It was separate from TRADOC, and it was called Army's Future Command. And Milley was a veteran of the conflict in Panama, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. His idea was that red tape and bureaucracy had grown and festered inside TRADOC since its inception in 1973. Futures Command was stood up as this kind of separate four-star command with its own authority to effectively get around all that bureaucracy.
This is Army Futures Command. AFC ensures the Army is implementing a comprehensive approach to modernization, one that will provide future soldiers with the advanced equipment and systems they need to dominate any adversary.
Sir, that just made me hoo-ha so hard. Please teach me how to dominate any adversary. It was headquartered in Austin, Texas, with 17,000 personnel working on one thing: transforming the Army to fight and win future wars.
The U.S. Army is undergoing the most significant transformation since the end of the Cold War.
Congress allocated about the same amount of funds as the last effort, $30 billion, for them to use towards modernization, make it rain however you want, all over them capabilities. They were given a stern wag of the finger and told, hey, do not f up again or else. The results have been far more impressive this time around. On February 27, 2024, the Army published this white paper outlining their new war plans. In it, they said, we're coming out of more than 2 decades of counterinsurgency conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Army's waking up with a bad hangover from those conflicts. They're slamming some coffee and refocusing on the threat at hand. In total, the Army plans to cut between 24,000 and 32,000 jobs across the board to make room for these air defense jobs. So that's going to mean cutting 5,000 special forces slots. But what we've heard is that these are mostly unfilled jobs like print media and psyops in special forces. So not your hitters necessarily. So conventional forces will also face cuts. Some Stryker cavalry squadrons, for instance, will be cut. But cutting one capability to invest in another is as controversial today as it was in World War II. In 1939, when Poland was invaded by Germany, the U.S. War Department was pushing the Chief of Cavalry to disband horse cavalry units so that they could make room for mechanized forces. He refused, saying, quote, "Under no circumstances will I agree to further depletion of my horse cavalry. To do so would be a betrayal to the nation's defense." Not sure why I give him that accent. That quote might not be historically accurate. There's some reason to believe it wasn't actually ever said, but I think it's interesting because it captures something that I do think is undeniably historically true, that there is well-documented tendency by generals to want to fight the last war. Understandably, it's a part of human nature to be resistant to change. But sometimes change is best tackled by heading into it straight head-on instead of hiding from it.
You see, it all begins with the strategy. What do you want the Army to do? Then, importantly, what capabilities does the Army need to have to meet that strategy?
The new strategy they're talking about is called a multi-domain operations. It's an evolution. It's the logical next step of the theory of U.S. Army fighting doctrine, and let me explain why that is. The key difference is that it's reorienting the fight back to a conventional war in multiple theaters simultaneously again, but there are some new domains, including coordinating with and protecting civilian assets now. We never really had to worry about that kind of stuff recently, but rail networks, ports, and roadways all need to be considered now. The U.S. Army is currently creating 5 multi-domain task force. 3 of them will be assigned to the Pacific Theater, 1 is already in Hawaii, 1 will go to Europe, Africa, and another will be kept in the States for headquarters. The reason it's so different from the last theory of war is that these are theater-level assets, meaning planning happens at a much larger scale. Instead of operating a brigade of 4,000 soldiers, you're operating and coordinating an entire division of 20,000 soldiers along a major front line and across multiple domains. So I think the whole main point of multi-domain operations is all to counter the enemy's new anti-access area denial strategies. And in order to do that, the Army is now working with what's called the Big Six, a reference to the old success. So we'll go through what some of those systems are now. One of the most important ones is the new Typhoon launcher that fires the SM-6 missile. It's able to hit targets over 1,700 miles away, or 2,700 kilometers. It's basically similar to the Russian Iskander missile launcher that you've probably heard about, or China's Dongfang missile series. The US Army's Typhoon battery has 3 missile launchers hooked up to a single control center. It doesn't look very threatening. It looks more like a Walmart truck with a missile attached to it. Okay, actually that sounds pretty scary when I say that out loud. The idea was each multi-domain task force would get 1 battery. Key to this new weapon is the idea of standoff. The Army wants to give the infantry and tanks as much standoff from enemy missile technology as possible. The purpose of these would be to hit the enemy high-value targets like command centers, airfields, or key infrastructure like bridges. It's also meant to hit enemy Iskander missiles themselves. Next is the Army's new long-range ground-launched hypersonic missile, also known as Dark Eagle. Not something I would personally want to f around with. It'll be ready in 2025, and it hits out to over 3,000 kilometers, or like from New York City to Miami, the distance from Paris to Moscow, and most importantly, it can move at 3,800 miles per hour, or 5 times the speed of sound, and maneuver in midair to avoid air defense. It looks like an extra dumpy version of the Mobile Patriot missile system, but with only 2 missile capacity. Each missile costs like $41 million, so it's reserved for the highest of value targets. If the US government is targeting you with one of these things, consider yourself a very, very special person. This picture shows how multi-domain task forces are organized. It has an air defense battalion, strategic fires battalion, HIMARS battery, mid-range capability battery, and long-range
Don't let me forget to buy those motherfuckers.
Battery. This is a radical transformation compared to how the Army was organized in the past. And the thing to keep in mind here is that you also got 2 military intelligence companies and a signals battalion, all attached to you with the purpose of helping coordinate those long-range fires. So infantry and tanks, they're on the front line, and they're meant to paint targets for those long-range strikes. Just like how long-range fires are layered, so too are defensive layers. The Army first started to realize that they had a major air defense vulnerability in 2014, and now it's a major part of the future multi-domain task force. The issue only really became an emergency after the war in Ukraine proved how units without air cover got destroyed quickly. In order to counter long-range missiles and drones, the Army now plans to add 17 air defense units. This will add 7,500 air defense soldiers who will operate new maneuver short-range air defense systems, or MSHORAD, and new counter-UAV weapons. If you're not listening closely right now, that's absolutely insane.
I don't want horses.
That's over a brigade's worth of troops dedicated to just one job. Between 1953 and 2004, the U.S. Air Force had always proudly stated that no U.S. personnel had been killed by enemy air attacks. This is arguably no longer the case, though, after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in a drone strike in Jordan. Today, our concept of what constitutes an air attack has significantly changed since 1953. To address this, the Army is acquiring up to 8 battalions of more than 144 MSHORAD units for $69 million. This is a major upgrade compared to the old Avenger system. The Army is modifying Strikers for the air defense role. Originally, it was going to have 2 AGM Hellfire missiles for taking out tanks, but they decided to scratch that and just go with 8 short-range air defense missiles instead. These are the new version of the FIM-92 Stinger missiles that were designed to hit drones with a max range of 5 miles. It's equipped with the new XM-914 30mm autocannon. That's a more powerful weapon than even the infantry version. The 30mm ammo is large enough for programmable airburst rounds that can hit those FPV drones. Like the other layers, though, air defense battalions will also have your Patriot, your THAAD launchers that protect out to 160 and 200 kilometers respectively. These shoot down your ballistic missiles, for instance. Again, the purpose of this is to give troops standoff. They want to create as big of a protective bubble around them as possible. The radar system on the vehicle is sensitive enough to track and automatically send target distance data to the ammo. This way, you can shoot down $500 drones with 30mm ammo that costs, I believe, around like $150 a pop. Increment 2 is going to cost $88 million and will eventually add 50 kilowatt directed energy weapons, meaning the lasers and microwaves to fry drones as well. A key part of this theory is a working concept known as joint forcible entry. This includes seizing and holding a contested airhead or a beachhead against armed opposition. This gives you the ability to continuously land troops and material for subsequent operations. The adversaries, they think one of the weaknesses of the US Army doctrine is that it takes a long time to build up forces. This is part of the reason as to why the Army recently developed the M10 Booker light tank, so that the infantry could have a tank organic to it, and they could have more firepower on the ground quickly to clear those points of entry for more follow-on masses. In preparing for battle, I've always found that plans are useless, but planning is invaluable. There are numerous examples throughout military history of radical adjustments to weapons or tactics ending up being entirely wrong. For example, adopting the M14 turned out to be a mistake. The Israeli systemic operational design doctrine turned out to be overcomplicated, confusing mess, and it's almost always the lower enlisted regular troops who pay in blood for these mistakes instead of the higher up leadership. But on the other hand, there are just as many examples of leadership not adapting new technologies quickly enough and getting toasted by a new weapon system. This is the stakes.
Oh my God.
It's the push and pull inherent to any major change of war plans. Even the infantry's primary rifle is a reflection of multi-domain task force strategy. The new XM7 and XM250, whether you think these are correct weapon systems for grunts or not, we can't deny it's aligned with the Army's vision. The XM7 new round gives twice the standoff range, twice the firepower, and its optic takes advantage of that. The Army's convinced that they're going to be outnumbered 2-to-1 in the future war, specifically in the Pacific. And if that happens, they believe the only way to fight themselves out of that disadvantage is for the weapon systems to outmatch the enemies in terms of quality. Whether or not we agree or disagree with this philosophy, it's hard to deny that it's a clear common thread throughout all their weapon systems and their strategy for organizing and structuring their forces. The Army version of the Big Five today is your M10 Booker, M1A3 Abrams tank, SHORAD Stryker air defense, the Typhoon missile launcher, you got your Precision Strike missile, the Bell V280 Valor, which will transport Army infantry quickly to the front lines and drop them off, new drone transportation and loitering drone munitions like the Switchblade. In total, we're talking about 30 key weapon systems and capabilities supporting that new multi-domain operation strategy, which the Army is already fielding to troops. This is a combined strategy of weapons development and training of troops all under one purpose. Whether or not it works out, I'd be curious to know what you think. Do you think that multi-domain operations is the future of warfare, or do you think that it's a step backwards? I want to know what you have to say in the comments section. Thank you for watching. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy, signing off this net. Time now.
The Russian forces' winter offensive is pushing forward and gaining momentum as the war enters its third year.
Russian forces are launching new assaults on multiple fronts.
Russia is waging a major new offensive in eastern Ukraine.
How far have they advanced, and at what cost to both sides? How have Ukrainian forces and their allies responded to this development on the ground? First, we'll start with a consolidation of all the information you need to know about the situation across the front line. Then we'll dive into how both sides are attempting to rebuild and restaff their armies. The Russian offensive isn't focusing their efforts all on one single location. They've split their attacks along the entire front line, similar to Ukraine's strategy last year. We'll start in the central region, where they're having some more success than the other areas.
No, go away.
So they successfully captured the town of Divka on February 17th. So far, this is the most significant gain made by their forces. But how was Russia able to capture the town? What changed here? Okay, so the first thing we need to keep in mind is that Ukraine is critically low on artillery ammunition right now. They've been rationing their limited supply of ammo since late 2023. For example, every 10,000 rounds fired by Russia, Ukraine only fires 2,000 back. What this translates to is troops on the ground become less afraid to push forward. So does Ukraine have any chance of fixing this problem? EU members pledged that they would ship 1 million artillery rounds to Ukraine by March 2024. However, the total number actually sent was only 52% of that. Or to put it another way that a Ukrainian soldier explained it, they need 50 artillery shells to prevent one platoon of 40 Russian soldiers trying to advance. However, an unlikely solution may have just appeared. The president of Czech Republic, Petr Pavel, revealed that he just came across 800,000 artillery shells, and he said he'd be happy to help transfer them to Ukraine for the price of $1.5 billion. A dozen European countries have already agreed to contribute to pay for those munitions. Petr Pavel wouldn't say exactly where those artillery shells are coming from, because according to him, quote, most of these countries are unwilling to support Ukraine directly for political reasons, so they need a middleman. According to experts, the main location the shells are likely coming from is South Korea. These munitions would allow the EU to meet their original goal. So essentially, Europe is in a race to secure these munitions for Ukraine. But what would that actually translate to for the war effort on the ground? According to a Forbes article written by David Axe, this could mean that Ukraine would be able to reach a fire rate of about 6,000 rounds per day by spring and summer. However, that would just be a temporary solution to a much longer-term problem. For Ukraine to sustain their fight in the long term, the United States is one of the main countries with stockpiles large enough to meet Ukraine's demand. A comprehensive bill that includes $60 billion of aid to Ukraine is stalled right now in the US Congress. If they're able to reach a compromise and that aid is sent, the Ukrainian fire rate for artillery shells could go up to 10,000 shells per day, matching Russia's. Now, I obviously don't know how that process is ultimately going to shake out, but the US government did invest $3.1 billion per year to ramp up artillery production so they could reach 100,000 shells by the end of 2025. Now, part of the reason they did this was the express purpose of supplying Ukraine. There are other factors aside from Ukrainian artillery shortages that led to Russia's advances, though. They outnumbered Ukraine 7-1 here. There were 40,000 Russian soldiers and thousands of armored vehicles, which means there was probably only 6,000 Ukrainian soldiers defending Avdiivka. New tactics used by Russian forces both in the sky and underground could have contributed to their success. An irregular formation that was made up of some old Wagner soldiers dug a 160-meter-long tunnel underneath the Ukrainian position where they detonated explosives. So the think tank called the Institute for the Study of War assessed that, quote, some Russian forces may have improved their tactical capabilities and leveraged limited tactical surprise during the final weeks of the Russian effort to seize Avdiivka, suggesting that select elements of the Russian military may have internalized tactical adaptations from conducting offensive operations in Ukraine. A Ukrainian military analyst named Mashevitz stated that Russian forces were able to shift their focus from the north of the coke plant to another location without Ukrainian forces realizing the shift had taken place. This is impressive because with all of these surveillance drones and thermal cameras, they were able to gain the element of surprise, which suggests an increased level of skill. The learning curve in the war was steep, but there's now evidence that lessons are being learned and tactical knowledge is being passed among the Russian ranks to some degree, which could be helping with their performance. Outside the tactical picture on the ground, there are other factors playing in Russia's favor. The Lithuanian intelligence agency stated that Russia's economy is doing better than expected because they're benefiting from high oil prices. Russia has had a better ability to offset Western sanctions than expected, with reportedly only a 10% reduction in their ability to source Western technology components that they need to build their weapon systems. This is due to their successful efforts to circumvent the sanctions by buying through third parties and countries that act as middlemen for their supplies. But perhaps the biggest tactical factor comes from the changes in the sky. We've observed Russia's Air Force has gotten increasingly confident recently. They've exploited Ukraine's lack of anti-air munitions. For the first time in the war, Russia's reportedly gained local air superiority in places like Avdiivka. They launched over 400 KAB, 500 kilogram or 1,000 pound glide bombs over the course of just a few days. Estimates believe Russian jets are pulling off at least 100 air-to-ground strikes per day along the front line. Part of what explains the difference in the effectiveness of these strikes compared to earlier in the war is that they're starting to use what's called the Universal Interspecific Glide Munition, or the D-30SN. It's a glide bomb that basically converts your old unguided bombs into GLONASS guided bombs that are more accurate. In fact, they increased the range to 90 kilometers, or about 50 miles, essentially doubling their effective range. Russian forces are looking for a decisive breakthrough in Ukrainian lines, and from their perspective, it's worth losing a few aircraft in return. The reason for this is because if they wait any longer, it means they would risk facing an entrenched, fortified Ukrainian force. What all this amounts to is an unprecedented level of aerial attacks from Russia. It's enabled Russian ground troops to start to actually move forward, but on the flip side, it's also allowed Ukraine the opportunity to shoot down a higher number of Russian aircraft than usual. They downed 15 Russian fighter jets in the course of just 2 weeks. Now, that number might be an exaggeration. There isn't any visual confirmation for all these claims, but if it is true, it takes a chunk out of Russia's overall 300 fighters. What was confirmed, though, was the shoot-down of Russia's A-50 radar aircraft. The Russian government even released the names of the aircrew who died. They confirmed it. The A-50 is a strategic capability that costs roughly $330 million to manufacture. This asset is important because it provides targeting and coordinating abilities for Russia's entire fighter fleet. The A-50U can track 150 targets with radar that has a detection distance of 370 miles. It's normally operating inside the Sea of Azov to monitor the front lines from a safe distance. There is a debate about how it was shot down, whether it was friendly fire or could have been an old-era S-200 long-range anti-air system that was pressed into service by Ukraine. According to the War Zone, headed by Tyler Radjeway, Russia's likely down from 9 to 6 of these important assets. The command aircraft hasn't been seen operating since the last shoot-down. This could help explain why Russian fighter jets are forced to expose themselves more and get closer to the front lines. But the increased risk helped them capture Avdiivka on February 17, 2024. Russia's President Putin hailed it as their largest victory for their forces since the capture of Bakhmut in May of 2023. Osanet Defender on X pointed out another major factor that has recently changed in Russia's favor. Their ISR capabilities have greatly improved, meaning their intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Why might that be the case? Tyler Radjeway, who heads up the War Zone publication, pointed out one reason why we might be observing this. They're Iranian-designed drones and now have a pan-tilt video camera that uses cellular coverage to transmit live images back to a Russian command and control station. Now, we're going to get into how battle staff works and how important command and control theory is in a minute, but the biggest takeaway here is that Russia might have solved one of their biggest surveillance challenges that they've had since the start of the conflict. Evidence for that comes from the vast quantity of videos released by the Russian Ministry of Defense recently. But what price did Russia ultimately pay in manpower and equipment? Before we go any further, I need to give a disclaimer, because you're going to hear some horrible numbers. Exact numbers when it comes to casualties are difficult to pin down, and any source that you pick is going to be controversial. When I discuss the estimates for the number of Russian KIA, it's not for anyone to gloat over. And the same is true for when I talk about Ukrainian losses. Personally, I think a lot of times discussions surrounding Russian casualties can be done as a way of kind of dismissing Russian advances, saying, well, they took the city, but it wasn't worth it. I understand that line of thinking, but it can be difficult to prove whether or not it was worth it, because from Russia and Putin's perspective, the losses, heavy or not, are worth it. And we'll see why that is from their point of view when we get into attrition. So the reason I caution against thinking that way is because you could very quickly start to underestimate your enemy. The point of talking about these numbers isn't to look at it like it's some kind of scoreboard, because they actually don't tell us that much that's useful about which side is closer to reaching their overall objectives. It does help us gain a sense of the scale of the devastation of this conflict. Keep in mind, when we talk about 10,000 casualties, we're talking about enough people to fill a large convention center. The number given by a pro-Russian military blogger named Andrei Morozov is 16,000 Russian casualties and 300 vehicles lost. Most sources indicate the losses were high, but less than compared to Bakhmut. Open source numbers claim that Ukrainian losses were around 5,000 to 7,000. So a combined over 20,000 people whose lives are gone or changed forever. Ukraine confirmed in February that they've lost 31,000 KIA, which means many thousand more are wounded. It's possible the actual number is much higher. Russia doesn't release their numbers on casualties, but Mediazona, an independent source that confirms deaths by finding specific newspaper articles or proof from records of military medals, they've confirmed at least 46,000 Russian deaths, which they believe that actual number is probably between 60 and 88,000. From Putin's perspective, as long as the rate of losses of attrition stays where it is now, his military planners believe that the numbers are in their favor. After 2 years of observing this war, we've seen it go through several phases now. At first, Russia nearly occupied the entire country at the beginning of the invasion. Then Ukraine pushed back in a counteroffensive that recaptured thousands of kilometers of their land across the front line, thanks in part to Western supplied equipment. Now, in 2024, what we're seeing is Russian forces have regained the initiative on the ground. So far, they haven't captured large amounts of territory, but what they have done is they've regained the strategic initiative, which means they're able to attack at a time and place of their choosing. And that could lead to further territorial gains. According to Ukrainian leadership, another problem that they've run into has to do with command and control. Tataragami is a former Ukrainian military officer closely plugged into what's happening on the ground. He said, while some argue that the withdrawal from Avdiivka was timely, our assessment suggests that an earlier retreat could have reduced losses. Some interviewed participants reported not receiving official orders and chose to retreat at their own discretion due to a deteriorating tactical situation. So, how do all these tactical decisions even get made? This is the responsibility of the command center that's in charge of something called battle tracking in the military. The new commander of the Ukrainian military, Colonel General Alexander, said, quote, certain shortcomings and miscalculations by commanders on the Avdiivka front lines, which directly affected the sustainability of defense in certain areas. He suggested he needed to replace some of his staff officers who were, quote, not aware of the situation and directly endangered the lives and health of their subordinates. What he's talking about here is that concept of battle tracking staff. This is a key concept to understand in war. Battle staff are officers located in a command post who collectively assist the commander in visualizing the battlefield. A lot of times these are military intelligence guys. They make recommendations to the commander for tactical decisions. Battle staff are usually located in what's called the TOC, or Tactical Operations Center. These guys are glued to the radios, monitoring platoon leaders, updates, and creating a visual picture, usually on a map, of the conditions on the ground. Battle staff have an incredibly important job. And when they're squared away, firing on all cylinders, they can have a major impact on the outcome of a battle. According to this U.S. Army publication, the key to battle tracking in battalion command posts, poorly trained or disorganized command posts will result in slow decision-making and unnecessary losses. So what are Russian forces' next move now that they've captured Avdiivka? Well, they've been given orders from their own TOC to continue pushing forward to test exactly how far they can go before they're stopped. One of the key points that the ISW made is that the Russian command and control has improved over the past 2 years, and that's why they've been able to gain more ground this year compared to last year's offensive. This is what's called your classic salient in military terms. The 103rd, 150th, and the 5th Motorized Rifle Regiment have already seized Stavropol, Orlivka, and are fighting for Tonica and Berdiki. They've punched 13 kilometers or 5 miles to the rear and are only now running into stronger resistance. Geolocated footage from the front lines outside of Avdiivka show Bradley's engaging Russian troops in their advance. The next major Ukrainian city in this direction, as far as I'm aware, is a city called Kramatorsk. The city is only about 20 kilometers from the front line at this point. If Ukraine is unable to stabilize their front lines, hypothetically, then this city would be one of Russia's next targets. Kramatorsk has a major railway station located here, so it's strategically important. According to this Associated Press article written by Hannah Orehov, in September 2023, the trains here carried 126,000 commuters during the summer months alone. People still go to work even as the war rages just a few miles away. But these trains also carry cargo, aid, and military gear. Early in the war, this station located at this city was the target of Russian rocket attacks, which hit passengers who were waiting for evacuation. They killed more than 50 and over 100 were wounded. And it shut down train service for about 6 months. But today, the city's protected by air defense systems, likely Patriot missile batteries, and this railway is a major resupply method where Ukraine moves troops and supplies to their entire front line through here. Without it, resupplying the front with weapons and ammo would become far more difficult. In an attempt to prevent them from advancing further, Ukrainian command made the decision to deploy the first of their American-supplied M1A1 Abrams tanks into combat. 31 arrived in September 2023, and they appeared to have been held in reserve for the past 5 months. It looks like they've been sent forward now to plug the gap and halt Russia's advance. 2 to 4 have already been knocked out so far in this effort. Russia claims 2 strikes from FPV drones knocked the Abrams out. In this case, I have some reason to believe them, because Russian companies offered a reward of 10 million rubles or $110,000 to soldiers who are able to destroy an Abrams. If the reward is true,
the
that means that there would probably
looted all
be
their
some
shit
kind of vetting and confirmation
they died.
as to who knocked the tank out and when. On March 5th, video footage was released by the Russian Ministry of Defense showing an anti-tank guided missile knocking the Abrams out. Another M1 appeared to have been a mobility kill from a landmine based on visual evidence of its thrown track and analysis from OSINT Defender on X. So I've been hearing a lot of justifications for why these tanks were destroyed, sort of dismissing that, well, they're the old variant, but I don't see a lot of evidence here that would suggest that the newer version of the Abrams would have survived these same strikes. If there are any lessons to be learned here, it's that the new version of the Abrams that America's building need to take into account any weaknesses that are revealed on the Ukrainian front lines, so that they can be designed to be better and troops can be better protected in the future. The drone footage actually revealed something really interesting, I think, though. You can see both of the tank's hatches are wide open here. This is evidence that the crew from the Ukrainian side was able to make it out of the vehicle. All of the KO'd M1 tanks appear to have their turrets still attached to the hulls. The Abrams blowout panels appear to have worked as designed. If the ammo detonates, it sends the fire and the blast out the back, theoretically protecting the lives of the crew, allowing them to fight another day. Now, just based on early reports from the front lines and what we're seeing, the FPV drone may have flown into the Abrams hatch, the hatch that's meant to protect crew from explosions, so they were exploiting what was meant to be a strength as a weakness. The 2 other downed Abrams may have been knocked out by Russia's Kornets anti-tank guided missiles. Their tandem explosives help punch through explosive reactive armor. If there's any lesson to be learned here this early, it's that there's no substitute for having adequate air and artillery fire to protect your tanks, no matter how advanced they are. The Abrams weren't the only US supplied vehicles to get destroyed for the first time. The Russian Ministry of Defense also released footage of what looks like what appears to be 2 American supplied Patriot missile launchers getting destroyed by an Iskander missile, according to OSINT Defender. And on March 5th, the Russian Ministry of Defense provided video evidence of the first US supplied HIMARS launcher being destroyed, but they wouldn't say what type of munition hit it. And how are the defensive lines behind the Abrams? Frontelligence Insights, which I believe is a pro-Ukrainian source, claims that reports indicate that the construction of defenses have been deficient. They state combat-involved brigades were assigned to create the defenses. That's not ideal because you don't want the guys who are supposed to be pulling the triggers also be swinging the shovels. There should be some kind of delegation of that to the civil services. Now, engineers racing against the clock have been working to create the $500 million worth of fortifications here. It's been called Ukraine's own version of the Russian Sorovinkin line. They're trying to emulate what made Russia's defenses so successful. According to this report, Ukraine has 600 miles of trenches, but we don't know how fortified they are. Now, Tatarigami stated that he doesn't believe that the Ukrainian front line will completely collapse, as some others have suggested. But, much like how 2 years ago during Ukraine's offensive push, there was speculation that Russia's front line might collapse, the same is happening now for Ukraine. This potential eventuality has kicked the European countries into some action. In February 2024, 20 European leaders met in Paris to discuss the developments on the battlefield. During the meeting, French President Emmanuel Macron said there's no consensus today to send in an official endorsed manner troops on the ground. But in terms of dynamics, nothing can be ruled out. At first, people thought maybe he was just speaking off the cuff and that wasn't really what he meant, but then he doubled down. Because on March 5th, French President Macron said, quote, we are surely approaching a moment for Europe in which it will be necessary not to be cowards. To be clear, they're talking about non-combat troops that would be sent into Ukraine to not fight against Russian soldiers, but to potentially do demining or training operations. But what would the catalyst or red line for French or any troops being sent into Ukraine? What would trigger that? We might know the answer to this because Fabien Roussel, a representative of France, said he was in a meeting with Macron where he referenced a scenario that could lead to an intervention of French troops, the advancement of the front lines towards Odessa or Kyiv. This has raised the possibility of putting NATO boots on the ground in Ukraine. What would Russia hypothetically do in response? Well, Vladimir Putin said all this really threatens a conflict with the use of nuclear weapons and the destruction of civilization. Don't they get that? It's unclear if that threat applies to only if they're combat troops or if they're non-combat troops. This has raised the question of whether France or NATO, under any circumstances, might send non-combat troops to Western Ukraine to help with training, for instance. Just their presence alone might guarantee Russian forces wouldn't advance west past the Dnieper River in a hypothetical. So they're essentially signaling publicly that if Russia breaks through the front lines, then they might deploy troops in response. It reminds me of when the Russian government was signaling that if their front line collapsed in 2022, they would use tactical nuclear weapons. Threatening nuclear war and floating the idea of sending troops are two very different things. What I mean by that is that both statements are designed to create strategic ambiguity. So why is it France that's making these calls and not a different country? I think there's a few potential reasons why. France is the only military power in the European Union with nuclear weapons, which means Russia would have to strongly consider if they attacked French troops inside Ukraine. Analysts have several theories as to what French President Macron is doing right now. The first is that he's floating the idea to his European partners to allow for public debate and polling on the idea of European troops on Ukrainian soil. So far, it's revealed that the United States said that they have no intentions of sending ground troops. Germany and NATO officials said the same. However, Lithuania responded positively to the idea. Second theory is that he's adding strategic ambiguity to the equation. Strategic ambiguity refers to a deliberate tactic used in diplomacy and international relations where one side purposefully maintains an unclear stance on a particular issue. If your friend asks if you can hang out on Sunday and you say, "I haven't ruled it out yet," you've given a strategically ambiguous answer that gives you the leeway to either commit to hanging out or not. In theory, it can create uncertainty in Putin's mind, leading him to exercise caution when deciding just how far to push in Ukraine. Whether the strategy will work or not, or if someone is going to call someone's bluff here, we don't know yet. Some would argue there are already Western forces in Ukraine due to an old intelligence leak that revealed a dozen special forces troops from various countries were already in Ukraine. But if we believe that intelligence report, it also stated those soldiers were just there at the embassy protecting diplomats. What we're talking about here is something else entirely that can't really be compared to that. What we do know is this is one of the most significant developments, one of the biggest changes in the diplomatic conversation involving the Ukraine war since it started. In 2022, hearing these headlines would have been unimaginable. So I'm very curious to know what you guys in the Spare Parts Army, what are your thoughts on this? Is it a good idea? Is there any world where this is worth the risk? Let me know in the comments. So of course I start to wonder, is this kind of thing unprecedented or has anything similar ever happened before in history? One historical analogy that I could find was during the Vietnam War, surprisingly. A little known fact is that between 1950 and 1965, the Chinese government sent billions of dollars in weapons, aid, and equipment to North Vietnam. Starting in 1965, the Chinese People's Liberation Army sent 320,000 advisors and non-combat advisor soldiers into North Vietnam to provide security in the rear lines over the course of a few years. They set up anti-air defense systems, and they helped shoot down American aircraft. China provided North Vietnam with 17 million artillery shells over the period of 10 years. The Chinese government wasn't going to be okay with American troops advancing into North Vietnam right on their border. It was a red line for them. Is it possible that the European Union or NATO might have a similar red line with not wanting Russian military forces right next to their border? And the same is true from the Russian perspective. They don't want any Western troops on their border in Ukraine. So this is why both sides see this as an existential threat that's actually worth going to war over. In the north, Russia's forces are having less success in their offensive push currently, although that could change. A group of pro-Ukrainian Russian militia launched an attack into Belgorod across the border near Kharkiv. The Russian Ministry of Defense stated that the attacks were stopped. ISW reported they believe conscripts in Russia were responsible for defending Russia's borders, which could help explain how the pro-Ukrainian Russians were able to strike inside Russian territory. Now, let's be clear that Kyiv didn't take responsibility for the attacks. Their official position is that they weren't involved in any cross-border attacks, but it's widely believed that they supported them. The 25th and 138th Separate Guard Motor Rifle Brigade are pushing from Liman Piershi to take the village of Sinkavivka. From there, they're about 8.5 kilometers north of the town of Kupiansk. The city sits on the major junction of the P07 and P79 highways, and it controls a critical bridge over the Oskil River. On March 4th, Ukraine's 30th Mechanized Brigade repelled 11 attempts by Russian forces to push forward. This is now a near daily occurrence here. The southern axis is considered not to be Russia's main effort. It's their supporting front. In the south, Russian troops are attempting to recapture the Ukrainian town of Robotyny. The town of Robotyny sits inside a pocket of Russian lines. It was the only major town recaptured during Ukraine's summer offensive. The area is now under the threat of double envelopment from Russian forces that occupy land around its three sides. According to the New York Times, Robotyny is not easy for Ukrainian soldiers to defend because Russian troops control the high ground around the area. Analysts believe Ukraine may have to fall back from the town to take up positions of fortifications built to the rear. This would be a blow to Ukraine because of how much they sacrificed to capture the town. Alright, so let's get into the material covering Ukraine and Russia's ability to rebuild and reconstitute their forces. By now, most men and women who are motivated to sign up and fight for Ukraine have done so already. This makes finding new recruits a challenge. According to the Belgian think tank Center for European Policy Analysis, the average age of Ukrainians serving on the front lines is 43 years old. Ukrainian military chiefs have called on the government to pass a new mobilization bill that would begin conscription for 450 to 500,000 new recruits. Low manpower is likely a short-term problem. There are different points of view in that debate about the conscription bill. Ukrainian President Zelensky has stated he's skeptical that 500,000 more troops could be more of a logistical burden than a tactical advantage. Aside from the manpower issues, can Ukraine manufacture their own tanks and weapons? Before the war started, Ukraine had an extensive defensive manufacturing base. The Russians knew exactly the location of all these old Soviet tank building plants, which were mostly located in the east near the front lines, so they've been targeted for bombardment. Ukraine has had to spread out their production really thin across many locations to avoid being targeted, which has limited their ability so far, although they have seen some success in the production of drones. But to remedy this, the German defense company Rheinmetall is looking to set up shop inside Ukraine next year. Until then, the only real way for Ukraine to acquire vast amounts of more armored vehicles will be through the EU's $22 billion and the US's $60 billion aid plan. And what about Russia's ability to reconstitute their numbers and material? This is a small Russian town of Tula, home to 400,000 people. It's about 2.5 hours south of Moscow. Today, Tula is still one of the main manufacturers for Russian ordnance being sent to Ukraine. MPO Splav, according to current estimates, is capable of domestically producing 1 to 1.5 million artillery rounds annually, with the ability to reach 2 million annually in the near future. This is twice as much as the entirety of the EU state. This high level of production is partly thanks to the fact that Russia has a command economy that can simply order companies to produce shells. Russia's not only making shells at home. Recent investigations from RUSI uncovered a Russian arms smuggling operation that supplied between 350,000 to 2 million artillery shells from North Korea. These satellite images show how sanctioned Russian ships loaded hundreds of containers from North Korean ports and ferried them to newly built arms storage along the border with Ukraine. As a result, Russia has between 3 and 4 million shells to support their winter offensive. Experts believe 50% of those North Korean ones might be too old or duds, but even if that is true, there's still over 1 million working shells. According to a February article in Foreign Policy magazine, despite sanctions of imports of Western-produced microchips that are essential for long-range missiles, they've only dropped 10% since the start of the war. All of this sets Russia up with the firepower that they need for their renewed offensive. From Russia's perspective, they now see a clear path forward for victory. RUSI, the Royal United Services Institute, is described as the world's oldest and the UK's leading defense and security think tank. In their publication by Dr. Jack Watling and Nick Reynolds, they wrote an outstanding analysis on Russia's plans to rebuild. In it, they say, quote, by the beginning of 2024, the Russian Operation Ground Forces in the occupied territories comprises 470,000 troops. One of their main equipment shortages is 220mm multiple launch rocket systems, but Russia has significantly mobilized its defense industry, increasing ships and expanding production lines and existing facilities, as well as bringing previously mothballed plants back online. This has led to significant increases in production output. For example, Russia is delivering approximately 1,500 tanks to its forces per year, along with approximately 3,000 armored fighting vehicles of various types. They go on to say Russian missile production has similarly increased. At the beginning of 2023, for instance, Russian production of Iskander ballistic missiles was 6 per month, but now they have stockpiles of them. The majority, 80% of those tanks, are refurbished from old Soviet stockpiles, but the RUSI estimates that they'll be able to replenish these through at least the end of 2025. So with all of that, I can gather is that the Russian military has run the numbers. They've done the calculations, and they've determined that short of something going catastrophically wrong, they can sustain these losses into the end of 2025 at least. To try to help limit the losses, Russia's adjusting their tactics on the ground. A U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command report outlined how Russian tactics have changed over the last 2 years. Since Ukraine is running low on artillery, Russia exploits this weakness by sending groups of 2 or 3 infantry forward because they know Ukraine forces won't want to waste artillery rounds on small groups. The U.S. Army claims that their report that Russian commanders have adopted a more flexible deployment of infantry inspired by Wagner Group's tactics in Bakhmut. These new Russian assault detachments deploy with fewer mechanized support and are accompanied by mortars, automatic grenade launchers, and older towed artillery systems. They're smaller, faster, and more flexible than a battalion tactical group, and they use armor to protect their flanks. Russian prisoners are used as disposable infantry to identify Ukrainian defensive positions, which allow their special forces to engage Ukraine's key weapon systems. We would call this a kind of recon by fire, a healthy dose of speculative fire to see what's, stirring the pot reveals. The Washington Post also noted that a change in Russia's prison population from 420,000 prisoners at the start of the war to just 266,000 today reveals that they're relying on a lot of prisoners. As someone who was once the lowest ranking 19-year-old private in an infantry unit in the U.S. Army, I can confirm that grunts are seen as expendable. It's the grunts who are given the orders to kick in the door, be the point man. This is why during training you're given orders to pick rocks up from one rock pit and move them to another rock pit. You're trained to follow nonsensical orders so that when you're ordered to walk in a line straight down towards the enemy positions, you won't question it. It's like my grandfather, a Korean War veteran, used to say, ours is not to reason why. Ours is but to do or die. Without Wagner to throw bodies into the fight, the U.S. Army believes that Russia is increasingly relying on these prison recruits to act as the primary frontline shock troops, forming prisoners into Storm Z battalions. The groups are organized into 3 companies of approximately 100 personnel each. Questions that remain on the horizon include, where will Ukraine be able to ultimately establish their defensive line? And how well produced will those fortifications end up being? How long will it take the US and EU to coordinate new aid efforts? How far will Russia's offensive end up advancing? And if it continues, will the EU and NATO start to consider stronger actions, like putting advisors on the ground inside Ukraine? There's also the question of where will peace talks end up going from here? The ISW reported that they believe Russia has less interest in negotiating for peace now that the conditions on the battlefield appear more favorable to them. Until then, I'm going to keep watching the front lines and keep you up to date on what's going on. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. If you found this video interesting, please consider checking out one of these episodes while you're here. Follow me at Cappy Army on Instagram for live updates on the situation, and I'll see you guys again in a couple of days.
Hey everybody, Adam Savage in my cave, and it has been a long time since we have done a mailbag. This is a mailbag show and tell. Sure, this is a mailbag show and tell, and it has been a while, but I've got 4 things that I want to show you. And the first one comes about because I love time machines. You didn't know this necessarily about me, but I love time machines. There are times when there's a category that's esoteric, like time machines, that when something comes up that looks interesting, I grab it. This, for those who know the show Voyagers, is a Drake Omni from that show. And I recently came across this, I think in an RPF thread, and went to Vince Callaghan's Etsy store and bought this. He's got real brass etch numbers on the time setting dials. This is a very rare prop. I own an all brass one from about 30 years ago that I love, and it is ancient and still has a battery that works. But again, I'm never done collecting when I grab stuff. So I picked this up from his Etsy store. We'll include a link to the store in the description. And it came with a letter saying, as a longtime fan of your work, from the countless hours I spent watching Mythbusters to the builds and joyful curiosity you share on Tested, I wanted to thank you personally for picking up one of my Omnis. This is always one of the loveliest parts about buying stuff on Etsy is occasionally it comes with a letter like this. Your enthusiasm has brought me years of enjoyment, and as a small token of my appreciation, I've included a light-up Superman knowledge crystal and display holder. Just amazing. What Vince doesn't know is that I was recently actually looking for a good light-up replica of the knowledge crystal from Superman. Literally. It was like, and I like what you did here. The original one has a piece of neon, I believe, cast into it, and you've used a straight shot of some COB, continuous LED. It looks spectacular. Vince, I can't thank you enough for the gift, for the sweet letter and the encomiums, and the beautiful work on your Drake Omni. Like I said, we'll include a link to Vince's store. Dude, now I have the knowledge. Thank you. Thank you so freaking much. Now, this is a mailbag special of something I did not purchase, but this arrived in the mail the other day, and I thought, oh, a Grail from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. I have a couple of these, but this one's really nice. It feels really genuine. And it came with this
Another
letter.
Golden Age just
have
grabbed
one for
me.
some time now to send you a gift as a form of thanks. Watching Mythbusters was a family affair in high school, and now I watch the Tested channel. Your breadth and depth of wisdom for makers, oh, so very sweet. Jonathan then continues, I make my living as a production potter for a studio based in Minnesota.
We're going to go back as far as we can.
And I try to keep my passion in the craft afloat by making art pieces in my spare time.
Stop paying attention to the screen over here. We're going back as far as we can to make sure we get this Golden Age.
Timestamp. Oh wow, just as I called. And I'm not a particularly brilliant person. I just have common sense. And unfortunately, it's not so common anymore. We were going to talk about the stupids. The age of stupids is upon us. Okay, the age of stupids is upon us. And I was talking about how I was like tanking the aggro for this video. Made by a very obvious grifter, a very obvious grifter by the name of Nick Shirley, who is genuinely too stupid to make a convincing case. But because of how stupid everyone has become,
one so vast and mysterious, has grown smaller and more familiar. Yet, there are always questions to be answered, faiths to be tested, and national identities to be formed. Elizabeth Regina, Virgin Queen of England and Monarch of the Seas, you command the wooden wall that defends England from those who would seize it. Guard yourself against intrigues at home and abroad, and let your captains set sail at your command. Bow your head to no one, and Britannia shall rule the waves.
This war been making me fuck up my hair because I stressed and I'm pulling it. And those. Gotta trade out my iron.
But while
About
you're
to hit
making
my full
propaganda,
stockpile, so I gotta get rid of
propaganda
it.
Specifically, is a superpower. Okay, it has gotten to a point where it is quite literally a superpower to be dumber than a bag of rocks. While when I first came out of the gate swinging with my commentary, criticizing this coverage, saying this is pretty insane. I cannot believe how much people are leaning into this, how much people are you know, falling for this incredibly dumb propaganda, right? Where the f is the Jack Mac video? Someone send it to me, please, if you can find it. A lot of people were very upset. A lot of people were very upset and immediately said, oh my God, it's clear that you are defending Somalis doing fraud. You love when Somalis do fraud, blah, blah, blah. Okay? That wasn't the case at all. That's never something that I said. It's never something that I even, not something that I believe. Doesn't really matter, right? Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to have to be explaining that this was fake to my extended family for years. No, the worst part, the other part about it is that it's not entirely fake.
Takeaways from Nick Shirley uncovering the alleged fraud.
No, this isn't even his video.
I guess
The video, I wasn't even talking about this. I was talking about the other video that he made where he was he posted a TikTok of like me and Nick Shirley going back and forth. I'm suspicious it's entirely organic, but partially because social media companies have gotten insane at manipulating their users. I think this was a testing ground. I think this was a testing ground. Okay? This was a test.
What was it?
How fast can we whip up people into a frenzy, into a panic? How fast can we get them to pay attention to something that has elements of truth in it, right? Has elements of truth because there is real fraud that has taken place. It's just how can we extend it to an entire racialized minority, one that actually suits the purpose, like maybe geopolitical interests of a foreign country that we are in line with, in this case, Israel, with Somalia. Right? With Somaliland, Israel's the first country that recognized Somaliland. Day after that comes out, all of these influencers that have gone to Israel.
Everything is
all
not
of these pro-Israel,
Israel.
pro-MAGA influencers that were, you know, not really talking about the Epstein cover-up at all for the last week, even though it was the biggest news story of the day, turn around and start investigating the fraud that all Somalis are conducting in Minneapolis.
Oh, wow.
This has been an ongoing investigation for the past...
Bro.
What?
Already, like, just wild conspiracy about how the Jews are behind everything. Like, bro, this, like, can we not talk about Israel for, like, 5 seconds?
Hello my friends and welcome. I hope you spent your new year great, because it wasn't that great for Russians, I would say, judging on this map. It was definitely one of the biggest and the most successful strike for a very long time. Probably the Russian air defense was just sleeping or celebrating the new year. For example, here is the Ilsky oil refinery facility that caught fire yesterday. It's Krasnodar Oblast, Russian Federation, that makes this refinery the first one to be burning in 2026. Hooray! That's the brighter image, and you may see some of the towers out there, and the facility was hit again in the most vulnerable place, distillation unit, and as it is reported by the time I am filming this video, firefighters continue to work in this place. For now, Ilsky refinery stopped its operation. Here we have the interactive video. So Ilsky oil refinery is 380 kilometers away from Ukrainian controlled territory.
You can have whatever you want.
It's quite
Only
big.
because I'm about to fill my
like
stock.
the half of the city, and this video already showed you. Also, NASA fire detection satellites confirmed the fire in Ilsky refinery that appeared yesterday for whatever reason. Also, the oil base in Ludinovo, Russian Federation, was on fire. Well, actually, there were many of the oil bases. I have this list. I want to tell you what Ukraine hit the last night. So, Ilsky oil refinery, you already know about it. Molchansk power plant in Zaporizhia.
Oh, he's been giving people foxes too, huh?
We don't have,
That's why my
the video
foxes aren't
confirmation
selling
from the
for
place
shit, because
about
you've been
the
selling them
locals
for cheap,
report
haven't
about
you?
Kabooms.
You
Oil terminal,
motherfucker!
Taman-Neftegas, Krasnodar Oblast of the Russian Federation. Kombinat
Giving me foxes.
Rosreserv, that is used also to store Russian oil. It's called TEMP in Rybichensk or Rybinsk, Yaroslavska Oblast. And the oil base that I showed you here, it's from the same place, also Yaroslav Oblast. Kaluga Oblast, one more oil base. Tatarstan, oil base. Rovenki, that's the occupied territory. Luhansk Oblast also was kaboomed by Ukrainian drones. Nice. And you know, something tells me that if the year started from this massive strike in Russia, those attacks will continue almost every night or every day. Yes, Russia also yesterday hit some of the cities of Ukraine with their drones, as usual civilian infrastructure, but Ukraine is more successful in damaging the Russian economic facilities. All of those oil bases, refineries, power plants, which are used to maintain normal economy or normal way of life in Russia, because for now it is still more or less normal, but it will decline this year. It's 100%. And Ukraine does everything to make it happen faster, applying those kinetic sanctions. And here we have the video of the port of Taman-Neftegas that I mentioned to you in this big list. It was hit just yesterday. The oil infrastructure, those pipelines which are used to transport the oil itself. You may see some of the tanker nearby, and again one more part of the oil infrastructure. Fantastic job done by our military intelligence services. Yes, it's
okay. Next turn, I gotta do alliances.
And they hit the infrastructure in the occupied territories, some of the storages of the Russian vehicles, and we have, by the way, a big video about it from the ground. I shared this video fully on my Telegram channel today. Lots and lots of the trucks and other vehicles were kaputted. This is the KAMAZ truck. And also Russia lost tons of the munition. You see, those are the shells on the picture. Yeah, the facility was definitely devastated, and it also holds Russians from the full-scale attacks, because they're in lack of the munition and in lack of the transport. And here we have the video of the Ukrainian drone operation against the Russian air defense systems. For example, this is Tor M2, very capable one, a middle short-range system. The previous year, Russia lost multiple of those systems, S-400s, S-300s, Panzer 1S. They're the usual targets for Ukrainian drones. This is also the part of the Russian air defense, Vites radar. Yeah, it was hit. And something terrible happened for Russians in Hurly village. There was some sort of the restaurant, and it was the New Year's celebration. As Ukrainian channels say, it was the military. Some of the Russian officers were listening to the greetings from Putin and so on. There were also civilians, presumably relatives of those Russian officers. And yes, something went wrong with cafe. Russia says that it was the Ukrainian drone strike. Even alcoholic Medvedev wrote today on his Telegram channel calling for revenge against Ukrainians elsewhere, not just in Ukraine, but also in other countries. The Russian media says that there were tons and tons of people, but judging on those videos and photos taken from the place, I didn't see lots of the bodies, like just really few. Plus, Russians say that no military personnel was there, but what else can they say, yeah? And Ukrainian officials, they do not comment that, but Ukrainian military bloggers, Ukrainian analytics, they say that it was definitely a military personnel celebrating a new year instead of probably stopping Ukrainian drones flying to Russia. Well, I'm gonna get more information about that one and update you tomorrow, hopefully. And
fuck, I didn't do the alliances.
Legit? Of course, there is no limit for the self-defense for Ukraine by the time Russia is
this when Jack is
doing
beneficial,
absolutely
now
war
he's hit
crimes
cancel because I
against
realized I have more
civilians,
shit to
against
do.
the military, because recently I also saw multiple of the videos from the front lines, how Russians just zeroed civilians in Pokrovsk, 7 of them, and 3 of the service members of Ukrainian army not far away from Hulai-Pole, who surrendered to Russians. They were handcuffed and later on flatlined by Russian infantry. It's terrible what Russia is doing in Ukraine, so this kaboom of the restaurant in Hurley is pretty much proper reward for them. Ukraine is defending itself. And yeah, we have some of the names coming. Totally 7 people were published who were flatlined in Hurley. And this guy is the ex-chief of the local police office. Again, they were there with their families. It looks like we are collecting more information coming from Russia, mostly because only they have this information. Now let's go to the other news, more closer to the front lines. Another new year at war. Ukraine's troops doubt it will be the last. And I expect also this war to continue. After a year of Russian advances, the goal of 2026 is simply to survive, said one of the officers in the eastern Ukraine. It is hard to make any plans, he said. He also mentioned that the Ukrainian soldiers are sure that they will celebrate the new year of 2027 in the trenches, the same as they met 2026. And we see how Russia is still going to continue this war. There is no any sign for Putin to stop, and with their nonsense about so-called Ukrainian attack on Putin's residency, they basically want to escalate and to exit any sort of the peace agreements or even negotiations about the possible peace, which were partially achieved by United States, Ukraine, and European Union. It is already vivid that Putin's goal is the war. And yesterday evening we obtained the information from the intelligence of the United States of America, CIA. Basically, they shared this information to Wall Street Journal, and also New York Post published this one, that the United States finds Ukraine didn't target Putin in drone strike. Yes, it's the bullshit that was spread by the Russian propaganda. The only reason for that was to cancel any sort of the peace agreements and the possible security guarantees for Ukraine. It seems like after all, Ukraine, United States and European Union finally found some of the common point, at least on security guarantees. And now it's just a question of the time for how long those security guarantees could be applied on Ukraine. Donald Trump promises 15 years, Zelensky asks for 50 years. But I honestly do not believe in those security guarantees, especially with Donald Trump. Not even the Article 5 of NATO could guarantee security for Europe nowadays, because the United States, they're not going to deploy their forces. It's already evident. Donald Trump also shared the New York Post article telling about the lies that was spread by Putin, by Lavrov and Russian regime about the fake attack on Putin. So Putin's attack blaster shows Russia is the one standing in the way of peace. So with these lies, Putin worsened the situation for him, because Donald Trump, well, I don't honestly believe that he is a full Russian assert. He just listens to his incompetent people in that circle, like, for example, Vitkov, or maybe Kushner, who would like to have this business as usual with Russia. And personally, Donald Trump, he likes those dictators. Yes, it's his fetish, but if those dictators that try to push him really evident in front of everyone, pretty much hard, as it was here with Putin's fake attack, well, there could be some of the reaction from Donny, especially with those sanctions, and he spoke about Tomahawk. So after all, I think whether Trump likes it or not, but the United States will have to support Ukraine. There is a chance for it. It's very tiny. With Donald Trump, I still do not expect anything good from him, but still there is the chance that Donald Trump will start support Ukraine, not as much as Joe Biden, I would say, but there could be some of the positive things happening. Like, for example, the positive thing with this current administration, that's what I mentioned in the previous video, that Ukraine has no any obstacles from the United States to strike Russian refinery capabilities, Russian oil infrastructure, and even Russian oil tankers, or tankers which are registered in different countries but continue to operate with the Russian oil, so-called Russian shadow oil fleet. I think Putin really misunderstands his role when he communicates with Donald Trump. For Donald Trump, Putin will be second figure Donald Trump on top and Putin is second. Not the first, but Putin wants to be some sort of the alpha male, and he wants to outplay Donald Trump openly in front of everyone, humiliating him. But there is a red line which probably was crossed by faking this attack attempt on Putin. But for how long Trump is going to realize that he is fooled? Maybe for a couple of weeks, yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Russians even published this map showing how Ukrainian drones went from Ukraine towards Bryansk and Smolensk Oblast, and later on they wanted to attack Putin's residency. There was also lots of the AI videos shared on X, but some of the people were stupid enough to believe in that bullshit.
Strategy
Not just people,
requires-
but world leaders like Modi from India or officials from UAE or Pakistani officials. They definitely condemned this attack on Putin, on Russian dictator, villain, second Hitler, you may call him, murderer. And they say,
have
oh,
first?
Ukraine is
I don't have
bad,
first this
Ukraine
game,
is
that was the
terrible,
other
but
game.
even that attack is a fake one. Basically, Russian
Maybe I haven't
propaganda
farmed him yet.
pointed just for Donald Trump. That's it. Yeah, this is a complete hypocrisy. They haven't even cross-checked this information. Officials, freaking leaders of the countries. Oh, it is bad. For what reason it is bad at first, and for the second, it didn't happen. As United States intelligence already mentioned, and other intelligence services as well, for example, there was a report from France. It's getting cringier and cringier with this simulated Russian drone attack on Putin, with this fake operation, and they called the representative of Pentagon to Russian, some sort of the military institution in Russia, and they presented the controller of the drone that allegedly was flying to hit poor Russian dictator. They proclaimed that they decoded something, the precise coordinates and everything, and they gave the controller to that guy, American representative. And Russians still insist that Ukrainians try to hit Putin. Despite what intelligence says, Ukraine says, other allies and partners, it's just Russia. They want to play this game. They shut down drones mostly over Bryansk Oblast, but they were flying to hit Putin. Ukraine would never commit those kind of the operations with the help of the long-range drones. It's not effective at all. A small FPV may be placed somewhere on the way near Putin's car, could be, but long-range drones, well spotted a long time before they go somewhere. Putin has so much time to get to his bunker. Maybe he lives there. Not maybe, but for sure. So Russians, they continue to insist and play this nonsense again and again. Our poor dictator Putin was nearly harmed. Yeah. Also, they shared somehow this video, and they tell that it's the confirmation of the exact moment then Russian operators of the air defense systems shut down Ukrainian drones which were flying to hit the Putin's residency. Of course, they'll have this camera showing them in operation. 100%. Like, this is just so absurd. So low. And still there are the people who believe in this bullshit. Well, it seems like United States, they do not believe in that any longer, but Russia continued to push. No, those were Ukrainian drones, come on. Trust us, trust Putin. And Putin also said that they will harden their rhetorics towards Ukraine or harden their demands because of this alleged attack. That was the main reason to outplay this scenario. Remember how in 2023, before the Ukrainian counteroffensive, Russia was damn scared and they told about the Ukrainian dirty bomb, yeah? And after 1 month or so, everyone forgot about that one. Shoigu was the main driver of those rumors about dirty bomb. 2.5 years have passed since those rumors, and it seems like it was nothing. Nothing burger as all about the Russian propaganda and the Russian official statements. And now let's go to Pokrovsk. Our guys fired fireworks out there, showing their presence right in the middle of this settlement. It was filmed by Ukrainian drone, and Russians also understood that there is the presence of Ukrainians in Pokrovsk still. It is the marking that Russians for a long time, already more than a year, incapable to occupy Pokrovsk
Oh, these guys
fully
won't
at
heal
least,
'cause I don't have
and
the
even
gunpowder.
Mirnograd is not under their control. And the idea
They're
of
on loan
this,
anyway, fuck
you
it.
may call it stunt, is just to prove that Russians are wrong, that Putin is wrong, saying that Pokrovsk is fully occupied or encircled. No, Ukrainians may carry lots of the load of the fireworks just to celebrate a new year in the city. Because, you know, in the rest of the cities of Ukraine, you cannot fire fireworks, and people don't want to do it because they're scared of those explosions. But here, why not? Yeah, why not to show Russians that they really suck? Having so much of the resources and capable to occupy 1% of Ukrainian territory in 2025. 1%, and they lost so many soldiers. At the same time, they're greening down their economy. They lost so many soldiers. This war is madness. And tomorrow I'm gonna record one more video, maybe different format. Then I'll tell you the biggest mistake that Putin done in 2025 could be a grave mistake for him, and it's even worse than the start of the war against Ukraine. Oh yeah, guys, I'm sorry. According to statistics from the deep state military map, and they're very precise in analysis of the front lines, they tell more or less the real picture. Well, it was less than 1%. According to their calculations, Russia occupied 0.72%, less than percent, and wasted thousands, tens of thousands of the soldiers, and in general perspective hundreds of thousands if we calculate also wounded personnel, for 0.72% the last year of the Ukrainian territory. As for the front lines, for today there were no drastic changes, the same positions that Russia occupied a few days ago. In general, the front lines are boiling, and Russia tries to occupy Gulaipole fully. There is now Ukrainian counteroffensive, but it seems like Ukraine will not be capable to repel Russian attacks. And towards the east of Gulaipole, there is the presence of the Ukrainian armed forces. Probably they're going to Gulaipole itself for attack operations, and this area is already in a gray zone. Well, there could be small groups of the Russian attack forces. As you see, they are creating this pocket for Ukrainian group south from Gulaipole, and later on Ukraine will have to withdraw the forces from this place, moving them towards the main defense line. The idea for Russia is to propel towards Zaporizhia this year, 2026. They really want to capture the city, but it's too big prey for Russia, for Russian army in its current state. Iran, new protests erupt because of the devaluation of the currency and huge rate of inflation. It's now up to 40%. Well, hopefully, finally, it will lead to the regime change in Iran, because before there were massive protests already, but they just finished. And you see, they're going out on the streets even under threat of being imprisoned and even flatlined by Ayatollah regime. Russians, they do nothing. They simply do not care. Where are those millions of Russians who are opposing Putin's regime? Why are they just sitting calm and filming some of the drone videos for us? Sometimes they're military correspondents. They're pretty much okay with Russia, with the regime, because they are sick of this chauvinism virus. Unlike Iranians, I hope that Iranians will be finally successful. They're doing something. And I wish them luck, of course, because Ayatollah regime, they cannot rule country normally. They're just those fanatics. You cannot trust fanatics' economics, otherwise they will break it down. And that's why Iranians, they live in poverty, because it's also kind of profitable for those dictators, for people just to struggle. That's how Putin hires those mobilized military men or volunteers who get millions of rubles just for signing the contract with the Russian army, and it's one-way ticket. It's understandable. And it goes for every sort of the dictator. They simply do not want their people to live normal life, and that's what Donald Trump doesn't understand. And he proposes some of the business deal to North Korea or to Russia. No, it's useless. It's for nothing. Yeah, it's getting hot there in Iran. I see more and more videos coming. It situation escalates, and whether it's good, I hope that it will go without any sort of the casualties. and they will somehow be able to change the regime. The destiny of Ayatollah is already understandable. Iranians will get rid of their regime. It's just a matter of time, and as well as the destiny of other dictators. They will not live for long. In a modern-day global world, it's not possible to be a dictator for a long time. Fantastic news. Actually, I believed in the bad news before that Denis Kapustin, Rex callsign, who is the commander of the Russian Volunteer Corps, previously he was reported to be unalived on the front lines with the help of the FPV drones, but it was the special operation performed by Ukrainian military intelligence and Budanov personally, where the chain of the Russians involved in the possible assassination of Rex was uncovered. And they wasted lots of the money on this attempt to eliminate Denis, roughly $500,000, as it was said by Budanov. So the misinformation was shared on purpose by Ukrainian intelligence, and it was done so brilliantly that everyone believed.
Fuck it up.
And it helped a lot in general to this investigation to uncover who is involved. And good news, Rex is alive, and he will continue to defend Ukraine with his Russian Volunteer Corps. Those are the only good Russians, as for me, who definitely do a real thing for their country to be out of the Putin's regime. And the proper thing to do is to help Ukraine. Well, I also support those Russians who support and donate for Ukrainian army,
really anything
for
news.
Ukrainian volunteers.
I've been busy.
Those are also good Russians. A unique video was shared today by eyewitnesses from Odessa. This is Yakovlev 52 flying, and this is Russian
New powers
Shahed.
call forth, from the barrel of muskets to flowers of fire in the sky. Even the quiet words on newly printed pages hold great changes within. The world, once so vast and mysterious, has grown smaller and more familiar. Yet, there are always questions to be answered, faiths to be tested, and national identities to be formed.
I don't know.
Elizabeth Regina, Virgin Queen of England and Monarch of the Seas, you
I don't think
command
the
the
war's
wooden
coming to
wall
an
that
end
defends
anytime
England
soon.
from those who would seize it. Guard yourself against intrigues at home and abroad, and let your captains set sail at your command. Bow your head to no one, and Britannia shall rule the waves.
And like, I don't know, it would just be like, I don't even know what we do. Acknowledge territory being ceded. Like Crimea, I can understand being able to be ceded to Russia, but like, I don't even understand how policy works. Even 5, even 2. And I can do my alliances right now.
In this sea,
Okay, early alliances. That's what we like. I'm going to buy these luxuries now as well. And then and a builder there. Oh, I lost his fucking musketman because I bought him. Oh well. Thank you. Poundmaker's shared visibility is so dope. As long as you're in alliance with him, he shares visibility. So. Cancel it. Go back. I need to buy builders.
All that glisters is not gold. Often have you heard that told.
Bullshit.
Don't judge someone.
Everyone loves me.
Tactics mean doing what you...
You know, I'm gonna make peace. I may have to reload once again. I don't get this shit. The thing is that I gotta clear the marshlands first. Gotta have a game plan.
The day we stop exploring. I do have furs. They're gonna give me that era score for getting the commercial hub. Give me that 1 point. I deserve it.
Daddy? I swear to fucking God. My boat. Are we for real?
The purpose of education is to replace...
I got the fucking district. Where was my era score?
New powers call forth, from the barrel of muskets to flowers of fire in the sky. Even the quiet words on newly printed pages hold great changes within. The world, once so vast and mysterious, has grown smaller and more familiar. Yet, there are always questions to be answered, faiths to be tested, and national identities to be formed. Elizabeth Regina, Virgin Queen of England and Monarch of the Seas, you command the wooden wall that defends England from those who would seize it. Guard yourself against intrigues
This time I'm
at
really
home
gonna do
and
it.
abroad, and let your captain set sail at your command. Bow your head to no one, and Britannia shall rule the waves.
And I already have my alliances at least. Did I already buy this? I already bought it. Okay. $11. I'll take it. Sure, this one.
Judge someone. Come on. Come on. Whoa. Calm down, buddy. All that glisters is not gold. Often.
Come on.
Sorry, kind of loud, I guess. And this is Yakovlev. Again, it flies in parallel to shut down Shahid drone, and you see Shahids there flying very, very low. Again, this is the Shahid, and it's different modification, I would say, yeah? It seems for me that it has the engine in the front, not in the back. After all, it's kind of hard to judge on that particular image. And now Odessa is this big target for Russians, probably the most important one. They hit Ukrainian grain infrastructure and port infrastructure to cancel Ukrainian abilities to trade. That's what Ukraine does in Novorossiysk, for example, and I believe that finally Ukraine will be successful in kaputting the entire oil infrastructure of Novorossiysk. But Russia also hits Ukraine pretty much hard, and just recently Russia aimed towards several commercial vessels that went to Odessa, and of course those companies that send their vessels to Ukraine, they'll be concerned and may not like to operate under those huge risks of the Russian Navy attacks in the Black Sea. And my separate thanks here to my Patreon supporters and also members of YouTube channel. Guys, you're making my job possible. Thank you so much for employing me for this mission. Because of you only, I'm capable to film videos every day. Thanks guys, you're just amazing. And if you want to join membership or Patreon, check out the link in the video description.
You got a deal, Gandhi.
Strategy requires thought.
How am I getting further and further away from the Golden Age, even when I'm trying harder and harder to get it? I don't understand.
Times have changed, and the era of diplomatic delegations has passed.
In diplomacy, there are two kinds of problems.
I'm not trying again.
The most rugged border on Earth. It's the one between the two most populous countries, where a third of the world's population lives. Economies number 2 and 4. And between them, these massive mountains, and a couple small countries, and a lot of disputed territory that has turned this border into the highest battleground on Earth, where the militaries of both these nuclear-armed countries fight, but with sticks and clubs.
Their forces could hear rifle fire echoing in these massive, valleys. They might think it's a larger attack, and it might escalate out of their control. Patrols can only be armed with sticks. They did end up killing a bunch of each other with sticks. Just one soldier decides to pull out his machine gun and go for it. That could escalate out of control quite easily.
This border region is now home to tens of thousands of troops from both sides who are in a constant standoff, patrolling these high mountains. But this 3,500 kilometer border is not the only part of this relationship that matters. I started working on this story a few months ago, and the first thing I did is I reached out to the New Press community. New Press is our new platform. We haven't actually launched it yet, but I reached out to the people on the wait list. And I know from wait list, just go to newpress.com. This is an old relationship.
but it's one that's reshaping very quickly as China races to project its power not just in Asia, but around the entire globe. Now, the United States is turning up the pressure here, putting India in a tricky position, and one that is only getting trickier as power quickly rearranges on the world stage. Let's start here, the most visible symbol of the rivalry between these two. At least that's how it is today, but it wasn't always like this. The modern versions of these countries were both born in the late 1940s, and almost immediately they committed to each other to be good neighbors, to have, quote, peaceful coexistence, in their words.
Both these countries, recently independent governments recently established, were very friendly, very cooperative, working together at the Global Forum, wanting to look at the post-colonial countries coming up, Asian solidarity, Afro-Asian solidarity, those kind of questions.
This might have been a lot easier if the map had stayed like this one from the 40s, where this remote, highly independent region of Tibet separated the two countries.
India and China had never really interacted directly because there was this big cold desert called Tibet in between.
Tibet, this rugged roof of the world, led by a reincarnated Buddhist leader, the Dalai Lama. A place with distinct cultural traditions and a desire to be an independent nation. This place had been a buffer between the two giants, and may have remained so. But almost immediately, China wants to secure this strategic high ground for their new country. So soon after the Communist Party takes power in China, they send in troops to take Tibet. But they promise that they'll still let them govern themselves. But now, look, these two are right up against each other. India initially stays friendly, though a little more cautious towards China. They continue to try to peacefully coexist. But as more Chinese troops move into Tibet, the locals here feel that China's breaking their promise to let them retain their independence and their culture. So they rise up. They're afraid that the military is going to abduct the Dalai Lama. And soon the Chinese military is clashing with Tibetan resistance fighters, who, by the way, are quietly being supported by the United States, who opposes communist China. In the middle of all of this, the Dalai Lama escapes on foot, fleeing through snow and mountain passes and rivers, crossing this border into India.
The Chinese Communist Party, particularly Mao, is very angry because Dalai Lama has fled to India and India is giving asylum to Dalai Lama.
The Indian government gives him refuge in this little mountain town, where he establishes a Tibetan government in exile. Soon 80,000 of his fellow Tibetans follow him into India, where they still live today, continuing to claim legitimate leadership over Tibet.
The Chinese accused India of trying to collude with the US to undermine China's sovereignty.
It appears not to be the scar of a meteorite, but a deeply eroded dome.
So yeah,
with a
just a few years
rainbow-inspired
after they
colour
commit
scheme.
to peaceful friendship, tension is heating up between these two. 3 years later, these two giants are fighting a war in the mountains over border disputes. Some of them created by the fact that it's hard to draw borders on these rugged mountains, and others created by some British guy drawing a map in the 1800s.
Boy, a British-drawn border is a classic reason to fight a war. We'll get back to that war in a second. Now is as good of time as any to thank today's sponsors. Sponsors have no editorial influence in our videos, but they do make it
The Daily Wire?
an information. And I get you channel, but it also gets you on this discount back.
For India, it lost. China was victorious.
China pretty handily wins this
What's
war.
up?
They now control a bunch of land in the mountains that is disputed, and suddenly these two short-lived friends are locked in a cycle of mistrust
kill you in
and
a second,
border
Toby
disputes
Gala.
and military standoffs.
Since that defeat, you've seen this boundary issue be at the core of the competition between the two countries. So the border dispute involved between India and China involves the longest undemarcated border anywhere in the world.
People can have the model. We shall not cease from exploration.
A major tension point in this long border is up here in the region of Kashmir, which is also disputed with Pakistan. The lines up here are messy as the 5,400 meter high glaciers are rugged. But the disputes are everywhere. They're peppered throughout this very long mountainous border. We made a whole video about this a while back when China released their big nationalistic map, if you want to go check that out and dive into each one. But the point is, there's border disputes and they're not ending anytime soon.
Each one claims a large chunk of the land that the other one actually possesses and has people living on as we speak.
And over the decades, these two countries have tried to manage this dispute, but they're very far from actually solving it. Soon, both countries had nuclear weapons. So the risk of escalation at this border was much scarier, much more existential. So in the 90s, the two countries agreed to not use guns or explosives within 2 kilometers of this dotted line of their disputed border. And honestly, the risk of escalation was also mitigated if you just look at where we are up here. It's not easy to operate your military up here in the mountains. At least it wasn't easy. By the early 2000s, China's economy was taking off. It had integrated into the global economy, and India's was also beginning to grow more steadily as well. And with that economic development came an emphasis on fortifying their borders and their land, including these borders up in the Himalayas.
And so what you suddenly have is, when you have roads, now railways even, definitely airports being built.
So you see this bonanza of infrastructure in recent decades. Both sides are building trains and tunnels and airstrips and border fences. Though, if you look at the development here, you see that China has a clear edge. Like, look at Tibet. Back in 1959, when China had just recently annexed Tibet, they only had 7,300 kilometers of roads. Today, that is more like 119,000 kilometers. That's like an average of 5 kilometers of road per day since 1959. On the other side of the border, India is also building. Like over here, this 11-kilometer road infrastructure in the rugged mountains. This includes 2.5 kilometers worth of tunnel deep in the mountains that allows people and the military, if necessary, to access this border region year-round. China is also fortifying their border with humans. The New York Times recently did this visual investigation of hundreds of towns that are set up right along the border. The government pays people to move out here, signals to them that they are, quote, defenders of our nation's sacred land.
They've been doing this in a number of areas along the India-China boundary and the China-Bhutan boundary as well, to essentially say we are populating this.
Just between 2018 and 2023, China's built over 600 of these villages on the frontier. And Tibetans say that this infrastructure building and settlement is just another way of diluting their culture.
Yeah, the Chinese government says this brings about kind of big sort of economic gains. But of course, it also has a security dimension. It means it's able to control things there better.
On the other side of the border, India is matching this with efforts of their own. But they don't have nearly as deep of pockets as China does to keep pace.
And to be clear, none of this is actively hostile. Like, most of this infrastructure isn't primarily intended for military purposes. But, like many other parts of the story, these roads and tunnels and trains and villages could be used for military purposes.
Dual-purpose infrastructure.
Infrastructure trains means you can get troops to places which are restive.
And in fact, this is already kind of happening. All of these roads allow troops to establish a presence in this rugged, disputed territory that before was kind of inaccessible. And a military presence leads to military standoffs. And standoffs sometimes break into violence. Now remember that agreement that said that they won't use weapons or explosives or guns up here in the disputed areas. So these clashes involve sticks and clubs and stones. And even still, they're quite lethal. Like this one in 2020 resulted in dozens of deaths. These were the first deaths on this border in 45 years. And it represented a new low for the relationship between these two. Okay, it's worth asking why these two massive countries are fighting over this super remote mountainous land.
Nothing grows there. Nobody lives there. There is no industry there. There is no agriculture there. This is primarily a cold desert.
But even then, this territory has become extremely important to the idea of those countries, what their national identity is. And they believe that by losing territory, they lost their sovereignty in a previous era, so they can't afford to lose any more territory now.
I think it's symbolic of the kind of relations between India and China. They're two very bold and very nationalistic powers now who do not buy into anything that erodes their status.
Now, the two countries have since diffused these border tensions since those flare-ups. But mistrust and tension remain the status quo up here, and both countries continue to manage this conflict instead of actually try to solve it. And that will remain the case as long as the ruling governments in both continue to derive their legitimacy and connect their national identity to controlling these bits of land in the mountains. Okay, wait. The border is not the only lens to see this conflict through. It's the one we spent the most time on because it's very important and very visual, but there are other expressions of the mistrust and the competition between these two, but these ones have a little more hope in them. Look at all of this trade between the two most populous countries on Earth. Countries who trade with each other don't fight with each other, right? Well, actually, this is kind of new. For most of their modern relationship, these two didn't really trade with each other. That started changing in like the late 70s, early 80s. China's entering the global market, accepting some version of capitalism, trading with the rest of the world, and India is also improving their domestic situation. And trade was the answer for both countries to unlock a massive amount of growth and prosperity. So they signed a series of trade agreements over the decades, deciding to, quote, fight poverty rather than each other. Boy, that sounds hopeful.
What gunpowder did for
The
war?
two sides go from almost no trade to eventually China becoming India's #1 source trading partner in goods, at least.
Today, China sells a lot of important things to India, like electronic goods, machinery, textiles, pharmaceuticals, transport equipment, fertilizer, a lot of stuff you need to keep your economy going. And India, in turn, sells stuff to China that's pretty important. Iron ore, minerals, chemicals, textiles, also electronic goods, animal products. Just remember, 1/3 of all humanity lives in these two countries. So this is a massive amount of supply and demand.
Chinese companies were looking for markets for their goods, and India is one of the largest markets in the developing world. But that in itself created a different kind of relationship between the two countries, which was quite new.
Okay, so a lot of mutually beneficial trade, but look what happens when you split this line out by country. This tells a different story. Look at how much more China sells to India than the other way around.
India is massively dependent on China. China is India's biggest trade partner. 80% of trade is in China's favor. So there's big economic vulnerability that India has vis-a-vis China.
India is keen to balance that, but it's also blocked investments from, for instance, by telecoms provider Huawei. So it's a cautious relationship. And for two such hugely growing economies, they could really have much bigger relations, but I think there are political and cultural issues for why that's not the case.
In international relations, we have this thing called commercial peace theory that says that countries that are economically intertwined with each other are less likely to fight. And yet, when you have an asymmetry in trade like this, and you have so much mutual distrust and a bunch of border disputes and a history of conflict, the more fitting IR theory here is weaponized interdependence. When tensions flared up in the border most recently, you saw both sides turn trade into a weapon. India was suddenly scrutinizing all of this investment coming from China. They were banning a bunch of Chinese apps, including, most famously, TikTok, citing data security and sovereignty concerns.
And that included the hugely popular TikTok.
China didn't retaliate immediately, but recently you're seeing China turn their trade into a weapon. They've been limiting Chinese exports of rare earth minerals and fertilizers to India, and reminding India how much leverage they hold in this trade relationship.
Suddenly, from seeing China as an opportunity economically, India started seeing China much more as a vulnerability.
Okay, wait. Let's just make one thing clear. Neither side actually wants this. Both stand to benefit greatly if they can figure out how to trade with each other peacefully. But just like the border, trade is susceptible to being weaponized if tensions really heat up. So it's time to put on our next lens and zoom out. This is India's ocean. This is where they project power. They have a pretty sophisticated navy. And in recent decades, this Indian Ocean has become a very busy place. This is the global economy. It's a bunch of ships moving around on water. And it has turned this ocean into the lifeblood of India's economy, who relies on the ocean for 95% of its trade. 80% of its crude oil comes through these routes, much of it moving through these tiny choke points that are vulnerable to pirates and unstable countries and wars in this region. And it's not just India. China also relies on ships passing safely through this water to keep their economy going. So starting in the early 2000s, as China's becoming rich and joining the global trade community, China starts to expand where it projects power, starting just here in its neighborhood. But soon, their navy starts appearing all the way out here in the Indian Ocean, far from home, but along these vital trade routes that they must keep secure to keep their economy going.
China's forays into the Indian Ocean, in some ways, they're historical. There was one Chinese admiral that China points out was there kind of centuries ago. But largely, when China didn't have the navy it has today, you didn't see PLA navy ships that much in the Indian Ocean.
Either way, China's military is out here in a big way, securing their trade. But as we're seeing time and time again with this story, something that starts out as securing trade or anti-piracy can quickly look like a military presence, a military buildup that then turns into a military competition.
So you saw China's footprint, both economic and military now in this region, start to grow.
China joined other big powers in 2017 in opening a base in Djibouti, right on one of these vital choke points. China conducts military exercises out here, more and more every year, and they do so in collaboration with other countries in the region. And all of this is in addition to China investing in and loaning money to projects all around the region. Ports, railroads, highways, energy projects, connecting China to almost every country on Earth through these investments, including tons here in the Indian Ocean.
So those infrastructure projects that China does everywhere has been a natural outcome of China's rise. It doesn't mean that China wanted to operate in these countries to put down India or to hurt India, but it had to happen naturally. But then the consequence essentially is that India's influence has waned in these areas. And so there is a contestation for influence in these countries.
You can see why India would feel that it was being sort of contained. But I think that China's sort of vision is really a region where India might have its sphere of influence. That's fine. But China feels it's a much bigger player. I mean, it's a global player.
Now, again, China doesn't own these ports, and these were built for commercial use. But because this infrastructure was built with either loans or investment from the Chinese government, this leads to concerns of the possibility of them being used as leverage or being used as military assets. And again, even though these are infrastructure for trade and commercial use, it's causing some concern, especially in India.
So they started becoming concerned about whether these ports could be used for dual purpose, for military and intelligence purposes as well. They found that Sri Lanka, which usually would tell India when foreign military vessels docked, it did not give India advance notice. This Hambantota port had a provision that if Sri Lanka could not pay back the loan, the lease of that entire port would go to China.
Now, this is often reported as some kind of debt trap, that China has leverage over Sri Lanka and can take the port. But experts we talk to think that this is like an oversimplification and that this isn't like debt trap diplomacy.
I think the stuff about the Belt and Road being debt trap is a little overblown, because I think China is often quite opportunistic, but it doesn't want to be saddled with big commitments.
I literally just got this gunpowder from Gandhi, and he's like, hey, can I have gunpowder?
Win-win.
No, I think from China's point of view, it's not necessarily encircling India as much
It's
as
mine.
it is pursuing its interests. It wants the oil routes open. It has its own idea also, of course, of what its own backyard is.
But what's clear is that China is out here in this region in a huge way. both
I bought it for a
economically and
reason.
militarily.
There used to be a term that, in fact, I think the American military had come up with. Was this going to be a string of pearls around India?
Pearls look benign unless you ask the oysters.
Okay, so what is India doing about all of this? Well, they are responding. They've been beefing up their own maritime posture and partnerships in the Indian Ocean. They've put a lot of focus on these choke points over here. Every Chinese ship has to pass through these to get to the Indian Ocean. So India is upgrading some naval bases on these islands right near the choke points. Beyond that, India has been extending its reach across the Indian Ocean by building airstrips on this island that belongs to Mauritius. They're also building a new naval base right here on this little Indian island. And in 2018, the Indian military secured access to this port in Oman. Through their partnership with the UK and the US, they also have access to a few other tiny bases in the Indian Ocean, like this one at Diego Garcia, or this base on a tiny island that belongs to France. Because India is not as big as China, one of the only ways they can sort of keep up with this rivalry in the Indian Ocean is through their partners. Nations like France, Indonesia, their partnership with the US, Australia, and Japan, which forms the so-called Quad. And together, these countries regularly conduct military exercises with each other and bring in a bunch of other partner countries, and focusing on these important choke points.
Is that what's going to happen?
Okay, so not that surprisingly, the Indian Ocean plays a huge part in the rivalry between these two countries.
Bro and his
increasingly
props,
so
bro.
as China has a bigger presence out here. Let's put on our fourth and final lens here to understand what this
was the
conflict looks
cynosure
like
of all
when we
eyes.
look at the entire global chessboard. This relationship is deeply affected by what's happening with all of these countries. And a really important thing to note here is that India has
Great
never
lighthouse, suck
cleanly
it.
fit into any of the natural alignments that we've seen over the last 80 years.
During the Cold War, when the world was divided up between the capitalist West, led by the US, and the communist East, led by the Soviet Union, India firmly declared itself independent from all of this. Or in their words, non-aligned. They actually started a movement of non-aligned countries. India condemned Western imperialism, but also rejected communist domination.
But, crucially, non-aligned doesn't mean not partnering with big powers when interests align. So India, during the Cold War, would buy jets and submarines and tanks from the Soviets, while also accepting support from the Americans. But, as happens, the world changes, empires fall, big powers shift how much or little they support India's existential enemy, Pakistan. Power rebalances, and India has shifted with it. So today, this is what it looks like. Russia remains India's biggest single arms supplier. It's also one of India's main sources of oil, even as the West has completely cut off Russia because of its invasion of Ukraine. India continues to buy oil from Russia. But this balance is always shifting because India is not aligned and they want to have strategic autonomy. So in recent years, they've been diversifying their defense imports, buying more stuff from Europe and the US and its allies. So they've remained pretty true to their commitment to non-alignment, to not fitting cleanly into these alliances that are forming.
For India, it is the term that it uses these days is multi-aligned.
The West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does.
India keeps a diversified portfolio of partners.
But as China becomes a bigger concern for India, they find themselves needing to lean on others who share this concern.
So India actually thinks of itself as aligned with the US in trying to compete with China, to shape a favorable balance of power vis-a-vis China.
So this line has gotten a lot thicker in the last 15 years.
America loves India.
The US and Europe have been supporting India because they want an anti-China bulwark, and that India allows itself to be used as a pawn in this way.
This has happened in trade too. You can see India is exporting a lot more stuff to the United States, especially recently. But don't be fooled, all of this alignment doesn't mean there's trust here.
In India, there's always been a view since the Cold War that the United States is an untrustworthy
Our
partner
alliances.
and will let India down at the wrong moment. And I think those voices have become very strong in India now after the Trump administration.
For many years, it was a one-sided relationship.
India's mistrust was validated in 2025 when the new president Donald Trump came into office and immediately slapped tariffs on almost every country in the world. He added another 25% to punish India for continuing to buy Russian oil, 50% in total. As a part of his immigration crackdown, he raised the fee for a work visa from a few $1,000s to $100,000, which is a huge blow to India. India sends more of their citizens to the United States to earn money on that worker visa than any other country. So this new fee was devastating. And Trump did this to pressure India on this. So this is kind of a wild plot twist in this relationship between all these big countries, because now it has created an opening for this relationship to get a refresh.
India and China have taken a major step towards easing tensions.
And this is hot off the press while we're filming this. It's happening now. India has been hit really hard by Trump's recent moves and is easing tensions with Beijing, if only to buy itself some breathing room.
India's Prime Minister is in China for the first time in 7 years.
Right after these tariffs, India signaled that they would be willing to draw closer to China and Russia. Here are the leaders of the three countries in September 2025. You can see that Modi and Putin are literally holding hands with these big grins on their faces. This looked like a big show of solidarity against US pressure. But don't be fooled. These three do not trust each other. And now it looks like we're seeing that India is doing exactly what Washington wants, cutting back on Russian oil, hoping to get those tariffs lifted. But it's unclear if they're actually going to do this fully, and they're already looking for workarounds on how they can keep doing business with Russia and not be punished by Trump. I don't know how this is going to play out, but the whole thing is exposing how India has got itself a bit of a balancing problem between all of these forces. This balancing problem exposes three big vulnerabilities. The first is that India is deeply dependent on China to keep its economy. Remember this big imbalance? Number two, they're still deeply reliant on Russia for a huge amount of their weapons and the supplies for those weapons. And number three, even despite this big blow from Trump's tariffs, India has become deeply reliant on the United States for its economic and military rise. And because the United States is the only power that can actually stand up to China.
Now, Trump is somebody who's asking you to make choices. When he's asking you to make choices, all these three vulnerabilities have come to the fore. You can't afford to anger China. You just cannot afford to displease Russia. And you don't want to displease Trump. This is a circle which you cannot be squared.
Look at this map. I mean, old document. It's a manifesto, a breakup letter between British people on either side of an ocean. It's the Declaration of Independence. And
YouTube's so fucking annoying.
Asmongold, and he's my primary source of news because he agrees with me. Even as a day off, so I watched this Habibi-san talk shit. No, don't ban that guy. Come on, unban him. Like, when you got guys like you know, when there's someone who's like watching him, right, and consistently, and they're like, yeah, I agree, Trump is gonna win massive favors by blowing up Yemen. He's gonna cause Yemen to actually back down and stand down. Let's be real. That's peak. Also, that's not real, chatters. That's a meme. Just so you understand. Kyle, the absolute goat Kulinski, also known as Secular Talk, the most quirked up white boy to ever do it, has done a video on Asmongold. Asmongold turns on Trump, the Kyle Kulinski show.
Guys, so this is a shocker. This is a shocker. I'm sure you guys remember, I had done a couple videos, I don't remember how many, maybe 2 or 3 videos, something like that, on Asmongold. Every now and then he'll say something that's just blows my mind, and I'm forced to respond. Like when he said that casually genocidal shit about Palestinians. That's one example. I forget what the last one was, but I did a segment on it. Apparently he responded. Now, thankful for my mental health here, I don't actually watch people when they decide to come after me. You know, my theory is very simple, like, live and let live. Y'all want to, hey, I have every right to attack you guys. You have every right to attack me back, by all means. Now,
Love that. Great principles to stand on.
I do happen to know, because friends of mine covered it, that he's bigger than me. It's that simple. His show is maybe twice the size of mine. He's a giant streamer. He's certainly more popular than I am. So without a doubt, I grabbed a stick and I hit a hornet's nest. And so I was told that he responded to my video, and then my original video got brigaded going after him. This is the first thing I've seen of him since then.
The King of Dark World, Kyle, yeah, he goes maybe a little too dark at times. Let's be real. Make no mistake. He is the absolute GOAT at posting the most boomer memes, but because he posts boomer memes all the time, there are definitely some instances where, you know, he's maybe going a little above and beyond. Okay, let's be real. Like there was some of the stuff that I saw that he was posting about, like the what do you call it? The all of the white supremacists on Twitter are actually Indian. All of those memes were, you know, maybe a little heavy-handed. I know Kyle. I've known Kyle for years. I do not think he is. People will say, "Oh, dude, he was like mocking Indians in those memes." I don't think he's like thinking too much about it. Yeah. So it's more so like a blind spot.
Ignorance.
I don't think he is a racist person at all. I would go so far as to say he's anti-racist in general.
You always have to ask.
But you know, you can still have,
because like, remember, like, that's like, when you get to the point where you're not excusing ignorance, that's like core ISIS mentality. You know what I mean? Like, you can weigh the factor of that ignorance and things like that, but, you know, if you educate people on the Quran and they convert to Islam and they fix their ways when you educate them, then the excuse of ignorance is fine.
have your moments, especially when you're a quirked white boy. I mean, he's got the Eminem hair, you know? Come on. I will always respect Kyle, though, because out of all of the people that what do you call it? Out of all the the atheists, because he was one of them. I mean, his channel is literally called Secular Talk. When every single atheist was pivoting to anti-Obama, Islamophobia, maximum Islamophobia, Kyle Kalinske stayed true to his principles. Okay? 100%. And many of you are too young to know this. You don't remember that media environment. You did not grow up in that media environment, or maybe you were actually, right-wing in that media environment potentially, and you didn't pay too close attention to Kyle. But I grew up in that media environment. Let me tell you, okay? If you had an anti-imperialist slant in any way, shape, or form in that media landscape, okay, when there were no alternatives, it was just the Young Turks and then everyone else that was just like you in the neck. Okay, that, especially as a person who came from the background of because Kyle came from that background of secular, anti-theist, edgy atheist background, he was virtually the only person. He was virtually the only person that was out there being like, nah, this stuff is crazy. I think we need to be anti-war.
And it looks like he may already be having a change of heart and a change of mind. He may already...
Sam Cedar and Amy Goodman erasure? Yeah, no one is calling in to question Sam Cedar or Amy Goodman's track record chatters. That's the reason why I don't feel the need to even bring that up. Kyle shared an anti-Indian meme with you promoting him for. The Chinese are Israel coded. They think anything against the CCP is against the Chinese people. Look at what they're doing. The Japanese media. China banned Japanese anime cosplay from the cosplay confession. China is so insecure. Okay, let's continue.
Be turning on Trump. And look, all I'll say is, we'll take it. We love to see it.
Well,
we love to see it. Anybody who was on that Trump train, anybody who's doing that right-wing propaganda,
unacceptable for sure. I don't think it came from a place of hatred, but it is still reinforcing the same dynamics in general, but it's coming from more so a blind spot and not like a place of open disdain, even though the intention doesn't really matter in that circumstance, especially if you don't know him. Kyle took Russian money? No, what? What are you saying? What is happening? No wonder everybody hates people like myself in general. If you do any kind of political commentary, no matter how many years you've been at it, there are a million different theories about and a million different pieces of misinformation about every single person. Oh my God, no wonder people believe whatever dumb shit that people believe about me too. Holy, I mean, this is a person I know personally. I've known him for a decade plus, okay?
propaganda, anybody who was feeding into that right-wing ecosystem online, which was so profitable for so long. I mean, the grift, you never see people grifting left. It's always to the right, because that's where the money is, that's where the popularity is, that's where the most passionate people online are, right?
No. The racist India meme wasn't misinformation. I understand why people are mad at him. No, I know. That's valid. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who are saying he got money from Russia or some shit.
But it looks like the tides have shifted so hard against Trump that even some of his strongest soldiers are now falling and are now going, I don't know about this Epstein stuff, bro. I do not know about this Epstein. It doesn't look good. It does not look good. So here we go. Here's Asmongold.
Isn't it time for Asmongold? I've been very critical of Trump regularly. If you look at any of my commentary discussing things that he's done, you'll see that I'm extremely critical of him, even more so recently since the Epstein stuff. So this is just, it's again, just the typical Reddit one-dimensional thinking, because you can vote for Kamala Harris. If she was going to do something, she would have.
She was the vice president. And there were ongoing cases involving the Epstein files, so they couldn't release them even if they wanted to at that time. And she objectively would have been way better, but I digress.
Vote? Of course I didn't vote. Why would I vote if I don't feel like the candidate?
Like, Kyle was also way more in the tank for Mamala than I was. Like, way more. Emma Jordy, Sam Cedar, Kyle, they were definitely maybe a little too libbed up by my estimations. I did not, I'm not going to be like, oh, he's a dem shill or anything like that. Because once again, you should allow people to have different perspectives. Sometimes even those different perspectives could be even heinous, okay? You have to literally understand.
They got the Panama
Human
Canal.
beings are complex.
That's sick.
You have to look at
I didn't know
most
you
of
could
their
get
work.
it that
You have
big.
to look at their body of work. You have to look at their positions in general.
That's insane.
What their first principles are, okay? Slander, Emma was a hater of Mamala. No, everybody here criticized Mamala, okay? Emma did, Sam did, I did,
Soon
Kyle
that will
did.
be mine.
I'm just saying that they were definitely more. They were. Majority Report was not in the tank for Mamala like that. That's insane. Stop spreading misinformation. Oh my God, you're literally. I'm simply stating that they were definitely more sympathetic to Mamala than I was. Okay.
That it represents my viewpoints and my values to a degree that I feel confident voting for them. And I think that I've been proven right. I have been. I think I've been proven right with that.
So here he is now going, yeah, he's up in that Epstein file shit is kind of bad, and like I'm kind of happy I didn't vote for him now, but here's his commentary from the past. Ready?
For this, yeah. I mean, if I had known he was going to do this, I would have voted for him. I would have, like, I 100%. I didn't vote for Donald Trump, but if I did, I would say that I voted for this.
By the way, this was his reaction to the ICE Gestapo thugs rounding up innocent people, and his reaction to Trump using the U.S. military to invade U.S. cities illegally, by the way. This was his reaction. Hyper-militarism going after liberals and lefties for disagreeing. This is his reaction.
I've been waiting for this to happen ever since BLM. This is what I voted for. Well, I'll tell you guys, how many of you guys that voted for Trump, you're getting even, it's even better than what you had hoped for. You know he wrote this. Yep, this is what I voted for. Yep.
So I believe this one, I remember this one. It's when Trump was people in Yemen. And Asmongold was like, yeah, bro, this is what everybody voted for. This is amazing, bro.
He wrote this. Yep, this is what I voted for. Yep. To Iran, support for the Houthi must end immediately. Beware, because America will hold you fully accountable, and we won't be nice about it. Hell will...
Once again, because there's no consensus reality, it kind of doesn't matter if you're just wrong all the time. As long as you are wrong directionally in favor of Donald Trump, and then as long as you can pivot when everybody starts hating on Donald Trump and you start slowly but surely pivoting in the direction of you know, hating on Donald Trump as well, like, you'll be fine. There is no accountability at all. I love that people always use the term accountability, though, whenever they're criticizing people that they just don't like on the internet. But there is no real accountability whatsoever. And there is no need or interest or investment in trying to establish consensus reality at all. And in the absence of consensus reality or even a need for it, you do kind of win favors by leaning into whatever the popular thing is.
Oh, Tokaga's finally repairing his tiles.
I've ever seen before. What I voted for Trump to do was like what he did with the DEI stuff on day one. What I voted for him to do is what he did with, like, for example, Iran. You didn't vote? Yeah, exactly. But I would...
Like, for me, let's say I'm watching somebody, right? Let's say I'm watching Asmongold, and he's my primary source of news because he agrees with me. It's a day off, so I watch this. Habibi-san talk shit. No, don't ban that guy. Come on. Unban him. Like, when you got guys like, you know, when there's someone who's, like, watching him, right? And consistently, and they're like, yeah, I agree. Trump is going to win massive favors by blowing up Yemen. He's going to cause Yemen to actually back down and stand down. And then Trump literally comes out the next day and is like, actually, we were wrong. These guys are brave warriors, and we spent far too much money, and we couldn't stop them at all from consistently intercepting ships, and we lost a bunch of planes in the process. So now they can still intercept ships going to Israel, but as long as they don't hit our ships, our Navy in the Red Sea, then that's fine. We won't bomb Sanaa any longer. Doesn't that cause someone who is a fan of not just Asmongold, but like anyone who promotes Trump like this to feel a little stupid? This is my question all the time. I guess, like, if you don't have any diversity in your media diet and you're like only getting information from one side, you just never get to see what the truth is, right? Yeah, they just ignore it like Baldur's Gate 3 and wokeness. Yeah, I guess that's kind of how it goes, right? Like, there's no need to course correct at all. Why can't you all just converse with each other instead of reacting to clips and videos and speaking into an echo chamber where everyone agrees with you? I'm not saying this about you, but XQC and Asmongold too. Great question. First of all, XQC is not even a political operative, so I don't know why you're bringing him up in this. I don't think he has a single interest in identifying political issues at all, even though he promoted Donald Trump. Asmongold is the one who refuses to talk to me, not the other way around. It's not. I have said over and over again that I'm perfectly comfortable talking to him, and every single time that we've had a conversation, I've been very charitable, very open-minded, and fairly reasonable. He's the one who doesn't want to do it. So you're climbing up the wrong tree. You're asking the wrong person. So much so that people actually say, I'm too charitable to Asmongold. I'm not aggressive enough or whatever. Yeah, Reddit is now clipping his normie reaction to the Epstein stuff, saying Pam Body should be arrested, and it's going viral. They're trying to whitewash him. Yeah, I think when your audience is somewhat devoid of like real politics and just invested in like ruthlessly going after what you perceive as woke or what your ideological enemies are or what your enemies are in the sphere of drama, I think then the audience will basically lean into whichever direction, especially if he manages it, especially if he manages the pivot, especially if he manages to pivot in the centrist direction or center right direction by turning around and being like, yeah, actually Trump should go to jail now because this Epstein stuff is crazy. Do you see what I mean? Reddit is basically bipolar when it comes to Asmongold. No, they're not like him quite a bit, I think, for the most part, because a lot of the anti-woke guys love him, and then the liberals actually don't really mind him because he is probably the biggest op for their number one enemy, people on the left. because he's a huge enemy of the liberals, and I would say Reddit is a very liberal platform. So I think they will align with him regularly because he just shits on the left a lot and shits on those targets a lot. Oh, fuck socialists, all this stuff. They're all terrorists.
Have voted. If I would have voted, that would have been what I voted for. Did Trump earn your vote by now? If I could go back in time and vote for him, I absolutely would. I did not think that he was going to go this hard at all.
So a little bit different. The stuff before was, oh my God.
Bro, you're telling me the Podjons hate you more than Asmund? What? Are you insane? That's an entirely different part of the internet. Those are adults.
Those are
political operatives that worked with Barack Obama. We're talking about like people who look at politics in the least sincere ways possible. And politics not about like their analysis. Most people on the internet, their analysis of politics simply comes from whatever drama content that they're consuming. It's team sports. It's all vibes based. It's not the same standard that someone like the Podjons would fucking apply at all. And yes, a lot of people will say, oh, well, the Podjons are bad or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. They still have a worldview, an established worldview. You might not agree with them, and there's certainly a lot of disagreement from my end as well, but they do actually have they're a little bit more adult, don't you think, in their assessment, in their analysis, in their commentary than someone who is, constantly covering whatever kind of slop that comes down their Reddit timeline. Like how many, to be fair, you are both warriors of billionaire propaganda law. What do you mean? Like as in I'm fighting against billionaire propaganda and he's basically reinforcing billionaire propaganda? Is that what you mean? Like what are the Podjons' attitude about the Casey-tron lawsuit is not a question that you can ask and get a serious answer on. Okay?
He's amazing. Oh my God, he's great. Oh, I should have voted for this. Oh, this is incredible. And by the way, virtually every single thing he was referring to as a reason to vote for Trump is a reason that should horrify any normal American. Any normal American goes, really? Should we crack skulls of innocent people and send them to CCOT, to a concentration camp where they get raped and tortured with no due process whatsoever? Should they really blow off judges' decisions? Is that really a good idea? Should he invade U.S. cities with the U.S. military wildly, illegally? Should he do every one of those things? Should he illegally bomb Yemen? Should he really do that? Every one of those things when he was going, yeah. But the thing that actually made Asmongold go, I don't know about this guy anymore, it's the Epstein files. It is. So one more time. Listen again.
Isn't it time for Asmongold to stop sucking Trump's dick? I've been very critical of Trump regularly. If you look at any of my commentary discussing things that he's done, you'll...
Yeah, no, it's base. Yeah, base. Wouldn't necessarily say that that's critical. Maybe critical levels of dick riding.
See that I'm extremely critical of him, even more so recently since the Epstein stuff. So this is just, it's again, just the typical Reddit one-dimensional thinking, because you couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. If she was going to do something, she would have. So yeah, you didn't even vote? Of course I didn't vote. Why would I vote if I don't feel like the candidate represents my viewpoints and my values to a degree that I feel confident voting for them? And I think that I've been proven right. I have been. I think I've been proven right with that.
So let me just say, this is what happens when you're at 35% approval rating. This is what happens when you were all over those Epstein emails. There were 23,000 emails. Trump.
Like if Donald Trump was also bringing about like great economic prosperity for his base right now, he would not be sitting at 35 approval. He would not be sitting at 35%. Okay? If at the very least there was something tangible to lean into for his base, they would be. They would be doing it nonstop. That's why it's always funny whenever Trump says, why are you guys talking about Epstein and not talking about how incredible my administration has been so far with the economy and things like that? And it's like for example, they're right now posting dubs. They're currently posting fucking all over the timeline about how the GDP increase, the economy's actually on the up and up. It is the most Brandonized shit I've ever seen. And the reason why I'm saying that is because everybody knows The only economic movement that's taking place right now is basically NVIDIA and you know, OpenAI and all these other fucking AI companies spreading the same like $100 billion around, just exchanging hands over and over and over again. It's like 7 companies circle jerking, and no one is seeing the benefits of that, right? No one is seeing the benefits of that. Everyone is actually experiencing serious pain right now. So when these guys, when Trump dick riders come out and go, look, dude, it's fucking awesome, actually. Look, our economy is on the up and up. A lot of people who are not feeling that money getting spread around are going to go, excuse me, what the fuck do you mean?
No.
And there's also nothing to hold on to, like I said, for those guys, because there's no, like, the impact of, like, shitting on trans people, or the impact of, like, deporting undocumented migrants and documented migrants. Like, that hasn't led to any serious, that hasn't been accompanied with, like, economic improvements in their day-to-day existence.
News.
And therefore, even they get soured on that shit, where they go, okay, housing is still unaffordable, so the fuck do I care? Let's talk about DDR5 RAM increase, for example, for gamers to understand the economic impact. Yeah, all of these Republicans, if all of the mass deportations actually led to economic improvement for the average Republican, okay, they would be running around being like, Mr. President, you can fuck all the children you want. I promise you.
Wild thing to say.
Maybe not all the Republicans, but many of the Republicans be like, I don't really care. I'm doing good. I'm doing good right now. My money is up. Americans are very selfish, right? Many of them would turn around and say, oh, dude, Mr. President, I'll give you my firstborn, actually, because guess what? The economy's doing so great. I'm able to purchase a home. They would find ways to deal with the Epstein stuff. They'd be like, oh, it's probably AI. You know, but because the economy is not good and only getting worse for the average person, they don't lean into the Democrat hoax narratives. It's kind of like what I explained with Candace Owens, right? Everybody that was cherishing her commentary because she was really fucking pushing it with the TPUSA stuff and feeding into conspiratorial thinking over and over again. All those people who celebrated her running ad breaks in between her commentary about how sad she was about Charlie Kirk's demise, untimely demise, will almost overnight flip on her when she's not giving them what they demand. The very same reasons, the very same things that you actually overlooked or found to be fine, or even celebrated or cherished, right, will give you the ick. Think about it like being in a relationship, okay?
What is
some relationships have a timeline, and by the time you get to the end of the relationship, things that you might have found quirky and cute about your partner might actually give you the ick, okay? Little things start bothering you. Little things start annoying you. Honeymoon period is over. It's kind of like that. And then you can't stand your partner. It's the same principle with you know, people who develop parasocial attitudes and parasocial sentiment for their favorite, you know, like Donald Trump, or their favorite political commentators, whether it be Asmongold or Candace Owens, or even myself, can find themselves despising the very same things that they either overlooked or actually appreciated and celebrated. I know this from my own personal experience. There's plenty of people who at one point maybe defended on principle me purchasing a house for myself and my family, who might actually turn around and literally be like, actually, I thought that was bullshit. I was always suspicious. I always thought that meant you're not a real socialist. You know, it happens.
Trump was in about 1,600 of them. We learned that, for example, in 2011, he was at Epstein's house with a victim, quote, 4 hours. Okay? This is what happens when you illegally demolish the east wing of the White House and then go to build went from $100 million to $200 million to $300 million to $400 million billionaire ballroom at the same time. Unemployment's going up and inflation's going up and people can't afford groceries. They're using Klarna to get groceries. This is what happens in that scenario.
Yep.
This is what happens when you cut off 92 million pounds of food aid that was going to go to food banks for the holidays, and now people are starving. This is what happens when you freeze 42 million, you kick 42 million off of the SNAP program, the food stamp program. This is what happens when 18 million lose their
Baker's got
Medicaid.
so much
and
gold
health insurance
because he's
premiums
got
double,
those
triple,
trade route
quadruple, and in some
bonuses.
cases more. Even the strongest soldiers no longer have a case to make for you. They don't have a case anymore. And by the way,
do you buy the theory that the ballroom is a data center? Wait, no, but that's pretty funny. I like that.
Look, I am super proud of Ro Khanna. I really am, because Ro Khanna has been leading on the Epstein files. I see him in reaction to this fake release of the files where only 1% of the files were released and they were heavily fucking redacted, and they're protecting Trump, and they accidentally released some stuff that had Trump's pictures. Then they pulled it back down to try to protect Trump. In the midst of all this, who's leading the way? Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna's out there. I've seen him on every single show talking about this, talking about we're going to go after Pam Bondi. We're going to impeach her. We're going to, hold her in contempt for not abiding by the law. And it's now at the point where Hassan Piker is, backing Ro Khanna on this. Asmongold was watching Hassan Piker talk to Ro Khanna, and Asmongold goes, I can see myself supporting this guy, Ro Khanna. So I saw the streamer XQC was saying he wants to get Ro Khanna on stream, and he's a guy he could support. Asmongold saying the same thing. When you manage to unite me, Hassan, and Asmongold, man, that's some special shit. I don't know if there's anybody in the country that could do that, but because Ro Khanna is leading with conviction and integrity, and he's fighting for the
They
truth,
all want
for
this
Americans
little
to know the
settlement
truth
spot
about what happened with Epstein.
that I have.
He's creating strange bedfellows. It's that old saying, politics creates strange bedfellows. It sure as shit does. But by the way, Asmongold was, I don't know about Trump now. Here's what he was saying not that long ago. Ready?
We have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves.
The evidence, by the way, is like maliciously edited clips and things like that. Everybody who's part of the America First agenda should view being listed on this website as a qualification to run for office. If you get listed on this website as being an enemy of the goals of Israel...
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Yeah,
Nukes.
This is recent now.
Sure, bro.
Yeah, he used to be a woke warrior. Bro, this is a bigger flip. This is the Osama bin Laden. This is the Osama bin Laden of flips, okay? Anti-socialist warrior paving the pathway to peace to guy who did 9/11, okay? How the fuck did that happen? Going from every single day talking big shit.
What is this? Backing Ro Khanna on this. Asmongold was watching Hassan Piker talk to Ro Khanna, and Asmongold goes, I can see myself supporting this guy, Ro Khanna.
Yeah, no, you can't put a lot of emphasis into what he claims he's supporting and what he's not, okay? That's just, that's all. He doesn't have real convictions. I don't think people care, though, to be fair. Like, I don't think his audience cares that much either. I think they just want a fair weather chud.
So I saw the streamer XQC was saying he wants to get Ro Khanna on stream, and he's a guy he could support. Asmongold saying the same thing. When you manage to unite me, Hassan, and Asmongold, man, that's some special shit. I don't know if there's anybody in the country that could do that. But because Ro Khanna is leading with conviction and integrity, and he's fighting for the truth, for Americans to know the truth about what happened with Epstein, he's creating strange bedfellows. It's that old saying, politics creates strange bedfellows. It sure as shit does. But by the way, Asmongold was, I don't know about Trump now. Here's what he was saying not that long ago. Ready?
We have featured more than 1,000 anti-Semites on our platforms. 1,000. Feature them publicly, clearly, and with evidence. The results speak for themselves.
The evidence, by the way, is like maliciously edited clips and things like.
He wants to have Ro Khanna on his show to smear him? No, dude, it's clout. How do you guys not understand? Please, you are mistaking. You are fucking mistaking people's their output as people doing commentary as like people with real convictions. What the fuck are you talking about? There are political operatives out there who have real points of view. Not many of them.
It is arguable.
Not many of them, but there are those who have convictions. For Asmongold, this is not about conviction. This is about like seeing whichever way the wind blows and leaning into it as aggressively as possible. That's why from the start, I fucking said, when the time comes and woke makes a full-blown comeback, you will see him completely back away from a lot of these positions that he's been championing. And all of his fans will forget about it. He'll develop new fans. One of the worst things you can do as a political commentary person is have real convictions. Okay? People who have real convictions will always be major ops because the entire sphere is guided by people who have no convictions. Okay? As a matter of fact, I'll give you one example from someone who was an op of mine. Ben Shapiro, grifter on everything, right? Except for one real conviction that he holds.
Israel.
Dick riding Israel into
Everything's
oblivion.
Israel.
Okay? Ben Shapiro is pro-Israel. He will never hide that. That is one of the things that he cares about the most, okay? He can go back and forth on Trump. He can do whatever he he can say whatever. Bro loves moral high standing. Oh yeah. Ben Shapiro is Israel first. Okay? And because he is Israel first, I love the people saying Asmongold is pretty consistent in the chat, by the way. All the Roachman's fans are in here. I don't know if he's streaming today or not, but I suspect that we're getting a Roach infestation currently. Moral high standing? Yes, they don't just, it's okay. Okay? It's fine. Ben Shapiro has convictions when it comes to Israel. And now he's currently getting punished for it. He's getting eaten alive. For the longest time, it didn't matter because everyone else was also pro-Israel, right? So he could get away with it. He could actually say Nick Fuentes is an outsider. He's not a real one. Ben Shapiro, I'm a part of the real, conservative movement, stuff like that. Reddit libs already fooled by Asmin's turnaround saying we like people who actually admit they are wrong. Unlike Hassan, Road supporters still think you are a terrorist. It's so weird. Brother, it is because these people do not have any fucking real understanding of politics. That's the whole point. 5 years from now, when they look back at this stuff, they will completely adopt every single thing that I have said from way before October 7, okay? And they will still hate me, okay? It doesn't matter. Just let it go. It doesn't matter. For them, politics is not about like identifying tangible goals and moving in that direction. It's just drama. And I don't even fault them for it, okay? I don't fault them for seeing it as drama. Do you want to know why I don't fault them for seeing it as drama? Because neither fucking major party in the United States of America is actually leading by policies that they care about, policies that they want to advance. If anything, it's usually the Republicans that have a discernible goal that they're trying to advance, even if that goal is fucking horrible for the average American, okay? Democrats are constantly on a defensive posture against the Republicans moving the country in the worst direction. That's it. So, of course, people who dive into the realm of politics
projects a fragile.
will always drop policy and ideology and simply focus on whatever is fascinating about it. And what's fascinating about it in the realm of online is going to be drama. Drama anchored around not policies or goals or agendas, but drama that revolves around individual content creators. I don't like Hassan because he's a terrorist is a thought-terminating cliche that people keep saying to themselves over and over again like a fucking mantra, okay? Why are you always unhappy no matter what Trump says? Lol, that's a good thing. I'll start using it now. Clip out of context, Zach reacts. Taken out of context, you react. Get taken out of context, Zach reacts. Recycle and repeat. Misunderstanding/misinterpretations. Okay. There's only one side in this equation, for the record, that doesn't want to talk directly, and that is Asmongold, the person who you are a fan of. I'm sure you've heard him explain away exactly why. This is just my perspective from the outside. I don't dislike or don't like you. I do enjoy here, though. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's not like both sides are... It's not like both sides are doing the wrong thing here. I mean, I very clearly stated my position on this. I'll have a conversation with him anytime, any place. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm not going to fucking cast aside these people, by the way. I'm not going to say, fuck you, because that only hardens their position and feeds into the polarization. regardless of how silly their worldview may be. My point is, a lot of these people on the internet do not anchor themselves around a tangible goal, around a specific worldview. They simply anchor themselves around individuals and the drama that they find to be fascinating. And that's the only way that they think they can consume political content. Okay? That's it. And in that realm, whoever drives clicks in a negative manner will always be fucking obliterated. That is precisely the reason why so many of the slop tubers and the centrists and even some of the liberals have identified someone like myself as a major threat for the last 2 years, consistently calling me a terrorist. Even if they agree with my position on Israel now, back then they certainly didn't, because they don't really have real positions on Israel. They're simply leaning into what they think. They're simply leaning into what they think is the popular position. And for many in the audiences, for many in their audiences, they're just victims of propaganda. They're victims of misinformation. There's a steady flow of people saying, well, you know, Israel might be doing something wrong every now and then, but those people kind of deserve it. They're scary. They're Muslim. And if you hear that a million times over, of course you're going to agree with it. Why wouldn't you agree with it? If there's no one in the bubble that you are that you've created for yourself that has actually told you, if no one in your bubble has actually told you, like, hey, this stuff is wrong, and the only time you hear someone who doesn't agree with you, you hear it in a completely out of context manner, in the most negative framing possible, you're never going to broach the other side's point of view. You're never going to want to seek it out. You're never going to entertain it, right? I get on negative tangents on stream too, and you are 100% on one right now. Chill out with a nice relaxing game of Block Zors. Wait, what? I'm not on a negative tangent at all. What? But that's it. If there is a steady flow of an endless sequence of negative framing on a political commentary person such as myself that is constantly feeding people's appetite, they're never going to actually turn around and see whether or not there is any truth to these claims, right? They're just going to go, yeah, this guy fucking sucks. I can't wait to see the next episode of why this guy fucking sucks. Yeah, you're really being negative about the current events in 2025? America? Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody who's part of the America First agenda should view being listed on this website as a qualification to run for office. If you get listed on this website as being an enemy of the goals of Israel, then you are actually America First. Like, you can't say this about Palestine, you can't say this about Israel, and somebody who's an activist for this is going to be criticized in this way. It's ridiculous. They try to dox, mislabel, defame, slander, and misrepresent anybody who goes against their interests, and then creating a chilling effect across the entire country to prevent negative discourse about a country. They only have the power that you let them have. And so if you see something like this happening, you can just simply get enough people together and then make it stop happening. But AIPAC pays them so much, you have to get a lot of people together. Yeah, it's by the way, that's going to happen. It's going in that direction, and they can't stop it. People don't want their country run by a foreign power. And I think that it's snowballing very, very, very fast.
So that was Asmongold now talking about, oh, this looks like Israel first. The Trump regime is putting Israel first. That's a huge problem. Here's what he was saying not that long ago.
Is removable under the Secretary of State Marco Rubio's assertion that his continued presence and his actions in the United States actually compromise a foreign policy.
Bro, Asmon got that line straight from you? Yeah. In the past, the very same commentary that I made that he considered to be terrorist commentary, pro-terrorism commentary, an anti-Semitic commentary that is worthy of deplatforming, he now has adopted. And he's gone even beyond. He wants to promote actual anti-Semites, right? What changed is not his actual worldview, for the record. What changed is the popular sentiment. So much so
if it weren't for electricity,
that even he realizes, like, he'll still hit the Hassan as an anti-Semitic terrorist button, as he did with the Bondi Beach massacre, right? Because, like, in between him saying, like, oh, these Israel first politicians need to go, he still turned around and said, oh, I bet Hassan's fans were responsible for the slaughter that took place on the Hanukkah festival. So he's still pretty fucking gross about it, right? He'll still go back and forth because for his audience, they're not anchored around like being pro-Israel or being anti-Israel, right? They're anchored around resentment towards individuals. They're anchored around a consistent flow of like shitting on whoever his enemies are or enemies are. So he could one day turn around and be like, oh, actually, I'm on the fuck Israel side of things, and I'm really, really anti-Israel, and I even understand why some people fight back against Israel, all this stuff, you know, adopt the things that I've been saying, the talking points that I've been saying all along. Those guys will still, his fan base will still require a steady flow of fuck Hassan content. So he'll still probably be inconsistent on that front because most of those guys won't turn around and go, wait a minute, he's actually anti-Israel, Hassan is anti-Israel. So what's the disagreement here? Why is he still calling Hassan a terrorist? They won't think about it like that. You know, they'll simply look at it and be like, yeah, give me more.
And political priorities. That's very stunning because that is actually the only thing that she ruled on today. She did not rule on the other allegations that were raised by DHS that he allegedly misrepresented information on his green card application.
None of that matters. It doesn't have to matter. Like they can just deport him for whatever reason they want.
So that is the exact Mahmoud Khalil did the exact.
Yeah. Also, once again, that was fucking bullshit. That was utter horseshit. He was celebrating Mahmoud Khalil getting deported. He demanded more of it. It was completely ridiculous. At the time, he was still in real time reacting to my commentary, and I was saying like, you're wrong about the law, that the American government has to justify why they are seeking out the deportation of someone, especially someone who is married to an American citizen with a child on the way, who has a green card already. All of that stuff is bullshit. The Constitution actually protects citizens and non-citizens alike. On First Amendment grounds. He was completely wrong. He was completely wrong on that stuff. But his audience never actually turned around and went, because all those cases fell apart, did his audience actually turn around and go, hey, remember when you said that? Remember when you said Mahmoud Khalil was supposed to be deported? And how good that was? Why didn't that happen, right? Or when now he talks about or why his audience won't call into question his like full-blown pivot on Israel, because he's always been like an edgy guy, right? So he's always like leaned into anti-Semitic memes from time to time in an effort to be like, see, I'm based, I'm edgy, while also doing the work of Israel every single fucking day. He also tried to prove you wrong only to watch a clip of himself agreeing with Netanyahu. Asmongold responded to my post about him backtracking his opposition to anti-Israel protesters. He said, I'm lying. To prove me wrong, he showed an old video of himself watching Netanyahu call anti-Israel protesters idiots, but back then Asmongold said he's right. Daily praise.
A year of daily praise. It's crazy that this account is called Disinformation Tracker. I think that it's accurate because the entire account tracks disinformation by posting it every day. It's not true. No, it's just simply not true.
Now claims he never trusted Trump, and he says protesting Israel's America first, despite prior calls for protesters to be jailed and deported.
So this entire idea that I'm just like warming up to the idea of being hostile towards Israel, or not even hostile, but just, you know, not wanting to support Israel as America. I mean, this is just it's just a factually untrue statement, and all you have to do is look at my videos and you'll immediately see that's true. What he's saying is, look at this, watch this. This is crazy.
Become Iran's useful idiots.
Get ready. Get ready.
He is correct about that, though.
Jesus.
His chat is all saying, actually, he's based.
Jesus.
Based.
He's got a point? No. He's, well, part of what he's saying is true. No, it is.
That's amazing.
And see, I've been consistent about this the entire...
Wow, you really tackled that disinformation by showing perhaps the most inopportune time where you are in agreement with Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm sure he didn't like that they were clapping like fucking seals, but he also was. You need to focus and say how wrong he is because he likes to mention they're not saying I'm wrong. What do you mean? He is wrong. He was wrong because he's inconsistent on this position. He's at the mercy of his own chat. He sees his own chat hit like, well, he's not wrong on this point, though. He's not wrong on this point, though, which is why he reflected that attitude. On the one hand, he understands that it looks really fucking strange that the entire Congress is clapping like fucking seals, cackling like hyenas at the mere thought, at every fucking applause break that a foreign leader is delivering to Congress, okay? But also, there are a lot of things that foreign leader is saying that Asmongold's chat agrees with. Like, for example, all the pro-Palestinian protesters doing the bidding of Iran. And that's why he found himself directly agreeing. Curious, why did he click away before? You can't show the actual point, even if it's like more than 30 seconds long. Because God forbid you see me uninterrupted. Just like he did when he was watching my Ro Khanna interview where he agreed with me. Okay? He knows it's the same reason why he doesn't want to have a conversation. He doesn't want to entertain a debate. He is worried that if we did actually have a conversation, he would realize that, you know, many of his audience have been misled, usually by Asmongold, about what my positions are. It's always been negatively framed. You have to control the flow of information. Him happening to agree with Netanyahu on one thing doesn't mean he agrees with him on everything. What part of that you don't understand? Oh, that's the point that I was trying to explain to you. People like yourself don't recognize this, okay? Here's the issue. He takes a wishy-washy centrist position while simultaneously heavily leaning against the anti-Israel protesters. If you are in agreement with the American government at the time deporting anti-Israel protesters, and you regularly lie to your audience or are just objectively incorrect about your understanding of the law, you're objectively incorrect about who for the First Amendment actually chooses to protect and who it doesn't choose to protect, all this stuff. If you demand deportations of people who are speaking out against a foreign country like Israel by the American government, okay, then it's understandable for people to assume that you might be a little bit more pro-Israel than you let on. That's it. This is the Cope position. He never cared about Israel. I know he doesn't care about Israel. I know he doesn't give a shit about anything. That's my point. He doesn't have real political convictions at all. He's just feeding you whatever you want to hear. And I think he is pretty good at it, right? He's obviously pretty good at it, where his position is the most commonly held position on the right at this point, which is, I hate Muslims. They're all barbaric. They're all backwards. They shouldn't be coming to this country because they cannot assimilate to our glorious American culture, and Western civilization is under attack. But also, Israel, led by Jews, is, destroying American culture in a different way and is totally dominating Americans and totally humiliating Americans. Bomb it all and let God sort it out. This is a position that a lot of right-wingers have. The difference, however, is that some people actually say enough is enough in terms of the amount of money that we're giving to Israel, in terms of the amount of influence that pro-Israel advocacy groups have. And then they do actually take a real anti-Israel position. They don't actually celebrate, people like Mahmoud Khalil getting deported. Asmongold is not one of those people. Asmongold spent the last 2 years, like I said, over and over again, advocating for the pro-Israel position. He might have actually made you believe that he wasn't pro-Israel, but what matters in that situation is either he was either he was foolishly and inadvertently defending the pro-Israel position by saying all of Israel's critics must be deported, right? Or he was doing it on purpose. Because if your position, Israel has too much control over the United States of America, but then you literally sound like fucking Barry Weiss.
What the fuck? Weird edit.
Kind of awesome. I love it whenever one of us slips through the cracks and gets on mainstream media. I love it because it's so rare that it ever happens. Like I was on Fox News like maybe twice. Never got an invite from CNN, never got an invite from MSNBC. They avoid us like the plague. And, I think that's kind of intentional. But one of our own slipped through the cracks, got on CNN. By the way, I'm very curious to see if they keep having her on. But of course, I'm talking here about Emma Vigeland. She was on the, the CNN roundtable talk show. I don't even know the name of it, but Abby Phillips hosts it. And this was
that what
glorious.
it's called?
So she made a fool out of a bunch of
this called
MAGA
Abby Phillips
warmongers
show?
and idiots. And I got some great clips for you here. So let's start with this one. First, they're going to talk about Venezuela, and she does a number on this goofball that's trying to hold his own with her. Let's get it.
The consequences that you're talking about are incredibly dire. But I also just want to step back for a second and look at the justifications that they're even using. They're saying that these are narco-terrorists, etc. And that's the Republican line. But then Trump comes out and goes, it's for the oil. I mean, like when we did our illegal invasion of Iraq and killed hundreds of thousands of people there, at least the Bush administration had like the humility to pretend and go to the United Nations and say, oh, we're going to do this through the regular channels. I mean, this brazen, bully, illegal administration doesn't even go through that pretense. And I think that should scare everybody because their foreign policy is might makes right, and that's all that matters.
How refreshing is it that now somebody's on CNN before the all-out war, which they have planned, by the way, saying it up front, oh, this is definitely about the oil. 100%. There's like no two ways about it. It's very clear. In fact, they blurt it out half the time. They're not even bothering to lie to us anymore. They're so high on their own supply that they realize there's like zero consequences. So they're not even bothering to dot their I's and cross their T's and make a propaganda case. It's just about the oil. They're openly imperialistic. That's what it is. They're just trying to steal the oil. They're trying to, put in a puppet government. They're trying to hook up U.S. corporations. They're trying to give Eric Prince the ability to illegally occupy another country like he did in the Middle East during the peak of the war on terror. By the way, on that alone, it makes me go, I don't know if they're going to have her back. On that alone, you're flying a little too close to the sun there by telling the truth, Emma. All right, let's get the reaction.
Foreign policy is might makes right, and that's all that matters.
So I'm not scared. I don't think any American is scared about the consequences of this.
I care about the world, not just Americans.
No, I know, but you're also, in this instance, caring about a narco-terrorist group.
Oh, my God. It's not even fair. It's honestly not even fair. I mean, they get like 70 IQ morons to do this panel. And I love how CNN's obsession with balance leads to this inevitable conclusion that you just have like the dumbest people on the earth trying to rebut factually correct statements, right? Oh, you care about narco-terrorists. There is zero evidence that these people are narco-terrorists. Zero. They have presented none. In fact, some of the evidence they originally presented turns out it was a picture from 2009. They had to go back and pull a picture from 2009 of like a helicopter picture of a boat that was doing drug running, right? They were spreading that as if it proved their case. No, it was total BS, and the reason why they couldn't use a recent picture is because there isn't one, and because they're blowing up fishermen on a regular basis. Most of them are fishermen, the people that they're killing. Narco-terrorists. Guys, I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Narco-terrorists? No, somebody could be a drug smuggler, so a narcotic smuggler. They're trying to bring drugs into this country. It's like a for-profit business. It's a black market. That's what it is. A narco-terrorist. What does that mean? You're going to do like a suicide bombing in the name of cocaine? That's not a thing. Like, it's not a thing. For the love of God, people need to use their brains for like 2 seconds. Narco-terrorists. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a made-up term. It's a made-up term because Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are trying to skirt the fact that they need approval for war from Congress. That's what they're trying to do. And so they just say, oh no, these are terrorists, even though they're allegedly some of them are drug dealers. No, but if we say they're terrorists, then we already have the authorization for use of military force from the early 2000s from the war on terror. Because now we're saying, oh yeah, drug smugglers are akin to Al-Qaeda or ISIS. That's the bullshit, fake legal argument they're making in order to not have Congress approve their stupid war. That's what's going on here.
A narco-terrorist group and government
no evidence
that supports
provided.
them. There's been no evidence showing that they're not actually drug.
Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. My like 16-year-old new atheist debate bro brain just kicked in. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You can't prove a negative, you dipshit. And by the way, look at Emma's face. She's about to call him out on that exactly. Look at her face. Ready?
There's been no evidence showing that they're not actually drug boats that are being sent
That's not
here.
how this works.
We do know.
So disgusted with it. She's like, what did you just say? There's no evidence that they're not. So we need to default to what the Emperor, Overlord, God King Donald Trump asserts.
That's fucking great.
So the default is that what he's saying is true, and we need to prove otherwise. Literally flipping on its head the idea of innocent until proven guilty. The most anti-American unenlightened position. It's like literally against the Constitution and due process and the whole concept of rights. And he just casually said it, as if he was making a good point.
We do know, as a matter of fact, that this is a country that very clearly does engage in narco-terrorism and is a hub for sending to this country cocaine primarily, meth, which is the second lead.
These are all lies. These are just total lies. Less than 5% of drugs that come into this country come from Venezuela.
You and I come
Less
by
than
road
5%.
or rail.
So even their cover story doesn't make sense.
Meth, which is the second leading cause of drug overdose deaths, at least where I'm from.
Okay, I don't know who this guy is, but he needs to retire. He needs to retire. I mean, this is pathetic. This is pathetic. This is embarrassing. All right, I got more for you. So here is where you have Emma Vigeland drop a bomb on this guy's head, no pun intended, by pointing out the logical flaw in his argument that if you're Mr. I'm tough on drugs, bro. The drug dealers are terrorists, bro. Listen to what she throws in his face here. Watch.
So the average person, yeah, if you have a deep dive conversation about the legal aspects here, they're going to roll their eyes. That's just the reality. It might be important, and it is important.
The
but they roll
Sacklers-
their eyes because they know who the target is.
The Sacklers are...
Donald Trump is putting you in a position
I'm sorry.
where you are now defending drug dealers. Whether or not that's your intent, that's how it comes off.
Do you think that the Sacklers...
By the way, let me just, before Emma chimes in here, this reminds me of, by the way, you're now defending Saddam Hussein because you don't want to do war with Iraq and regime change in Iraq. That's what he sounds like.
Dealers. Whether or not that's your intent, that's how it comes off.
Do you think that the Sacklers should be executed in the town square?
I don't think this is the town square, and I don't think that this is a
Well,
declaration
what
of
does it
war.
matter? I mean-
As we've heard specifically tonight, this was an empty facility, no deaths, and I would assume that this was leaked to CNN with this information that came from the CIA, that if it wasn't actually a drug distribution center, a port, probably would have come out too.
But we
that
killed
didn't.
dozens of people already under this pretense, so do you
We
defend
killed dozens of people who were on drug boats,
Okay,
bringing
but
drugs to this country to kill Americans.
did the Sacklers help kill Americans with the opioid epidemic, yes or no?
So that is a completely separate issue. But
How is it separate?
Oh, he can't even engage because he knows she's right. He can't even engage honestly because he knows she's right, so he's got to sidestep it. He's got a red herring because there's no way out of this.
Completely separate issue. But
How is it separate? Should they be executed in the town square without any legal process? That's what you're saying.
Who's next on the drug cartel
I
here?
don't know why.
Do we go to China as well? Do we go to other countries as well?
We should do
How
things
far
in the
are we
best
going to go on
interests
this?
of the
How
American
hard and how long?
We should do things in the best interest of the American people, which to him means extrajudicial murder of innocent fishermen in the Caribbean, from Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia and Venezuela, where we literally talk to the family members of the people who were murked. That's best interest. I mean, people like this, I gotta bite my tongue because I'm about to go too far.
And how long? Can they continue going without Congress getting
That is
involved?
a fair point.
So this guy is, I mean, what a bloodthirsty, disgusting psychopath. Sitting there in his suit, advocating for extrajudicial murder. And he was caught speeding. He was caught speeding because, okay, look, if you want to apply your dumbass principle across the board, then shouldn't first in line to be executed extrajudicially be the Sackler family? Because they gave us the opioid epidemic, which led to God knows how many deaths that led to, right? Way more than some fisherman in the Caribbean who's not even involved in drugs. So just absolutely gross stuff. All right, but now let's get some more here. So they also start talking about economics at one point, and here they start talking about a billionaire tax. And what follows is glorious.
To pay for
What's rich? It's a bad argument.
a billionaire, the privilege of living in a state that facilitates their ability to become.
But you're admitting it's arbitrary, which was exactly my argument previously. And I just want to say, I'm sorry.
Why do we pick arbitrary people that we hate?
But no, it's not. It's about the level of wealth that they have concentrated.
How much is
And
too
when,
much?
excuse me,
What's
I'm
the
going to
number?
finish my point now.
What's the number?
What is important?
Definitely a fucking $1 billion. Nobody should have $1 billion. Let me repeat that. Nobody should have $1 billion. Nobody should have a net worth of $1 billion or more. Why? Because extreme wealth, by its very nature, undermines democracy, undermines sovereignty and independence of a government that's supposed to be of, by, and for the people. That's why.
That's a great
because
point,
effectively
actually.
what you're saying is we're now laying the conditions to have a shadow government which overrides the will of the people. And if you defend extreme wealth concentration, that's what you're defending, and you need to own that. You need to say, I am pro-oligarchy, I am anti-democracy. That's what you need to say. Because what we actually have now is a shadow government, a transnational shadow government of billionaire criminals and their lackeys. And guys like this dipshit would defend it.
what is important to point out is that when this country was growing and it was the greatest period of growth, the top marginal tax rate was 90%. The equivalent of $4 million, every dollar that you made over $4 million was taxed at a 90% rate prior to the era of neoliberalism and then eventually Ronald Reagan slashing taxes and leading to this explosion of income and wealth inequality. And California already did this with Prop 30. I think it was in 2012 or 2011. They raised the top marginal tax rates on millionaires. And you know what happened? The number of millionaires in California... No, let me finish.
I mean...
The number of millionaires increased in California.
My goodness. My goodness. I think the smuggest man in politics has to resign. I think he's got to step aside. This was brutal. This is brutal. This is like, you got nothing, bro. You got nothing. Look, this is what happens when you let, like, educated, intelligent lefties on TV. This is what happens. She happens to know shit. She happens to, like, be filled in on all of the relevant details. Not, she's not like this guy, an empty suit with a smug face, regurgitating MAGA talking points to please Donald Trump. And so he's running into a brick wall of information and logic and facts. And it is not going well for him, man. It is not going well.
Of millionaires increased in California. So there's nothing to this capital flight. They've done this with malice.
I'm against the fact that we don't have more rich. What is the number that makes you too rich?
$1 billion.
Like I just said,
Kyle's
all
right.
Wealth over $1 billion should be taxed at 100%. That would be my answer to that question. We can draw a nice clean line. You max out at $999,999,999. You should get a fucking, like, plaque sent you in the mail that says, congratulations, you won at capitalism. And you know what? Nobody's going to shed a tear for the motherfucker worth $999 million. Nobody's going to shed a tear. That's all right. You know what? I'm probably too conservative on this question. I got people in my audience who would respond to me, and they're probably correct, by the way, when they say, Kyle, nobody should even have that much wealth. Call me a moderate on this issue. You smug bitch.
It's not my, that's not for me to decide. I want to raise taxes on the wealthy and percentages. The top 1%. The top 1%.
It's when you look at the problems.
And also, he can't grapple with, he keeps going back to that question, he can't grapple that what she's talking about is taxing income. When you talk about a top marginal rate of 90%, like we used to have, that's income, and it's income over $4 million per year. That's also, like, every civilized society is built on the back of a progressive income tax, which means high marginal tax rates. The countries that self-report being the happiest, that have the best quality of life, that have the best institutions that function well, it's built on the back of very high marginal tax rates and a progressive tax system. And these idiots never can contend with that fact because they either don't know that or don't care about that because they support billionaires in principle. This guy sucks up to the exact people who are ruining this country and ruining the world, by the way. It's the billionaires. They're the problem. They're the main problem. It's the billionaires and the warmongers and the fascists, and he defends all three of them and fits into some of those camps himself. But I'm still not done because then they start talking about Israel. And yet again, as I watch this, I go, damn, she's doing a great job, but they might not let her back on.
I think that is the big selling point on this.
Yes, and I do think that the kind of elephant in the room here is the United States completely losing, and the Biden administration is immensely complicit in this as well. Moral standing throughout the world due to our complicity in the genocide in Gaza, which has made it very difficult for us to speak to Ukrainian sovereignty.
Look at his smug face. I swear to God, it's like he wakes up in the morning and practices in the mirror being the smuggest person on planet. Who does this appeal to? I get there's like other right-wing dipshits in the elite pundit class who look at him and they're like, ha, yes, you made it even more smug face today, sir. We love it. Yes, yeah.
It's a good fucking
but everybody
Kyle
else looks
video,
at you like
bro.
the
It's
least
rare
relatable man on the planet.
You know?
So they're talking here about Russia and Ukraine, and the point that Emma's making is we lost all moral authority because, like, for us to, berate Russia over what they're doing here, which, we should do, but it doesn't pack a punch because we're arming and funding and backing a genocide that Israel is doing in Gaza. So now for us to cry crocodile tears about, sovereignty of a country is like, are you kidding me? You have to be kidding. We can't support a violation of sovereignty on the one hand and on the other hand say, we're against this and we're going to stand up for that. It's like, it's just so, it's hollow. It's so hollow and vapid.
speak to Ukrainian sovereignty and having a bully like the Russian government invading their sovereign territory. We had a doctor on our show who spoke about how the death toll is in the hundreds of thousands at this point, because the numbers that are currently being reported are only the numbers of the death toll of people who have been counted in the hospital. There are hundreds of thousands of people presumed dead, suffocating to death, crushed to death under rubble because of United States bombs. And that's across this administration and Trump here, who did get this ceasefire that he touts all the time in October. But when you look at the actual numbers here, Israel has violated it hundreds of times since that period, multiple times a day, killed at least 400 Palestinians during that period. And this will go down as one of the worst crimes in the history of humanity that our government, the Biden administration and the Trump administration, are complicit in.
Thank you. Thank you. I was screaming from day one of that ceasefire, this is a fake ceasefire. Just like the one in Lebanon that Israel violates on a daily basis. Israel's idea of a ceasefire is, say it with me, you cease, we fire. That's what it is. And so now you finally have somebody on CNN going, this is fake. This is fake. They're still bulldozing Palestinian buildings. They're killing innocent Palestinians. Why are we pretending that this is real? In fact, it's so nefarious. Trump wanted to do the optics and the theater of a ceasefire to then divert international attention away from Israel so that they can continue to finish the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. That was the goal. That was the plan.
The Biden administration and the Trump administration are complicit in it.
Does it go down? We have to debate this.
Yeah, we don't have time.
We don't have time for the anti-Israel propaganda. We don't have time for the anti-Israel propaganda.
They're called facts, not anti-Israel propaganda. Okay, still not done though. We got one more. Here we go. This is where Smuggy McSmuggington replies.
And this will go down as one of the worst crimes in the history of humanity that our government, the Biden administration and the Trump administration, are complicit in.
Does it go down? We have to debate this.
We don't have time.
We don't have time for the anti-Israel propaganda.
Okay, ready? You guys ready? How much you want to bet? The reply involves but Hamas. How much you want to bet? The reply is basically but Hamas.
We don't have
time for the anti-Israel propaganda.
We already got one. Put a little Hamas counter in the bottom corner. We already got one mention.
That's fine.
Listen, we know that there's plenty of disagreement on that issue.
I never said that.
We let it on spool for 2 minutes, but sure. I mean, honestly.
Okay, have a quick word.
I don't understand. Israel's our ally. Not a single word in your speech for the atrocities that were committed on October the 7th.
We should
not
cut
a single
off
word.
arms tomorrow.
Not a single word for the idea that Israel has every right to defend itself. Not a single word for the fact that Hamas right now
I would even count October 7th as part of the group of Hamas. Here we go.
Is killing people inside of God, their own people. You seem to lay it all at the feet of Israel, a democratic ally in your own country, and you have no negative word for the terrorists who rape and murder and kidnap. Zero.
B'Tselem, Israeli human rights.
That's another reference to Hamas. So 3 or 4 is what we're at in what was it? Literally less than a minute. So in other words, the whole response was but Hamas. What Emma was bringing up was, look, we're committing a genocide. We're committing a genocide. The U.S. is arming and funding Israel. They're committing a genocide. You have, according to a doctor that was on the Majority Report, hundreds of thousands of people who are actually dead. Innocent people. They bombed schools, hospitals, UN buildings, World Central Kitchen workers. You go down the list. They've starved people. They've sniped kids in the face. His reaction to that is, but Hamas is bad. We're literally not even talking about Hamas. There's 30 to 40,000 Hamas members total. There were 2.3 million people in Gaza. And they said we're going to do a total siege, cut off all the food, fuel, water, and electricity. So in other words, do collective punishment and blame everybody for the crimes of Hamas. And now, by the way, what do they say the official numbers are of Palestinians remaining in Gaza? 1.5 million. You do the math on that. We're talking about, 800,000 people? 800,000 that have been killed? By their own numbers, not mine. That's what Trump and Netanyahu say, we got to move 1.5 million people. Well, if there were 2.3 million, and now you're saying there's 1.5 million, you do the math on that. But the smuggest man on the planet wants to defend committing hundreds or thousands of October 7ths in the other direction because Hamas bad. So because Hamas is bad, we're going to copy their tactics, except do it worse and do it more often and kill more people. And you got to shut up about it because when we do it, we're good. We're the good guys. So this is what I'm talking about.
Can't build oil.
And by the way, the fake outrage. Look at the way this guy talks. It is the fakest outrage I think I've ever seen.
Shouldn't be.
That were committed on October the 7th.
We should cut off arms tomorrow.
Not a single word for the idea that Israel has every right to defend itself. Not a single word for the fact that Hamas right now is killing people inside of God, their own people. You seem to lay it all at the feet of Israel.
That's a lie, by the way. Who Hamas was killing was literal ISIS gangsters who were being paid by Israel to steal the food to keep them from Palestinian civilians. That's who was killed. It just shows, like, he doesn't actually know anything. There's been detailed reporting on this from Dropsite News, like these ISIS gangs that are paid by Israel to, like, loot and steal and pillage, and then Israel turns around and blames it on Hamas. Like, he doesn't know the first thing, or if he does know it, he's just lying about it. But I actually think he doesn't know anything about this. He just goes with the AIPAC line. He just goes with what his fucking handlers tell him to say.
A Democratic ally in your own country, and you have no negative word for the terrorists who rape and murder and kidnap. Zero.
No negative word for the terror. Yeah, Emma Vigeland, pro-terrorist, is like, see, this is how ridiculous these people are, and just how much they can't respond substantively. So now the allegation is Emma Vigeland supports terrorism. Like, who's gonna believe that? Who's gonna? Yeah, the young blonde lady who hosts a YouTube show, she really is out there fucking in her spare time, recruiting for ISIS. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Israeli human rights group says they're committing genocide.
You still don't.
We gotta go.
Did I do good, Zionist lobbyists who pay me money? Did I do good? No, you didn't, actually. That was actually kind of embarrassing. That was humiliating. And this is all they got. All they got is fake outrage. And, by the way, he's berating her. You didn't say anything about October 7th and about Hamas. Meanwhile, she said a bunch of stuff about the genocide. He didn't say anything about the genocide. There was no acknowledgement that it is a genocide. There was no word for any of the children who were murdered. There was no word for the hundreds of thousands of people killed. There was no word for the fact that Gaza basically doesn't even exist anymore. Like, it's gone. It's just all rubble. There's no word for any of that. So by his own standard, he also fucking fails. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But amazing job there from Emma Vigeland. Look, dealing with these people, I don't know, man. I don't have it in me, I don't think, to be as nice. As I get older, I get more mean. I have zero patience for any of this, right? My fuse is short. I probably end up being an asshole. Like, God bless her for pulling this off and doing such a great job. But, for me, whoo, buddy, I don't know if I'd be able to control myself in some of these situations because I'm so done. I'm so done with these, this fake bullshit from these mainstream pundits who all say the same thing. It's all so boring, so dumb. Like, oh, what a shock. The conservative on CNN supports Israel despite the genocide? Oh, it's enough already. It's enough. But anyway, I hope they let her back on because she absolutely freaked it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
Please shut up.
And watch that.
Wait. Brazil's trying to go to war with me as well? That's rude, bro. Big move.
Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out on her honeymoon. It's a pleasure to welcome back to the program Leah Littman. She is the author of Lawless, How the Supreme Court Runs on Conservative Grievance, Fringe Theories, and Bad Vibes. And you do a podcast with Kate Shaw.
These warriors?
What is the
Strict Scrutiny is the podcast.
Strict Scrutiny, yes. I enjoy that quite a bit. It is one of the legal podcasts I listen to get my fix of never having become a lawyer, despite all the greatest wishes of my family. All right. So with that said, I want to talk about your book in general, and then we can sort of apply it to what we're seeing on a daily basis. Your vision of the Supreme Court is one which is we are looking at legislators of some sort, but really are doing so based on a particular, almost like psychological deficiency. It feels like. I mean, and first let's talk about how grievance seems to have like really taken over the court. And let's go back to even to like, I feel like Scalia was
it's the industrial
unofficial chief justice of that grievance.
Concentrations that
yes, no, I think that's totally right. The book is about how the Republican justices are fashioning the law and sometimes just declaring the law to be the political talking points and feelings of the Republican political elites. And the big feeling, or at least one of the big feelings, is this idea of conservative grievance, the notion that the core constituencies of the Republican Party, social conservatives, religious conservatives, plutocrats, super rich, they are the victims today of a variety of discrimination, maybe because society doesn't share their views, anytime the law doesn't go their way. And so they're taking this idea that Republicans, conservatives are an oppressed minority and using that to justify all of these outlandish rules that essentially give Republicans more and more political power, social control, and entitle them to do whatever it is they want.
When did this first begin? I mean, I know that in like was it 2012? That year you were clerking for Anthony Kennedy, who I also find to be a very interesting figure, and his sort of journey over those years. But when do you think this became the case? I mean, I think there's always been a quality about the Supreme Court, at least it's been my sense, that there's a lot of reverse engineering. It really just becomes, it's really just a question of like, what the threshold is for what parameters you need to stay in reverse engineering things. But it seemed to really drop out at one point for the right.
Yeah, so I think that that's right. The Supreme Court has always been political, ideological, but what's accelerated over the last few decades is how partisan they are, and also how sloppy and just feeling like they don't even have to conceal these partisan talking points into the semblance of plausible legal arguments. As to when that happened, I agree with you that Antonin Scalia was really sowing seeds of this, particularly later in his career. In the chapter on LGBT equality, for example, I write about how Justice Scalia's dissents in the cases invalidating the Defense of Marriage Act, or the case invalidating state laws that criminalize consensual sexual intimacy between persons of the same sex. Those dissents really previewed how the Republican justices would eventually form majorities around this idea that the Constitution protects their prejudices and actually gives them the right to engage in discrimination at the same time that it doesn't protect the LGBT community against discrimination. So I think there are several key moments in the Supreme Court's history. I mean, Bush versus Gore is obviously this key moment where the court jumps the shark.
I was going to ask you about that, because that does seem to me to be the crossing of the Rubicon. And I distinctly remember that Newsweek had a story back when Newsweek was a substantial publication, that was actually going to run, I think, on September 11th or 12th of 2001, that there was a big fight that broke out over the summer when they met with some Russian judges who were ostensibly coming to see how they could, and it broke out over Bush v. Gore. And give me your sense of like, was that the moment where at least the Scalia guy was like, we can get away with this?
I mean, I think so. That was a moment where the Republican justices just ordered a state to halt its recount, risked disenfranchising minority voters, ordering the state to certify the Republican candidate as the victor on the basis of this legal theory that they announced, well, this is only good for this case. And then 3 Republican appointees write separately just to announce, well, here's this other potential theory that basically allows us to roll back voting rights protections that state courts or state executives attempt to protect. So, yes, I think that was a real moment where the Republican justices, if the public was ever going to draw a line and say, this is something you justices can't do, you would think that it would be effectively deciding the result of a presidential election on the basis of a cockamamie theory, disenfranchising citizens. Alas, that line was not drawn. And so what happens after that? Well, they feel okay dismantling the Voting Rights Act, campaign finance regulation, announcing that partisan gerrymandering can't be remedied in federal court, overruling Roe and basically facing no consequence for doing so. And the list goes on and on. And so I just think the problem has really snowballed since then.
Yeah, I mean, what accounts for that? I mean, just in terms of Scalia, like, do you think that he was just sort of sundowning? Because, Scalia was the type of guy that, like, not to single anybody out, but my father would say, he's so brilliant. Yeah. And there was this real sort of like, he may have been, articulate and I don't know if he was a brilliant jurist, in the 90s, but certainly by the time you get to like the late aughts, he's just parroting Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, so, I think this is always a tough conversation because I think if you look at his decisions, I'd point to his 1996 decision in Romer versus Evans, where the Supreme Court invalidated a state constitutional amendment that prohibited municipalities in Colorado from protecting the LGBT community from discrimination. Justice Scalia writes this angry homophobic dissent about how, the court has signed on to, he calls it like the homosexual agenda, right? This is also Lawrence versus Texas in the early 2000s. So I think that this is someone who had his moments, but was clear, that like he was always kind of on the side of the social conservatives, religious conservatives who were insisting that the Constitution just protects, traditional understandings of sex, sexuality, and marriage. And he didn't really feel the need to justify that beyond just pronouncing it.
He sort of echoed that in, was it the 2013 rollback of the Voting Rights Act, where he said, we're giving special privilege to black people in their voting or something.
He called it a racial entitlement.
The voting. Yeah, it's cute. I mean,
no.
Was that one of the ones, when you look at the milestones that are hit, is that one on this trajectory?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Republican justices on the Supreme Court invalidated a key part of the Voting Rights Act that had been renewed on a bipartisan basis, on a unanimous vote in the Senate, right? So like Republicans in electoral politics felt like there is no basis for us not to renew the Voting Rights Act. And Justice Scalia somehow turned that into a constitutional problem with the Voting Rights Act. He said, they're going to lose votes. They're going to lose votes if they vote against the act. But if a politician
that they were afraid, were afraid, and that's why that's how democracy works.
Exactly. Right. The idea that democracy victimizes them when it doesn't entitle them to do whatever they want. Right. Like that is just very upside down.
I just as we were talking about, I remember that part of it, and it is insane. And particularly because up until that moment, maybe before that, the only thing that we heard through the 90s in particular, into the early aughts, was judicial activism, which was purportedly where judges go and make up the law and supersede the legislature. And that was beyond, that's not just judicial activism. That is like mind reading and telekinesis. And I mean, it was insane.
Yeah, and you add to that the Chief Justice's majority opinion, manufactures this constitutional problem with the Voting Rights Act, the supposed difficulty that arises when Congress imposes a rule on some states but not others. That rule, didn't exist. It's nowhere in the Constitution's text. The Reconstruction Congress obviously treated the former Confederate states very differently than it treated, the states that had fought for the Union. And in order to cite a case that suggested such a principle existed, the Chief Justice had to insert a misleading ellipsis in a prior opinion that literally made the case say the exact opposite of what it had said. So the extent of their lawlessness and entitlement on matters of democracy and voting rights is really something to behold.
I want to get into some of the other sort of fringe theories that they've developed as a way of sort of like getting to where they want to get to. But maybe like temporally, it's a good, in terms of the timeline of this, the development of these theories. Talk about your, or if you feel comfortable talking about Anthony Kennedy, because I mean, the thing that I remember the most about Kennedy was his whole gerrymandering journey, where he had said that at one point, if we had a clinical way of determining or a methodical way of determining whether something is, or mathematical way of determining whether something is actually overly gerrymandered, then maybe I would, then the court would have to address it. That subsequently did end up happening, and he didn't vote that way. But also he said that in Citizens United, it won't be a problem with people spending money because disclosure will, in fact, inhibit people from doing this. And then subsequent to that, we find out like, oh, well, it doesn't matter if there's disclosure 6 months after the election, the election's over. What was your sense with that guy? Was that just sort of like a game or what was happening with, I mean, those are very big sort of core democratic small d issues there.
Yeah, I mean, like he also joined the majority opinion in Shelby County, dismantling a key part of the Voting Rights Act. So I know people look back on Justice Kennedy and think of him as like this moderate institutionalist center of the Supreme Court. And it's true, he was like the median swing justice in the sense that he sometimes voted with the Democratic appointees on big issues like LGBT equality, and sometimes with the Republican appointees on other issues like campaign finance and voting rights. I think the reality is, however, he was a hardcore conservative and Republican. He just had, one or two matters where on issues of LGBT equality, he understood, the humanity and dignity of that community. And there were also a handful of cases where he was moved for, I think, institutional reasons to be convinced that he couldn't overrule a prior decision,
Are you gonna
like
fucking
Roe,
fight
or couldn't
Tokugawa
overrule
or
prior
what?
decisions upholding affirmative action because that would make the court look too political. But again, his instincts were always pointing him toward the kind of hard line Republican position because he was appointed by a Republican and was a Republican.
That dynamic that you talk about where he had an institutional, he had fealty to the institution of the Supreme Court. That to me seems to be the sort of like that's where the rubber meets the road, and it has shifted. And I want you to talk about these fringe sort of doctrines that they have developed, because for lawyers, it seems to me, that notion of protecting the institution of the law, and many of them grow up like perceiving it as like they're members of a clergy, protecting institutions of the law and the notion of precedent and following, stare decisis is all something that like they have the latitude to move, but it's almost just like tradition and some type of like peer pressure on some level is what keeps them in line. And that sort of fell us away. And I wonder what your theory is to why. I mean, was it a function of like the Federalist Society developing its own sort of like guardrails and creating a different sort of like water that they're swimming in, or what was it?
I think it's a combination of two things. I do think that part of the story is the development of the Federalist Society and this alternative ecosystem that would validate the justices for doing the things that the conservative legal movement wanted them to do. So they were no longer just looking at national media, which is reflective of public opinion. Now they had this entire universe that was just telling them, you will be patted on the back for doing Republican things, and you will be criticized if you depart. But you add to that the decline of our institutions, and I think that that also made the Supreme Court feel more removed from public opinion and therefore more able to depart from it. You know, given Senate malapportionment, for example, it's now so much easier for a majority of senators not to represent a majority of the country. It's easier for the president because of the Electoral College to win the presidency when he doesn't win the popular vote. And I think that those institutions becoming more susceptible to capture by minorities also make the Supreme Court feel less pressure to respond to public opinion. Because realistically, the pushback against the Supreme Court, meaningful pushback, would come from Congress. And if Congress as an institution is now more responsive and more accountable to increasingly narrow segments of the country, then the Supreme Court will feel that they can do too as well.
Do you think that the Democrats failed to recognize the way that the Supreme Court and liberals, broadly speaking, the way that the Supreme Court was changing and the sort of the development of the Federalist Society, and still, it seems to me, they still, like, I mean, I know Dianne Feinstein probably was not, had her full wits about her, but, you know, when she wanted to hug Lindsey Graham, like, this was a great hearing. I mean, all of those things, it's haunting. Even Obama in pointing Garland, and then not, when was he going to get an interview? Not just keep, like it was so much fealty to the institution that it would have been like untoward to send up another nomination.
Yeah, so I completely agree the Democrats failed to see what was happening before their eyes. You know, as the Republican Party was becoming increasingly radicalized, as the conservative legal movement was becoming increasingly weaponized, they just denied that that was happening and continued to have this image of the Supreme Court and the Republican Party in their heads that just reflected a bygone era. I do think that the problem persists to this day. And it is, you know, constantly coming back to haunt us, that the Democrats, you know, again, didn't see that Republicans were indeed going to do the thing they promised to do, overrule Roe versus Wade, and therefore did not enact a federal law that protected abortion rights throughout the entire country. You know, they failed to adopt other federal legislation that could have safeguarded other rights that are now in jeopardy as well.
Let's talk about a couple of those fringe theories. I guess the biggest one, it seems to me, well, the two that seem to play the most, one would be the unitary executive theory, and we should note this is a theory that's been around for 50 years now, almost like transported through time by Dick Cheney, who was chief of staff for I think in the Nixon administration, or was he chief? I think he was, and helped develop this. And then the other one is the major questions doctrine, which is just sort of like it's like a get out of jail free card. It's like a wild card that you can just throw down at any time.
Yeah, it's like a trump card that they get to pull against Democratic administrations that say you don't actually get to do things that are authorized by law. If we Republican justices and the Republican Party think they're a big deal, it is, as Justice Kagan called it, like a get out of law, get out of text free card that allows the courts to say statutes don't actually mean what they say. You know, the unitary executive theory is just one of the more consequential fringe theories that has just become this insurgent idea that has cannibalized, the Republican views on presidential power and so much of the law. It was really pushed by the Reagan administration, after you say kind of flirted with by the Nixon administration. It maintains that presidents have all of the executive power and therefore have to be able to control everyone in the executive branch, and that they possess some unclear set of additional unspecified powers. That is the idea that the Trump administration is probably relying on to justify the strikes against Iran. That is the legal theory that they have invoked to justify why they can summarily expel people to El Salvador. That is the legal theory they have invoked to allow Donald Trump to fire people like heads of the National Labor Relations Board in violations of federal law. And it is this grossly ideological theory that threatens to upset so much of our constitutional system because it, in effect, places the president above the law in many different areas. It was channeled by the immunity decision, the catastrophic immunity decision. So, yes, that's another one of their fringe theories that, unfortunately, now seems to have a majority support.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our...
Fucking being a huge cunt. But it's on one of the hardest difficulties. Tokugawa? No.
In the Times about building some type of democratic communications infrastructure, and ostensibly about people in our space a little bit.
I got an announcement to make.
Matt is leaving the show. He came in today in a Bugatti, and no explanation.
Came in a
whatsoever.
Honda and left in a Bugatti.
He had some type of side hustle, he said, with
Edward Gregorian.
Well, he had some type of side hustle where he claims
Tara
it was
McGowan, right?
making T-shirts and just all drop shipped from. I got to be honest, I didn't even read the piece. I mean, because I couldn't bring myself to. But it's fascinating to me. We see that article at the beginning of the week. We by the end of the week, not only do we watch the authoritarianism in terms of universities, we watch the FTC drop, more or less giving a pardon as opposed to dropping a lawsuit. I mean, it's quite clear there was some type of price collusion with Pepsi and Walmart, probably some type of monopsonistic relationship. And then they're going after Media Matters, the FTC. Ostensibly for covering or driving, advertisers away from Twitter or X or whatever.
Musk is suing them into oblivion over that.
He's already been suing them into oblivion, and we watch, the head of the ADL go and blame the murder of these two Israeli diplomats in D.C. on Hassan.
Asking for him to be deplatformed.
Insanity.
And it's, I want to say interesting, fascinating, but it's also rather disturbing. This is the level of aggression. I mean, part of this is also a function of the New York City mayor race. It's being weaponized here as well for various reasons. What's your
weird?
How concerned are you getting these days? Did you hear my read for delete me? I mean,
oh no, I missed that. Jeremy and I were
coupon code.
Jeremy and I were on Chapo yesterday, and they asked us the same question. When the more you get asked that, the more concerned you get. We're building up our legal and financial base to withstand hopefully whatever we can. One of the major threats would be coming after our nonprofit status, and there's an organized campaign by some Zionist agitators to do that.
Oh my God! Right in the mic.
We're primarily subscriber and small donor based, which most of those people are not like itemizing their taxes and writing off their small contributions to drop sites. So even if they succeeded in that element of it, it wouldn't destroy us. It's a many, there are many fronts on which they're assaulting. It's also, they have a moment in time, I think. Like I don't think they're going to be able to lock the system down. Maybe I'm wrong about that, and if they do, then all bets are off. But I feel like the pendulum might still swing back against them.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, is that like it does feel like there is, they're in a getaway car. I mean, that's why, I started this conversation talking about the budget. Like, this is not a budget you would pass if you were thinking about, we've got a shot to win in 2026. This is a budget you pass where you say, we're not going to win in 2026. Whatever we do now, we have to do so extreme that they won't be able to reverse anything, by 2028, and maybe we'll have a second bite at the apple or whatnot. Like, we've got to go for it. And I get the sense that the administration has a similar perspective on this, both on their assault of all the agencies. We can screw this up. We can inflict this harm deep enough across as many places that regardless of what, a Democratic-led Congress comes in, even if we overestimate their willingness to be contentious and do investigations, that we can do this stuff that even the specter of us returning is enough to, have this long-term impact. Or, for that matter, like we're talking about in these rural districts where they will never have the information that, like, wait a second, why did that hospital close? Oh, it was because of that budget?
Or they won't have any outlet to express opposition to it because there won't be a viable alternative to vote for anyway.
Because they're so deep red.
That's the thing. Is I keep thinking I 2 weeks ago I was in your mindset of like, they're going to run out of time. But then the machine starts to crank up again, and it feels like they're going for it. I mean, that is the way that they all operate. And it is a series of like little mini Trumps everywhere. They all have, they're all trying to, push the needle. And we just played, what's her face from DHS, Kristi Noem. That letter feels like it was written, like they didn't even run it through AI. Right. Like it honestly feels like it was written by an intern.
Just banged it out. Yeah.
They just banged it out, and they don't even care. They just know that they can just like drop bombs, and she's up there, who knows who's sitting in her office just like, let's do this and see, Yeah.
Yeah. So if and when an opposition ever does take back power, it will be a dramatically different country. But I do feel like the getaway car analogy hopefully is correct. Like given if it's either that or locking down long-term control, if these are guys who are in the safe of the bank and they know the cops are coming in 4 minutes and they're just grabbing everything they can and fleeing, that's awful. But that's what I mean about eventually that they're gone. Now there's a lot of rebuilding to do, and a lot will be destroyed beyond repair. But that means that there's at least could be an opportunity to live another day.
How effective do you think it would be if there was members of Congress in the Democratic caucus who were saying things like,
oh, that's right. I need to make peace with Pedro.
And when we get into office, which we're going to, and this, it'll happen. It won't happen tomorrow, but it's going to happen one day. We're going to hold people to account. We need to start hearing talk this way, because if they're operating like they're grabbing every buck they can in the bank safe, there should be not only like sirens, but there should be some like implication that like when the sirens get there, we're going to arrest you.
Like, you might get away now, but like when we find you, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there's a tracker in that bag. I don't think they have the courage to say that because immediately DOJ will start investigating them for whatever. The IRS will start coming after them now.
Right.
So I think they'd rather just. I think they all just want to lay low. They're all worried about personal and political implications.
Yeah.
But that's also why they're going after people like lowest hanging fruit, immigrants, students that are here on visas that have.
Yeah, that's why they
spoken out
charged
against
a member of Congress with assault.
Yep.
That's true, and that judge
to let
they're
them
going
know.
after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're
To let
working
them
their
know
way up, but it's very much like Stephen Miller is a bit of an ideological child of Roy Cohn. Like, I mean, the some of the stuff with the Red Scare and the McCarthyism of these attacks on these students, it very much feels to me like a full circle moment for Trump's kind of political trajectory.
Yeah. No, he's a revolutionary. He's going for it.
Yep.
Well, Ryan, real pleasure
Always.
going over this stuff with you.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Ryan.
I feel like there was like a 3-month period during the Biden administration where things were fun to talk about.
Yeah. Almost 6 months up through the Afghanistan withdrawal.
I would say February, the first 6 months of probably of 2021.
Yeah, you get that child tax credit. Yeah, good times.
Yep. Well,
Oh,
I guess maybe we get there every 4 or 5 years. Maybe, if we're lucky.
It's the beginning of the end for you, Tokugawa.
Time I've ever called in. I'm Scarlett. Hi.
Hi, Charlotte. Wait,
Scarlett.
Scarlett? Is it the first time you called in and you got
yes.
on?
I did. I
Wow,
wasn't
that's pretty
expecting
good.
it.
That's pretty good. What's on your mind? Where are you calling from, Scarlett?
Yeah, well, today I am in Fayetteville, Arkansas, but I actually lived in Memphis, Tennessee for several years and have a lot of friends there. I've been pretty closely following the Memphis task force happening there right now. So, yeah, I wanted to shout out, first of all, I don't know if you've ever checked out MLK 50, they're a small local news source there, and they're doing some really great reporting right now, especially on the task force. So just want to shout them out and definitely look them up. They're, I think, some of the best reporting in the area right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess one thing I've been kind of reading the reports and of course, there's the usual bullshit of them, having a lot of low-level traffic stops and all that. But they keep harping on the recovery of missing children. And I don't know. I guess I'm curious if you know if anyone is just because from what I understand, right, like when the news puts out stuff about missing children, you get this picture of like cute young kids, being abducted by scary thugs, and when in reality, like it sounds like a lot of these missing kids are teenagers who are running away from maybe a bad home situation or LGBTQ. without a safe environment, or, you know, or they have a parent who's, you know,
abusive,
maybe legally not supposed to have them. Yeah, so I guess I'm curious if I see that as a news point all the time, and I don't see anything really diving into, you know, the real story on that. So just curious if you know of anyone who's doing that work.
It's an interesting thought because, you know, we've spoken about this, I think, within the context of like the school board fights and the panic around trans kids, which is that there's a exploitative, there is a kind of parent that is more reactionary, controlling, and wants their child under their thumb, whether it's religion or sexual orientation or gender identity, that is anxious about a loss of control or has a reaction, to I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. What were we saying? That is worried basically about their children being outside of their control. Sam just had to get up for a sec. And that might be a part of it too, what they're tapping into there.
Yeah, that makes it. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Tennessee recently passed something to restrict health care for, you know, trans minors.
What if someone destroyed may possibly have had the ability to conduct the attack was not the type of activist? Well, that may be the situation that we are currently looking at, leading to a whodunit best suited for Benoit Blanc. The country with the most motive seemingly lacked the ability to conduct the attack. The country with the greatest ability to conduct the attack was the victim of the attack, and we do not know for sure that anyone else had the ability to conduct the attack, and none of them had the disposition to strike the victim anyway. Well, time to get our knives out and get to the bottom of this. Let me walk you through all of the details, because the case is indeed as crazy as it sounds. Flashback to August 2024. Ukraine played the good old-fashioned Uno reverse card and invaded Kursk. Kursk being a part of internationally recognized Russia, you would think that Russian regulars would be activated to defend the region. But no. Those would-be defenders were conscripts, meaning that they did not volunteer to give their lives for the broader Ukraine war effort. And although this was now a battle for proper Russian soil, your average Alexander saw right through what was happening and wanted no part of the Kursk defense. The Kremlin, not wanting to see protests on the streets, obliged. But that came with its own dilemma. Putin did not want to slow the progress that Russian troops were seeing in eastern Ukraine, and rerouting all of those soldiers up north would almost certainly lead to that result. Consequently, Putin did what anyone else would do in this situation. He called North Korea for help. Perhaps 12,000 North Korean troops traveled to Kursk to take part in its defense. Meanwhile, in a seemingly completely unrelated situation, the Russian heavy lift ship MV Ursa Major departed St. Petersburg on December 11th. Trust me for a minute, because this story will eventually loop back to North Korea. On board were two massive hatches intended for a Project 10510 icebreaker, paired with a couple of cranes to remove them. The Ursa Major planned to drop them all off in Vladivostok, using the Suez Canal as a shortcut. However, on December 22nd, while the Ursa Major was in the international waters of the Mediterranean Sea, just between Spain and Algeria, it suddenly stopped moving. The next day, it sank. 2 crew members died. At the time, reports indicated that an explosion in the Ursa Major's engine room doomed the ship. Now, the Ursa Major was under sanction at the time, as a part of Russia's broader shadow fleet. And Ukraine certainly enjoyed taking potshots at Russia. But it was a little much to think that Kyiv had gotten access to the engine room of a Russian ship, seemingly disconnected from the rest of the war effort. And so the story faded into relative obscurity. The Kremlin complained to anyone who would listen, but no one really cared, at least not publicly. However, for the past year, Spain's government has been investigating the nature of the incident. And what has the Spanish Inquisition discovered? Nope, not heretics this time. Rather, a salacious allegation involving nuclear reactors.
Bro's training spearmen.
Here are the
got
details,
nothing.
as originally reported in the Spanish outlet La Verdad. The Russian icebreaker story was a ruse. The Ursa Major was actually carrying 2 nuclear reactors designed to power submarines, or at least many of the component parts that would eventually be reassembled into nuclear reactors. There are no indications that any nuclear fuel was involved, though, so no one needs to worry about another environmental catastrophe on the continental shelf. Anyway, the intrigue goes beyond just the cargo. Instead of heading to Vladivostok, Russia intended to take the reactors to North Korea. I told you that this was all connected. The cranes on board were necessary because North Korean ports lacked a way to offload the cargo. To be clear, the reactors in this context are engines. They convert uranium into power by turning turbines. There is no allegation that Russia was attempting to give North Korea a nuclear weapon, though North Korea already has plenty of bombs at this point. Actually, the type of smaller reactor that you would find on a nuclear-powered submarine is harder to build than a nuclear weapon, which is why North Korea was potentially interested in them in the first place. It seems that this was part of a secret annex to North Korea's compensation for assisting Russia in Kursk. Now, we already knew that Kim Jong-un had extracted quite the price from the Kremlin. Putin has traveled to North Korea to celebrate their friendship, and we know that Russia has assisted its junior partner with missile technology. Well, that friendship apparently extends to Russia helping North Korea build nuclear submarines, which, with an astonishingly good sense of timing, Pyongyang released the first images of, right as Spain's investigation came to light. And it is not just the North Korean sub-program that fits with Spain's interpretation of the facts. Other facets of the